there, fam. Welcome. It is Julie B and Doug Hughes back for another. Hey, Doug, back for another fun live with us. How are you doing, Doug? Thanks for being here.
I'm well, thanks. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Hanging
sleep
in there.
okay?
I did. I got a good amount of sleep.
Awesome.
It wasn't at the right time when I should be sleeping, but at least I got enough sleep. I'll get there. I'm gonna just send Scarlet a link so she can join if she's free, because my brain fog got the better of me again. Let's see.
Oh, I just see that Trace is on.
Yes.
Trace, I understand you were asking about my book. I can send you a copy if you want.
Yes. So I was Trace wanted to know if I could recommend any good books, and of course the first one that came to mind was Doug's book, The Poor Player, which he sent me, and unfortunately it's unpublished, but Doug has a PDF. So if you want a good book to read, Trace, Doug will send you a copy of it, so you can read it in PDF form, like I am, and loving it. So yeah, we can hook you up with that. Hey,
which
there,
is admittedly a really shitty way to have to read it, but it's either that or print up 400 pages on your printer, which is equally shitty, I suppose. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't mind it though. I mean, I really don't. I don't mind. Say, some people get eye strain from looking at screens for too long. Good thing I don't have that problem, because boy, do I.
That would be a major occupational hazard.
That would be a serious issue. Yes, because yeah, me and the screen, we are just glued to each other all the time with this channel. So yeah, I have no problem reading it off the screen. With Amazon Kindle, they make the screen for like easier on the eyes somehow. They do something to the screen so it's gentler on the eyes. And there are things you can do to computer screens too, with adjusting the colors, but it doesn't bother me. Anyway, hey there, JT Moore. JT Moore, I saw dropped a comment in here right away, like as soon as I scheduled it. So thanks for the enthusiasm. You're awesome. Hey there, just me.
Hey, just you.
Hey, just you. I should just call you just you. I love that. Hey, Miss J. Hey, Miss J. Miss J's better half, Gregory, he made me an amazing intro video, which I haven't used yet because I figured I would, say hi to you guys and greet you first, and then we're gonna play that video again. Doug wanted to see it, and it's amazing. I'm gonna use it as my intro for sure. It was so kind of him to do that. It brightened my day so much. I couldn't stop smiling. It was amazing. Good evening, Tabitha.
Hey, Tabitha.
And of course, Panda Kalima. Hello.
Buenas noches.
Yeah, thank you for being here, Panda. Hey, Zapton.
Kaboom!
Kaboom. Anyway, let's see. Shadow Skulk. Hey. Samuel. Hello, beautiful peoples. Hello, beautiful Shadow Skulk. I hope you're doing well. How are you? I'm doing okay. I hope you're doing well. And I think I said Samuel, but hi, Samuel. And Alexis. Hey, Alexis. Alexis is probably up to her eyeballs in yarn right now, crocheting.
Exactly the image going through my head as we speak.
Yeah, she knits, she not knits, but she crochets during these things. So, see, Trace said, "How's it going, Doug?"
Going well, thanks.
Yeah. He said that would be dope. I can pay you via PayPal.
I have a better idea, Trace. How about instead of paying me anything, you just make a contribution to Julie's channel? How would that sit with you?
Oh, that's sweet of you to say.
No, I'm
And
serious. I don't have a PayPal account anyway, so like it'd just be easier that way.
he says, just let me know. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you feel so inclined, it doesn't have to be much, but it's up to you, Trace. I have several different ways people can donate. It is in the description of my video. And Dieter posts the links all the time, but I do have Venmo, Cashapp, and a PayPal that Dieter set up for me. And every little bit helps. I know times are tough right now. Everything's so expensive. Prices are going through the roof. It's worse than ever now, really. And so I never expect anything out of people. I'm just happy to have your support and your presence here. But if anyone is so inclined, those donation options are there in the description, and I appreciate anything at all. Truly, truly, truly appreciate it. Hey there, Kimberly.
Hey, Kimberly.
Nice to see you.
Somebody said hi to you and me and some handsome young guy. Don't know who that is. Hey, Kelly.
Who said that?
Tabitha. She said,
Oh.
hi, Julie, and hi, handsome young man. I don't know. Somebody did. Maybe she means the little guy.
Oh, maybe. Hi, Kelly. Nice to see you. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Amy.
And Grant says, I'll send you a link, Grant, if you want to pop on, because I'm going to show the video next.
Hey, Grant.
And hang out. I know Grant has a new job, I think, that has different hours, so he can't stay as much as he did before, but you're welcome to stay as much as you want. I'll send you a link. You said, greetings, Julie and Doug. Hope you are well. And we hope you're well too, Grant. I'm going to send you a link just in case you are able to pop on if you want to. You are more than welcome, always. I just have, brain fog sometimes, and I forget to send people links. I sent Doug a link just a few minutes before the start time, so
yeah, but you did it without me prompting you, so that's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, he didn't have to remind me this time. I sent it to him at 10 p.m. So anyway, Scarlet is there in the chat. Oh, Grant is here. That was quick. Scarlet is there in the chat. She's going to be doing a live with Sci-Fi Vision. Let's see, I think it's Thursday night, where they discuss Yellow Jackets and have some special guests. So she put the link there. And there's Grant. Hi, Grant.
Hey. G'day, how you doing?
Doing well. How about you?
Doing good, man. Doing good.
Glad to hear it.
Feeling better today, Julie?
A little bit, yeah. I got a good amount of sleep, and I feel better. I always feel better being here. It lifts my spirits right away, so helps a lot. And boy, you cheered me up last night, Grant, with that amazing video. I was feeling really rough. I could not stop smiling. You did an incredible job. Thank you so much again. I know Doug's going to get a kick out of it too.
Well, let's have a look.
So.
All right. Oh, I got to say hi, Dieter. Hi, Dieter. Good morning.
Good.
Hey, Dieter.
Good morning, Dieter. You're up rather early. He's been trying to take better care of himself and get a little more sleep. So maybe you should still be sleeping, but we appreciate you being here. Thank you. So I have, let's see, where did I put the link? Because I have to, I play it in a link on Google Drive. Oh, it was on my laptop.
Didn't it let you upload it to StreamYard and just play it directly from there?
No, it said the file is too big, so I need to play it. So that's fine. I can just play it via a Google Drive link, but I need to find
right. I'll redo you a smaller one and email it to you. So it's below. I think it's like a 250 meg limit or 200 limit.
Something like that. Yeah. I don't know. I forget what the limit is, but I have a link right here, so I can play it via the link. And hopefully it'll play smoothly. My internet is not the best. It's not the fastest, but hopefully it won't lag. We'll see.
If it's laggy, I can just do what I did yesterday with it and just do a screen share.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I want people to get the full effect.
Wait,
you can
actually go present video file in if you've got the file on your laptop there, down the bottom, next to settings you got present, then you go to video file and then you can just select the video file. That's how I was sharing it yesterday.
Oh, I was wondering how you did that. I'm actually not
that
on
way
my
you
laptop
can
now, though. I'm on
control
my...
it that way.
Here we go.
Mm-hmm. Right now, I'm actually on my Chromebook, so
it might.
So I don't have it on this thing. Huh?
Yeah. I said the Chromebook might struggle a little bit with it.
Yeah, maybe I should download it first. I'll download it. I won't play it via Wi-Fi. I'll do it the way you suggested because I think the Chromebook will struggle.
Yeah, they're good little things for most things, but when it comes to media, unfortunately, they just they're a little bit of a letdown.
Yeah. Oh, it's actually downloading quick though. Yeah, it's a really great little machine, and they don't get infected with viruses easily. It's really amazing. Okay, it's almost done. So yes, yeah, I was wondering how the heck you did that yesterday, and I'll just okay, stop that. So present video file. Oh, cool. I learned something new. Now I know how to do that. I was like, how did you do that? It's almost done. And 95%, 98%. There we go. Okay. Now that I don't have to use Wi-Fi, it should play just fine. If I'm relying on Wi-Fi, then not so much. There it is. Oh.
Where'd it go?
Oops. Sorry.
Creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and arm? While you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself. In a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind it slow it, zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts, timestamps with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with director's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frums where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone into pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow, she thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't dive like us,
That's amazing.
Yeah, it was a little bit choppy. I've just I'll send you the file so then you can put it into your StreamYards. But yeah, rap. I didn't realize you had such good rapping skills there, Doug. But you did really well.
Yeah. Hey, what can I say? I'm a rap master from way back.
Yeah.
I actually wrote a rap tune many, many years ago. I was doing this Canadian play out in New Brunswick. It's called The Black Bonspiel of Willie McCrimmon. I think I've mentioned it before. I've done a couple of productions of it. It's about this guy who has a curling match against the devil. And all the guys on the heroes team, Willie McCrimmon is the hero. He's got 3 guys on his team, and they're all named Charlie Brown. There's Clock Charlie Brown, who runs the local jewelry store. There's Pipe Fitting Charlie Brown, who's the local plumber. And there's Malleable Charlie Brown, who's a metal worker or something like that. And we created a tune called the Malleable Rap, which was very, very silly, but we had a lot of time on our hands, and we were touring the show for a little while. And when you're on the road, you tend to get a little silly. So yeah, that's the one time in my life I actually wrote a rap tune.
That's amazing.
Did you perform it?
Well, I did it for the guys in the cast. I did it in the van, I think, on our way between Bathurst and Edmundston, New Brunswick, maybe. But no, I didn't perform it beyond that. I'm just trying to think now if I can remember it. I got a friend named Malleable Brown. He's a man that really gets down. He does a mean soft shoe. He even knows how to tap, but the thing he does best is a malleable rap. He's a malleable rap. He does a malleable rap. He's a malleable rapper. He's a little bit pudgy and he ain't too dapper, but he make you sing and he make you clap when he get down to do the malleable rap. And it sort of goes. I think the last time I did that out loud was probably 20 years ago.
Wow.
I'm amazed I still remember that. Well, this was 1987, for God's sake. So it was a while ago.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I can't believe you even remember
It's
it.
a little more than 20 years.
What's that?
I said that's a little more than 20 years. That's nearly 30 years.
It's nearly 40 years. Yeah, it was a while ago. Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah,
MC
no, don't
Suit,
say
I like
nearly
that
40
name.
years. Don't say nearly 40 years. That's too close to the year I was born. God.
Yeah, it was actually
Oh,
before you were born, come to think of it. Yeah. What can I tell you? I'm
that's
really
scary.
freaking old.
Yeah. Well, that's with your ability to with your command of the written word and language. You would be able to write a rap, because good rap anyway. A lot of modern rap is terrible, but good rap requires amazing command of language and double entendres, triple entendres, word play. It's not just about making any random things rhyme.
No. I fell in love with Eminem when I heard Lose Yourself the first time. I just thought, because it's got so many internal rhymes and he plays with rhythm so well and all of that stuff. Yeah, like and wordplay and just fascinating.
His command of cadence is insane. He can take 2 words that don't have any sort of rhyming to it, but be able to emphasize it to make it sound like they do.
Yep. And I have a friend who's a huge Bob Dylan fan, and largely I think because of his writing. And I remember the first time I played Lose Yourself for him, and he was enthralled because he was like, wow, this guy's a genius. It's like, yeah, he's pretty something.
Yeah, it's extremely difficult to do, especially when people do freestyle. That blows my mind when they can make.
I can't imagine. That's just beyond me, how people can do that.
Yeah, it blows my mind that, and it's amazing to see what people can make up on the spot. So I just have nothing but respect for that. Unfortunately, nowadays we have a lot of half-assed rappers who just mumble stuff, and anybody can make a beat now. It's not that hard, but there's still amazing rappers. Kendrick Lamar, for example, and that video was very much in the style of Kendrick Lamar. That's what Grant modeled it on, which it was very accurate. There were moments where I just thought, that's exactly the way Kendrick enunciates things. It was similar to his tone, his cadence. Yeah, I loved it. That's amazing. So yeah, people are saying when they were born. We've got a lot of 80s babies in this community. A lot of 80s babies. Tabitha and Dieter, and I'm a late 80s baby myself. I don't remember the 80s. 1-year-olds can't, exactly remember things from when you're 1 year old. So I missed the 80s. But yeah.
Yeah, well, I know how you feel. I missed the 50s.
Yeah.
I miss the 50s too, Doug. Don't feel bad.
82. Bell chill. Yeah, we missed some amazing time, I think. Sometimes I wish I were born sooner. Because the world is just going to hell right now. It's all going to shit at the moment, and I feel like things would have been better. Like just if I had been born earlier, before everything is just falling apart. 1882.
I don't know. I feel like this is one of the best. I still feel it's the best time to be alive, especially medically wise. But like, I got memories enough to know what a cassette tape is, and when they got phased out to CDs, and then seeing CDs getting phased out, and the birth of the internet. Like, I used the internet for the first time in '92. We had a 14.4 8K dial-up modem, and it was just all text-based. There was no pictures, nothing. It was basically just like a DOS prompt. And seeing where it is now, like, I feel like if I was born 10 years later and missing out on that, it just feel different. I've got a better appreciation for stuff, and especially like with media and movies. Growing up with a lot of kids movies that I don't think would fly as a kids movies. I can't see a horse in a swamp without getting crazy flashbacks anymore. Like, kids movies are very different now than they were in the 80s and the 90s. But growing up with them, I really appreciated them.
Well, I bought my first computer in 1984, and it had a grand total of 128K in RAM.
Oh, big spender.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Oh, it was more
big.
expensive. It was that setup, that computer and printer and everything I bought for it was almost twice the price of my most recent laptop. And that was in $94. It was ridiculous.
That's what I was going to say. Like, 128 kilobytes back then is huge, because the first ones that they brought out were the 32 kilobyte ones.
Well, the computer itself was actually 64, but then it had an external drive you could plug in to double your RAM. But yeah, 128K of RAM. That's all the computer had. Images, forget it. It was nothing but text. It was it was kind of the Stone Age.
Wow.
But it's funny. Speaking of age, I was just thinking the other day, 3 days ago was my grandmother's birthday. She was born in 1894. That's 131 years ago.
That's amazing. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I've never really thought about that until the other day, and I just thought, holy shit, 130. That's nuts. Yeah.
Yeah.
131 years ago. Yeah.
That's insane. Yeah, my great grandfather was born in 1908.
Yeah.
So yeah, he lived till he was 96. So like, he's been gone 20 years now. So
yeah.
But yeah, I always found it amazing. I knew someone who was able to witness, the 18th century sort of thing. It's like, it still blows my mind that I've had conversations with someone who, lived over 100 years ago.
So that'd be the 19th century, because the 18th.
Yeah, sorry, 19th century. Yeah, sorry, 19th century. Yeah.
I was going to say that'd be.
Yeah, no, he's not that old. Yeah,
grandpa, I think.
Yeah. I'm gonna switch. Sorry, I'm gonna switch devices because this is laggy, so I will be right back.
Okay. So Grant, have you had a chance to read the book yet?
I've read half the book. Well, I think it's about half. I didn't realize it was it was basically, this is like your autobiography, and I'm almost convinced now that you are a secret agent, and this is just a few
Well,
places I noticed that you changed, like different towns and everything had changed and stories, but a lot of the stuff that like little jokes here and there, I'm just like, oh, that's a Doug joke.
yeah.
So
Oh yeah. No,
I've been
all
I've
the
actually been working.
non-spy stuff is totally autobiographical. I mean, it was because my first idea was years ago. I thought, I should write a memoir, because just write a book so I can sort of put down all the crazy shit that's happened in my theater career. And then I thought, yeah, that would be incredibly boring. And then when I came up with the idea of Harry being recruited by CSIS, I thought, oh, now that's a more interesting vehicle. I can get away with that one. So yeah, it's basically a thinly disguised autobiography. We got some huge.
I think there's an echo coming from Julie's. Yeah. Can you hear that?
What was that?
We've got
Sorry,
some.
There's an echo coming from your one every time we talk.
Oh, I wonder why. Maybe. Well, wait. Hold on. I'm gonna hook up my my webcam. Maybe when I do that, it'll stop.
Don't forget the sock.
I've got the sock.
Yeah,
Okay.
as I was saying, Doug, I've been doing like a little audio book style from that first chapter of your, and trying to see if I could work a little like animation, just doing a thing just to help hone my skills at it. I've been really enjoying it, trying to work on my Canadian accent, which is absolutely terrible. Easy to do than an American one, strangely enough. But yeah, I got a couple of Canadian friends that are helping me out doing some of the just give me some pointers on certain words and everything, and how if I was to pronounce it, that would be someone from Quebec, and that's someone from Nova Scotia, and that you guys have a very large range of dialects, and the only ones are the stereotypical ones.
We do, but the thing is, kind of like in the States, you have to travel a fair distance before you hear accents change. The one exception to that is when you get outside the big cities. For example, in Toronto, most of those people you speak to in Toronto will sound very much like me. But once you get out into the suburbs, you start to hear a stronger Canadian accent. Like even my family, if you met my family, I just grew up about 30 kilometers outside of the city, but it's quite a different sound from the way I sound now,
Yeah, I feel further you get away from the cities. The same here in Australia. Like the further that we get away from the major cities, the more that we sound like either an angry or a drunk Irishman.
Yeah, every country has its own, no matter how small it is. It really amazes me how even small countries, for example, the UK, that's not very big, and yet they have such a variety of accents, different versions of a British accent, even in such a small place. I mean, I can understand the US, we've got so many. And in Canada, I'm sure there are lots of varieties of the Canadian accent too. There must be.
Well, there are, but like I say, you've got to travel a whole lot further than you do in the UK. And that's something about the UK that's always fascinated me, because I mean, they've got mass media. They've got, like the effect of that, when you've got the BBC being broadcast every day to the entire country, for example, the effect that tends to have is it tends to even out a dialect in a given area. But it hasn't had that effect in England, which is really fascinating. I mean, I remember seeing this show. There was a documentary years ago about the history of the English language, and they went all around the world to places where English was spoken in an incredible variety of ways. And a few episodes dealt with the United States, and there was an island just off the coast of, I think it was North Carolina, which was so sort of separated from the rest of the country that the dialect basically hadn't changed for the last 400 years. And the point they made in this documentary was the way they spoke there was probably the closest thing to what you would have heard in England back in, say, the 17th century. And so then they went around and spoke to a few of the people there, and it was a fascinating thing to hear. And you hear the same thing in Quebec. There are certain little pockets, isolated small towns in the middle of nowhere, where the French they speak sounds like continental French from 400 years ago, you know? And when you're talking about isolated areas, that kind of makes sense to me, but that's not the case in the UK. You know, all those people are talking to everybody all the time. And as you say, it's a very small country, and it amazes me that those accents have stayed so resilient all this time, you know?
I love it too. I love the variety of different accents that they have. The Manchester accent, that's a really distinctive one. The Cockney accent, you know, I love it. I hope it never changes.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there are several. When I worked at Shaw, of course, we were doing British dialects all the time, so I had to do quite a variety of them.
I bet. I mean, you're a whiz at that. I can't do any accent other than my own. Like I'm terrible at that. I don't know. Some people have an aptitude for it and some people don't. But you're
I have
yeah.
a question for Doug. Is there
Hi,
one
Scarlet.
accent you don't like doing?
Is there one I don't like doing?
Yeah, what's your least favorite accent?
The only ones I don't like doing are ones that I don't feel I'm doing well, I guess is the answer to that.
Yeah.
The hardest one I think I ever learned, and I talked to Julia about this before. It was this, we did this stage version of The Invisible Man, and the book is set in this town called Epping in West Sussex in England. And the West Sussex accent is one of the weirdest British accents I've ever heard. It's kind of a mix of West Country, which is the way Hagrid talks in Harry Potter, and Cockney. It's like the two accents had a head-on collision. And it's a bizarre mix of the two. And I think I had to work harder at getting that accent right than anything I've ever done. And this was over 20 years ago that I did it. I couldn't repeat it for you now because it's been so long since I've done it. But it was alternately the most difficult that I ever learned, but also the most rewarding, because when you get those ones right, it's very gratifying. And we have had a genius dialects coach at Shaw, the Shaw Festival, which is where we did this show. And her business partner, is actually from West Sussex. So I was getting it straight from the source. But yeah, that was a lot of fun, but it was a lot of work getting there.
Which character did you play?
I just played one of the locals. I can't even remember the guy's name. I was the guy who sort of first saw the Invisible Man when he showed up, you know, in his trench coat and his sunglasses.
Did you see him?
Well, because I could see his clothes. And
he's very perceptive.
But yeah, I was the guy that sort of came in and had the first encounter with him and walked into the bar where most of the play took place and described what I had seen at the train station as he was getting off the train. But yeah, we were just a bunch of local yokels, basically.
How long does it take you when you work with a dialect coach? You know, like how much time do you have to spend before you can get an accent down enough to play the role?
It really varies. It depends on if it's one I've done before, for instance, or if it's similar to one that I've done before. Generally, at Shaw, the rehearsal period for any given show is usually spread over about 6 weeks, because you're usually working on 2 shows at the same time. So it actually boils down to about 3 weeks of full-time rehearsal, but it's spread over 6 weeks. And so the whole time you're in rehearsal, you're also having regular sessions with the dialects coach. So on average, I would be working on a dialect for about 6 weeks before we went in front of the audience, and hopefully would have it down well before that, you know. But yeah, it does, especially with a new accent, it does require lots and lots of repetition. And do checkups with her too from time to time, you know.
My friend, he does a little bit of voice work, and when he's doing his accent, he always tries to find a sentence or a phrase that he can hone in on every word like that. Like when he does his Liverpool one, it's the word is a can of Coke. I want a can of Coke. But the way that they say it, because it's like, I want a can of Coke. So he can get used to doing, like, he'll have that word and then he'll extrapolate everything out from that word. Do you do anything similar to that, or?
It's funny you should mention that, because one of my teachers at theater school used to use that as a way to get into an accent. I have a particular line that he would use just to get himself into it. I have done that on rare occasions. Usually, if I'm working on an accent, it'll be a line from the show, one that, as you say, covers a lot of phonetic bases and that kind of thing. But no, it's not something that I would use to kind of get into the accent. By the time I'd be up performing in front of an audience with an accent, I would sort of be past that stage. It's just like, you've either got it in your bones by then or you don't,
Yeah, it's like the Hugh Laurie method. He just said, I tried it one day and it stuck, and I was like, oh, that works. Some people can just get it. Like when a lot of Americans saw Hugh Laurie for the first time, they had no idea how British this guy was. And then because they only ever saw him in House, and then they're like, wait, this guy puts on a really good English accent.
Yeah. What's his name? The guy who plays House?
Hugh Laurie.
Yeah, Hugh Laurie.
Hugh Laurie. He told this great story about when he auditioned for the series. One of the producers saw his tape and said, "Now that's my idea of a classic American actor." Had no idea he was a Brit, And actually, I had a similar thing happen to me. I was in this film. What the hell was the name of that film? Oh God, it's got right out of my head now. It was a Canada, Scotland, British co-production. I was playing a British lawyer, and I showed up on the day, and I was just a day player. I was in one scene. We literally shot it one afternoon, kind of like From, and I was, so I was doing the scene. And then afterwards, I was talking to somebody else just in my normal voice. And one of the producers was walking by, and he looked at me and he said, "You're Canadian?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Oh, I thought you were a Brit." I said, "Nope." And apparently when they saw my audition tape, they just assumed I was a Brit. So,
Well, it's amazing because, like, when you know an actor based on one specific role, and it's an accent that's not their own, and you hear them speak in their normal um, accent, their normal voice, it's trippy, because like, for example, Bella Ramsey in The Last of Us. I had no idea Bella is British. Bella does an incredible American accent, and then you see the featurette immediately after the end of every episode, and Bella is speaking in interviews and just comes out with this really thick British accent, and it's like, who is this? It doesn't even sound like her. It amazes me the ability of actors to do that, to completely transform the way that you speak. I mean, your accent is ingrained in you from the time that you're a child, and you have to completely transform that in the way you enunciate. And when people don't get it right, I catch it. Like, every now and then people slip up when you're watching a show or a movie, and you hear their real accent slip in. But for the most part, I'm just amazed by how well they nail it, and I never would have known the difference. So I just think that's amazing. You have
Andrew
that
Lincoln
ability.
from The Walking Dead, the guy who plays Rick Grimes, the main character. He has the most regal sounding normal voice, but the most gritty American voice. It's the weirdest thing when you hear him in interviews. You're just like, you sound like a prince from like the 17th century. It's crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah. Tabitha, you're so lovely. She said, "All right, my beautiful Fromley, the next time I talk to you will probably be after the camp, maybe during, depending on how busy it gets. But no, I will be talking about our group here and taking pics." Thank you so much. That's absolutely lovely. We love you, Tabitha. Well, I hope you have a wonderful time and can't wait to hear how it goes. We'll all be living vicariously through you because I'm sure it's going to be amazing. So thank you so much for thinking of us. You're the best. We're so glad you found us and joined the family here.
Have a good time, Tabitha. And I get to meet Chloe tomorrow.
Yeah. Tomorrow. So the event is it's for her charity, right?
Yes.
What kind of event is it?
Collective Hearts. It's it's going to be several of the artists who belong are going to be there displaying their work, whatever it is. One of them is a painter. He works in watercolors. He's been sending me messages. But then there's music and stuff in the evening. It starts at 6 and it runs to about 11:30. I think the first couple hours are going to be just an expose of all the people's various artistic works, and then the music starts after that. So that's probably where I'll be cutting out.
Oh, that'll be
Who's
fun.
gonna be there? Who's gonna be there, Doug, that you want to meet?
Chloe Van Landshoot. It's her.
Oh, okay.
Charity, and well, not just hers, with other people.
That's
well,
cool.
But, she's been
The
flogging
first
it on.
time there was a little overlap, and I thought you said the Pope, and I was like, you didn't say the Pope.
No. No, little chance I'd be meeting him.
Chloe, that's it.
All right, Dieter, I will say hi for you.
Yeah,
I've seen her like short. She had a short film. She has like a YouTube channel with a little short film on it. That's really good.
Yes, a little
I can't
experiment.
remember the name of it.
She did with Scott, I think, with Scott McCord. Yeah.
Yeah, she's been directing her own though. Her some shorts. I shouldn't say little shorts. I mean little in time, not little in stature.
Yeah, I've seen that, and I'll be curious to talk about that too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. So you get to meet another member of the cast before actually going on set. So
Indeed.
And she seems like such a sweetheart too. Just a lovely person. The cameo she made for me, the one she made for Amy, it's genuine. Just genuine kindness and when someone is being fake, and I've said this before, just phoning it in, doing a cameo, reading it from a script, it's obvious, and she's just so sweet. She made the loveliest pep talk cameo for Amy, and it touched me really. Like, it just showed what a beautiful heart she has. That whole group is they just seem like the best of humanity. That whole From cast, they're all wonderful people, and you're gonna fit right in with them, Doug, because you're cut from the same cloth. Just a bunch of lovely human beings.
Well, fingers crossed, because that's exactly my impression of them as well. So I hope that but of course, you never know till you get there. They might think I'm a freak for all I know.
No way.
Do you think Chloe's friend Heather will be there? But she was the girl who made the totems for the village and From.
Oh, I didn't know that. No idea. I don't know. I have no idea who's going to be there.
So you see somebody whose name is Heather. I don't know her last name, but she made those totems.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I have a feeling that if and when I get a chance to actually meet her tomorrow, I'm pretty sure I will. That she'll probably introduce me to people like that, but we'll see.
Yeah. Is she doing art for it as well?
I have no idea. I don't.
Oh, okay. It's a big surprise.
I think probably not.
Yeah.
Because the whole idea of the group is people who are artists of any stripe, who also work in the medical profession in some capacity.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Her art, of course, is working in TV and film.
Yeah.
So there are visual artists there are musicians there, you name it. There'll probably be lots of crafts and stuff like that. I don't really know. I guess I'll find out.
Oh, we'll be interested to hear about it. If you want to share after the next time we talk, after you go. And I think it's awesome that she's doing this charity work too. And again, it speaks to her character. Big-hearted.
Are you going to bring the mini-me?
Oh, of course I am.
Okay, cool.
I'll have him stuffed away in my shoulder bag, but I'll be begging for a photo op. Absolutely. I have no idea how she's going to react to that, but yeah, there's no way I would show up without him.
I suspect. Huh?
I was just going to say I might have him do the introduction. Hey, you.
Yeah.
You met this dude.
Yeah.
She'll be like that. I don't know if you've ever seen that meme of Homer Simpson. He's like going back into the bushes.
Oh,
yes. Like, okay, dude, I'm gonna back up now.
I don't know if she's seen any of that stuff or not. I have no idea if she's even aware of him, but if not, I'll give her a quick bio.
Yeah. Well, I would be surprised at this point if she hasn't seen at least some of these crochet dolls on Instagram, just because, Alexis has gifted some to other members of the cast, and then they post them in their stories. And these actors follow each other; they're good friends. I'm sure she'll be familiar with these dolls.
Oh yeah, but she's not following me, so that's the thing. I don't think she'll know anything about the little guy in yellow here.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure she's seen the dolls. I have no doubt about that. But he might be news. We'll see. I'll find out tomorrow.
I was thinking about because I finally took a decent selfie of me with my Jade doll, and I was thinking about putting it on my personal Facebook because I have separate accounts. I have one that's just personal that I keep separate from everything else. I don't even discuss anything related to my channel on my personal Facebook. So I thought I could put my picture up there, and my mom said, you can't do that. Yeah, you're gonna look like a weirdo holding a doll because they won't understand the context of it, you know. But I mean,
This is
That
a
makes
cool
it even
doll, Mom.
even funnier.
It's a cool doll.
it's an awesome doll. But
Yeah.
people who don't understand the context of it, they might be like, what is going on? Is she regressing to childhood now? And I'm like cuddling a doll.
Well, you
But
just put a caption on it. It's a shot of you and your new boyfriend. You know, and let them draw whatever conclusions they want.
and I told my mom, hey, that's nothing compared to what Doug does. You know, you have no qualms about walking around all over the other countries, like toting the little guy, taking him out in public. Who cares what kind of weird looks you get? You know.
Oh yes, and believe me, there have been many. You know, like I'm thinking of, for example, in Warsaw, I think it was, where I took the picture of that fallen tree with him standing in front of it. It was in the middle of a park, you know. And when I was setting that shot up, there were lots of people walking by going, what the fuck is going on over there? What do I care? You know?
Yeah.
I think it'd be funnier if you actually tried to explain to them, no, I'm not a weirdo. This is my doll. I'm on TV. I'm on TV, actually. And they're like, yeah, sure, mate. Don't come near me.
Actually, if anybody asked me what was going on, I would just say to them, he's making me do this.
Yeah.
Just leave it at that.
Or just
I
start
think
off
that
like,
would
wait,
end the
you see him too?
pretty quickly, you know. It's like, okay, whatever, bye. You know.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think it's hilarious though that you have like you're not embarrassed, you know, who cares? You know, you don't know these people, they're strangers on the street, you know, like they, I love it, you know.
Life is about taking
Um,
risks.
it's like nothing to see here. It's just a grown man walking around with his doll in broad daylight, you know. It's
Live it
great.
up.
I just love it, Doug.
Well, it's not like
I
I'm
hope
walking around with him on my shoulder or anything, you know. I mean, I've
Oh,
usually
no,
got
not best friends.
Well,
It's my
not
best
yet.
friend.
Not until she needs like a shoulder harness or something.
yeah. That's right. Get one of those little baby carrier things and stick him in that. Yeah.
Oh, I
That'd be great.
thought you meant a harness for real Doug that was like controlled by the doll Doug. Of course, not landing your doll.
Actually, this is reminding me of a conversation I had many, many years ago with a guy, an actor that I'd done a workshop with, who lives in New York. And I think he had been mugged, or like some muggers approached him, but he had a patented way of getting rid of them. You know, he said, all you have to do if you see muggers coming towards you, just walk down the street talking to yourself, because muggers do not mug crazy people, you know?
Mhm.
And I thought, yeah, that would work. That would totally work. So
That's amazing. Yeah, they just get to the other side of the street real quick. Like, okay, I don't need the dude's money that bad. Yeah.
well, and the other thing is, he's crazy. He's not going to have any fucking money. So,
Yeah.
you know, that's
Mhm.
the thinking, I think, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I ever since I was a kid, when I'm by myself, I can't seem to keep my thoughts internal. I say them out loud. So if anybody saw me doing this, they'd think I'm out of my mind. I don't know why I like to verbalize my thoughts. I that's how I process things. I'm a very talkative person. I never shut up, even when I'm alone. So my internal dialogue, my thoughts, I'm saying it out loud. I have to curb that impulse in public. That's all, or people would think I'm loony.
Oh
know?
God, I talk to myself constantly. You
Me
do
too.
not. Shut up.
I'm my own best friend. I don't know about you, Doug.
I'm
Try to
my
help
own
my
friend.
comment.
You know, like if I'm not talking here, nobody's talking. It's very quiet in this house if I'm not talking. So yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
You can always say you're talking to your pets, Julie.
Sure. Yeah, you could say I'm talking to my pets. And you know something, nowadays, like it's still, I know it's been going on for a long, long time now, years and years, but I swear, though, sometimes when I'm out and I see somebody walking around and they look like they're talking to themselves, I still do a double take and then I realize, oh yeah, they have a Bluetooth in and they're talking on their phone, but they look like they're nuts. They look like they're carrying on a whole conversation with themselves. And then you look and there's an earpiece. It's just funny, you know, if somebody from the past took a time machine to the future, and they'd be like, "What the hell's going on?" People walking down the street talking to themselves all the time, like, yeah, it's just, I still haven't gotten over that weirdness. It just looks so strange.
I actually have gotten over it. I mean, you know, as you say, in the past, the automatic assumption, if you saw somebody walking down the street talking to themselves, is okay, mental illness. But like, I'm so used to it now. I see somebody talking in the air, and it's like, oh yeah, he's on the phone. You know, whatever. It's on his Bluetooth.
I see someone walking down the street, like reading a book or not talking to anyone or not on their phone. I think, well, they must have mental illness, because that's the odd thing to do now.
Yeah.
I walk down the street reading from time to time. I generally don't do stuff on my phone when I'm walking down the street, but I'll walk down the street reading a book. Totally.
Yeah, I do too.
Really?
I'll read
Yeah.
some poetry doing some walking.
That's got to be tricky, though. I think it's easier to use a phone and walk, although I've got to say, it took me practice when I first started using a smartphone. I couldn't understand how people could walk around texting without walking into a telephone pole or something. And I very nearly did walk right into, I think once I did walk into something while I was trying to
There's a lot
text,
of
but
clips on the
eventually,
internet, stuff like that, Julie.
Oh yeah,
People
there's
just walking
yeah,
into a fountain.
happens all the time.
I couldn't walk and read. I get
eventually,
too into my book. I'd be just walking, and all of a sudden I'd look up. I'd be on a traffic island in a different town, wondering how I got there.
No, it's
yeah.
basically the same skill as people using their phone and you know,
Yeah.
walking up to check traffic. The ones who blow my mind are the ones who walk right through an intersection without even bothering to look up. Like that's just suicidal in my view. You know, I mean, but if you have any kind of self-awareness, it is possible to split your focus between the two things, you know, and whether it's a book or a phone. I mean, I suppose it's debatable which is more addictive, but I guess it depends on the book or the
That
app.
drives me That drives me nuts. People who don't even look both ways, like something you should learn when you're 5 years old.
Tell
They
me
just
about it.
walk. They don't even look. They're on their phone, and their back is to me. Sometimes they'll be crossing the street on a diagonal, so their back is to me, and they're just assuming traffic is going to stop for them. You
Yeah.
have a death wish? It's idiotic.
Oh, I see that shit
Um,
on my bike all the time, you know. But I have a great antidote to that. I have an air horn on my bike that puts out 120 decibels. So, you know, I just lean on that and watch them jump.
that'll do it. That'll do it. I've never tried to read a book while walking, though. I gotta say, it reminds me of Belle from Beauty and the Beast. She did a whole song walking around reading her book while she was
I don't reckon she
walking.
was reading that.
What was that?
That was all for sure. I don't reckon Belle was reading the book during that song. She was too into the song.
Yeah.
It was
She's
just
walking. Yeah. Oh, Scarlet's back. Oh, Doc popped in. Hi, Doc.
So I was
Nice
trying to read
to
a book and do StreamYard at the same time.
Hey,
Kicked you
Doc.
off.
I was trying to read a book and do StreamYard at the same time. Sorry.
Kicked you off. Yeah. I hope you're doing well,
Yeah.
Doc.
With the life
Anyway,
literacy.
yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. Doc said I walked into a parked car while playing Pokemon Go once. That's great. Yeah, people were locked in on that trend for a while there. They were everybody, and they looked
Mhm.
nuts too. They looked insane going around like, catching imaginary Pokemon that looked like they could see them. I mean, they could see it, but we couldn't see what the hell they were doing. So they looked insane, but I never
I
got in
know
on the
they got a lot
trend.
of
It
kids
looked
to
like,
lose weight by going for walks, and then they got greedy and put everything behind a paywall. Had something so
oh,
good. Kids were outside again. Sure, they're on their devices, but they're outside.
yeah, at least they got outside. Is that, people were walking off cliffs. Oh no.
Yeah.
Jesus.
No.
The Darwin Awards in
Um,
real life.
yeah.
Mhm.
So, so, so I was, so Dieter actually found an article. I wanted to bring this up because I mentioned something last night on my live, and I gotta be honest with you guys. I don't know if this article was real, saying that From is going to start shooting on June 23rd. I have not been able to find any source to corroborate it. I haven't found anything else to confirm it, so take that with a grain of salt. If we got you excited by bringing it up yesterday, we don't know. There's still no official confirmation on when From is filming, so I just wanted to mention that because I looked into it further and I can't find anything else to back up that claim. And the biggest thing that I find fishy about that article is that they specifically said what date they're going to finish filming in November, and not just November 2026, but November, I don't know, 15th, 17th,
17th.
I forget what the date. And I just don't, Doug, like, I mean, maybe you would know something about this. Do you think it's possible for them to know the specific date when they're going to stop filming, when they're going to be done filming? Because that to me seems like a suspicious, that
I,
makes me think it's a lie, that article.
that wouldn't throw me at all. Like
Mhm.
my takeaway from something like that is assuming that the information is accurate. They've got whoever put it out there must have access to the shooting schedule because it would have both the start and the
Mhm.
end date. Doesn't mean that would actually end up being the end date. You run into
Mhm.
delays sometimes and you have to go a little longer, but no, I wouldn't find that surprising. I
Yeah.
mean,
Okay.
That's what I was
it
talking about you yesterday because I was like, I felt like that would just be standard operation.
yeah, I
Okay. See,
mean,
I don't know how these things work.
well, they've got to block out the time. They've
Mhm.
got to know that what dates the crew needs to be available. It's a little more flexible. Well, it's flexible to some extent with the crew too, because you don't always use the
Mhm.
same crew for everything. But your outside dates, yeah, that doesn't surprise me that they would know that, assuming, of course, that this information is for real.
It's a website I had never heard of, and there's no press release. There's no other website that's reported it. And I tried finding, like today, I did a Google search, and I couldn't even find the article again. So I wonder if it's even still there. So I don't know. Take it with a grain of salt. I think it's going to start filming next month, though. We've heard rumors about it for a while, so that's exciting news, regardless. Whether that article is right or wrong, I think they're going to get started soon, and it'll be fun because we'll get to see hopefully little bits and pieces of, sometimes cast members leak little pictures if they're allowed to. Um, MGM allows it apparently because last time they did it, we get little nuggets to grab onto, just something to talk about while we wait for the next season, and that's always fun.
Well,
So,
as long as
so
it's,
we'll
yeah,
see.
I mean, backstage stuff should be okay. I mean, certainly one of the first
Mhm.
things I'm going to try and clarify if and when I get back there is, what of that kind of stuff, what is actually allowed. The basic rule is, don't give out any spoilers. So you don't want to talk about plot. You don't want to talk about, what your character is going to do or anything like that, or stuff that you've shot. You can't give out any information on any of that. But yeah, like offset stuff, pictures with cast members and stuff like that. I don't think that would be a problem. I'm certainly planning on having lots of pictures with him. Um, I don't think that's going to be breaking any rules. I don't know. You know,
Yeah.
I have no
Yeah.
idea if MGM has any idea he exists or what I've been doing with him or any of that stuff. You know, I don't imagine they would have a problem with any of it. It's kind of like on a very small scale, you know, some free advertising for them. So, and it doesn't have anything to do with the plot or anything. You know, I mean, he's a fictional version of a fictional character, you know, so like he's not even the role. He's just, you know, a piece of wool. So yeah,
Right.
I don't think they would have an issue with that.
Well, if
That would be
you find a way of sneaking him into a few scenes, then you can actually canonize him.
I can pretty much guarantee that's not going to happen. There's no way, especially because of the fact that, you know, he's had this off-camera life. I don't think there's any way on earth they would ever allow that to happen. You know,
I don't know. I think it would just be scarier the next time that you're on scene. You just holding a stuffed doll. I think that would freak more people out than anything else.
Oh, I thought he was going to be in County House with a joint in his mouth, replacing the mannequin or beyond the mannequin. Maybe provide.
Yes.
There's a strip club on Yonge Street, which is the main street in downtown Toronto. It's actually the longest street in the world. It goes all the way up to northwestern Ontario. But anyway,
Really?
There's this strip club there, and I desperately wanted to take him in and get a picture of him sitting in the lap of some stripper. And I went by one day. I had him in my bag, actually. I just happened to be walking by, and the place is closed, so couldn't do it.
Regrets.
Yeah. That would have been funny.
I was thinking that maybe the people in From were going to put you in some kind of promo picture with a number, because like I think Kenny and Christy, the actors that played them, were by like the numbers 7 and 8, and that people were wondering what those numbers meant.
I
and stuff like that.
Anything about this?
Yeah, there were
Really?
like all these
Yeah,
numbers. There were like Instagram photos with numbers, and the numbers kept appearing. And I don't
Really?
even know what they meant. They were like, you know how there's 4 and 7, but then it was like 7 and 8. You know how
Huh.
the card changes from 7 to 8 too? So people are like, oh, it's like the cards that were on the stairwell, and it was an 8, and then there's 4 and 7.
Yeah, there was an
And they
8
never,
on the
they never
stairs,
said
right?
what they meant. It was in between seasons 2 and 3, and nobody could figure out what it meant. And they're like, what does it mean?
No
Yeah,
idea.
the 4s and the 7s. The 4s and the 7s keep popping up on the show. And I don't know why, if there's got to be some reason why they're doing it, but um I was thinking, Doug, about like how they could incorporate your character into the next season. Like, and I thought of something that would be hilarious. For me anyway. I think it would be amazing. I doubt they would actually do it, but imagine if, instead of just having you show up randomly every once in a while just to kill someone, but otherwise being away, for off of the screen. Imagine if how every season there's a new arrival. That's pretty much tradition at this point. So I expect there to be a new arrival in town again in season 4. It's carrying on tradition. You get to see the place through a new perspective, and it's fun. I always enjoy that. Imagine if the new arrival in town. So I'll preface this with this. You know how the monsters glamour themselves to look like normal people. It's basically like a glamour effect,
Right.
and they look normal, their clothes are clean and all that.
Oh, I know where you're
The man
going.
in yellow. The man in yellow is some type of monster. Imagine if the new arrival in town is you, but looking like a normal person.
Right.
No dirty suit, just you, no crazy makeup, just you, and they think that you're a normal person, but you're actually the man in
He's got to
yellow,
have
and
the yellow
they don't
suit
know
though,
it.
like a full, beautiful, bright yellow suit.
That's a
Yes.
really interesting idea. Really interesting. If they did it, I don't think they'd put him in a yellow suit because like inevitably everybody would make the connection, right? They would just put him in regular street clothes, I think, and probably have me wear my glasses because hey, it worked for Clark Kent, didn't it? I
Yeah.
don't know. That's a really interesting idea that never crossed my mind, but yeah.
I would love that. I would lose my mind if they did that. I would be so thrilled. First of all, it would give you loads of screen time, and second of all, I just think I think it would be amazing because imagine the suspense that would build, knowing what you're capable of, and that you could transform at any time, but they would think you're a normal person just showing up in town, maybe in a perfect yellow suit or wearing something else, but yeah,
I think
I
it
would
would be
love to see that.
even better if it turns out it's like another Tilly scenario, that there's actually you're playing two different characters. So you've got the man in yellow, and then you got that one. So it's just gonna, because everyone's gonna know once, you know, if that was you that appeared on another bus or a boat or however, or parachuted in. I'm not sure what they would do next season. But yeah, like everyone's gonna, you know, people like us are gonna go, well, wait a minute, we know who that is. He was cast at this, so obviously he's the bad guy. They get you to do a few shifty little things here and there, and it turns out no, you were just a bloke that they happen to look the same.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that would also be an equally like you would probably get more mileage out of that one because both of these sound like sort of relatively short-term scenarios if they happened. But that one you could string out a little longer, I think, you know, if they actually were two different people, you know. And the conspiracy
yeah.
theorists in the group, like the Randalls of the group, would think, hey, that's the fucking man in yellow. And it's like, no, it isn't, man. No, it is. Like, yeah, who knows? I don't know. I have no idea. No idea at all what next year is gonna have in it. You know.
Or they take the form like you're just the first victim that we see from whatever the entity is that is the man in yellow. And then, you know, when your character killed Jim, maybe Jim is back in the next season, based on that, but it's your entity. Whether they do like a shape shifting sort of thing, because we know that they can like change their form.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Don't know.
Yeah.
Or ideally, you're in every episode. Give you as
See,
much screen time as possible.
I don't.
I
Yeah.
would love that.
I don't know. Yeah, like if I'm just going to be the one character, I don't know how they would manage to do that. But that's why John's writing the series and I'm not. You know.
Yeah. You know, because I've been racking my brain trying to think of how they're going to include you. Where does this go from here? If you think about it, the cliffhanger of season 1 and season 2, they both lent themselves, the main cliffhangers, they lent themselves to some pretty easy theory crafting. It was pretty straightforward. You had the cliffhanger of season 1, the big one. The biggest one was your wife shouldn't be digging that hole, Jim. And that lent itself immediately to people thinking, okay, maybe people are running this thing. Someone answered them on the radio. Someone's watching them. That sounded like a human. So you could easily make theories based on that. Okay, maybe this is an experiment and people are watching them. That was one of the people running the experiment. You could make theories. Then in season 2, there was Tabitha waking up in the hospital. You could easily make theories off that. There were people who were believing this is a simulation and she's going to go around the hospital and eventually find everyone else hooked up to headsets. That's something that you could easily make theories on. You, as the man in yellow, showing up and ripping out Jim's throat, that is not an easy thing to theory craft off of or to even begin to predict where they're going from that. It's a much more ambiguous cliffhanger than they have ever done by a mile.
I have to say though, with regard to the end of season 1, it never crossed my mind that that was a real human voice.
Yeah.
Never crossed. Like I would have dismissed. Like if anyone had suggested that at the time, I would have dismissed it out of hand. It's like, remember where we are. You know,
Right.
this whole idea that it's you know, like a CIA. Well, you know. And that's what I thought was really cool. That when they put that in season 2, you know, the whole thing of like Randall and Jim getting on the hobby horse of, oh, this is a CIA op, you know, or whatever, you know, some kind of psyops thing, some bizarre government experiment. I almost thought, you know, they put this in the script to show people how silly an idea that actually is, how silly a theory that is.
It is.
because it's patently full. I mean, it's so full of holes, you know. And Jim himself, when Randall starts floating that idea, Jim starts coming back with, "Come on, man, look around. Like how are they making these apparent humans turn into these monsters before our eyes? You know,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, those kind of special effects don't exist in real life. You know, I mean, like,
Yeah, and if
it's such an easy theory to shoot down. The simulation one, it's a little harder because, you know, there are a lot of people that argue that the universe as we know it is a simulation. So, you know, how can we say that this situation isn't if that's the situation we're all living in to begin with? But even that one, I it's like, no, they wouldn't. It's too cheap and it's too linear and it's too literal.
If they've got all that technology, like the ability to like move people in time and space, essentially, like why would they waste it on torturing people in a town?
Exactly. Like what a stupid purpose for it. It's like, no, the only thing that makes sense is that these are supernatural forces that are at war with one another. You know, I mean, like, it's just the series doesn't make sense otherwise, you know, or it's a cop out if that's where they go. So
I completely agree. But I do know, and I wasn't around in the fandom when this happened. That season 1 cliffhanger did lead to some theories about MK Ultra type things going on, some type of experiment. And yeah, I agree. It makes no sense, but I feel like it was in mysteries, they often do misdirect on purpose, and they want you to start questioning stuff like that. They want you to wonder about it. And it's the same with Tabitha in the hospital. Now, I never believed it was a simulation, but you know, that's a conclusion you could come to. But with the Man in Yellow, that is by far the most ambiguous cliffhanger that they have ever done. That's why I started really thinking, okay, where can they go from here? How can they move forward with this?
it
You know?
did spawn one obvious theory, and that is, you know, this is the big bad. And I'm inclined to think that's probably not where it's going to go, you know. That it'll be something subtler than that, something more complex than that. Like these other theories, you know, they're too pat, they're too simplistic, and they don't actually answer the questions that they're purporting to. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's all guesswork at this point, you know.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that thing because I was always like, oh, cool, Doug's going to be the new big bad of the show. And then I'm just like, would the big bad really go out of his way just to get rid of Jim? And then I sit back and think about it, I'm just like, I don't think he would reveal himself, especially if there's a story walker or whatever it is that's there. Surely he would be aware of that. And if he's aware of that, why would he do it at this time unless he was always supposed to? But then it's just like, then you start getting into timey-wimey, you know, sort of stuff and predestination and, you know, is a story already written going to stay always written? If that's the case, then it's not time travel. What's the point?
Right. Yeah. So I don't know. I just I think it would be amazing if they use the Man in Yellow as the new arrival. So that's what I'm hoping to see. Now it's a long shot. You never know. But I think it could work. I think it could work, and you could just pretend to be an ordinary person and live amongst them, and then you never know when you're going to actually turn. That would build a lot of suspense and tension. I don't know. I think it would be amazing.
There are lots of interesting ways you could go with that, because what if he is the Man in Yellow but is not aware of the fact? You know?
Yeah.
Thinks he's a regular guy, you know, who like when it's required turns into the Man in Yellow. But doesn't know when he's not the Man in Yellow, he doesn't know about his alter ego, you know? Kind of like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, you know?
Yeah.
That would be an interesting twist for sure. Yeah. Maybe he doesn't know, or he just puts on a nice guy act. All you would have to do is just be yourself, be your own nice self that we know you to be. You're, like, and you could charm the pants off of everybody in town, befriend them just like you do in real life, and then when they least expect it, drop the hammer on them. It would be amazing.
Possibly. I don't know. It's I mean, whatever it is, it's something they worked out a long time ago. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, and your the original version of you actually hates the color yellow. It's just
well, I don't exactly hate the color yellow, but I would never go out and get myself a yellow suit under normal circumstances. It's not a color I would choose for myself. I had one dress shirt that was yellow like decades ago. I remember I had one, but yeah, it's just not a color that there's certain colors I put on and I just look like I've got leukemia, and yellow is one of them. So, which works in the context of this character, I suppose,
Sure.
Although, I mean, you don't see my actual complexion when I'm in character anyway, because like there's a shitload of makeup going on there.
Indeed. Yeah. So I wonder if they do a time jump, which I'm predicting they're going to do a time jump to future Julie's time. That would be the only hitch. You'd have to look really different. I mean, and you do look completely different from the way the man in yellow was made up. For future Julie not to recognize you, you'd have to like that would be a little tricky, because I mean, the man in yellow looks completely different from you, of course, but is it different enough that Julie wouldn't recognize you as the one who ripped open her dad's throat? I don't know.
I'd have to change my accent. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You put on a hat. Put on a hat or some glasses.
The Cockney man in yellow.
Yeah. Oh man, I hope it happens. And it would give you loads of screen time. We could see you in every episode. I mean, just imagine. It would be phenomenal.
And that's the other thing. I have no idea, because I have no idea where the story's going. I have no idea how regularly this guy's going to be showing up.
Yeah.
But those are certainly interesting things to ponder,
For sure. Yeah, I hope whatever happens that it's more than, a quick, scene at the end. And I believe it will be more. It's like what that'll be, it's hard to predict. See, this is where I'm saying, like, even though I theory craft, it is very difficult to theory craft on where the man in yellow character goes from here. But that's what makes it so interesting and compelling. Makes me want to watch even more. I don't want to be able to guess everything that's going to happen. I love theorizing, but being surprised is the most fun for me. A nice twist. So yeah, it'll be exciting to see where it goes. Hey, real cinema therapy. She says a flashback of Man in Yellow as someone who got trapped there, and he's wearing a yellow suit because he was going to a party when he saw the tree. Yeah, that would be interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, he went for a leak and fell in the tree.
Yeah. Yeah. Panda said, I always wondered about the police detective that Victor's dad mentioned. Did he wear a yellow suit? Yeah, Victor's dad mentioned that he had a detective who was trying for years to find his family. Yeah.
Who
Never
died
know.
20 years ago.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, I completely agree with this. The yellow suit has meaning. I think he was a real person that became evil. The suit being dirty makes me think he lives under the ground in the dirt. I think the music brought him there. Yeah, and I think the dirt represents the sullying of his character. Because I believe the yellow represents hope. I've talked about that a lot. Yellow represents hope in the show, and he's a character who maybe was once hopeful and not evil at all, and not nefarious in any way, just corrupted over time, and that's what the dirt represents. Makes sense to me.
I like to look at it like a video game. Like every single time they do something, it gets unlocked. Like they said before, when they first got there, that the monsters would constantly scream, so you would always know where they are. And then they found the talismans, so they were able to go inside. So now they're silent. And now, you know, every time the town folks get a little bit of an upgrade, or they get a bit more information or a story or anything, it gets harder for them to do it. Like a video game progresses, you've now got the man in yellow who's not bound by being out at nighttime only, who can use communications, you know, like a radio and other sort of devices. Maybe there's going to be a slew of different colored people in different suits or something like that. That's just the next level.
Yeah.
Because we did see that Smiley did have the ability to run.
Yes.
When something was going, you know, when not Abby, Miranda was getting close to the tree.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the final level.
Yeah. Panda said the man in yellow should steal Jade's bicycle. Yeah, technically it's Clara's bicycle. He stole it from her.
She's still the big bad guy of the series, I'm convinced.
Well, I mean, Doug is an avid cyclist, so you know, that would work fine. He can steal Jade's bike and get around town that way.
Clary's Doug confirmed. There we go.
That's one thing I'm wrestling with. If I am going to be out there for a long stretch of time, I got to figure out some way to get my bicycle to Nova Scotia, because it's going to be a long time to do without it otherwise.
That's right. Yeah, you know, you'd be the people have to go up there and live there for a while they're shooting. So
depending on their schedule, yeah, sometimes you can be there for like, you know, 2 or 3 months at a time. But again, I have no idea about that, but we'll see.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder if they drive themselves up there. Like, how do they get around? Maybe, rent a car, I guess.
Well, that would be one option, because if you wanted to take a bunch of stuff, you know, it's hard to take a whole whack of stuff on the plane, you know, and that would be very expensive. And it's certainly, from management's point of view, it wouldn't be any more expensive to have somebody rent a car. You know, if you rent from one of the big firms, you can drive it there and leave it there in Nova Scotia. You know, you have to pay an extra fee for that, but it's not a big deal. So yeah, I could rent an SUV, take my bike and a whole bunch of other shit, you know. We'll see.
That would be a long drive. I mean, that must take forever if you were to drive that distance.
That would be a couple of days drive for sure.
Yeah, from Toronto.
Yeah.
Hey, Bill Chill is here. He said the man in yellow is the only taxpayer in From.
Anyway, Julie, I've got to head off. I've got to get ready for work.
Okay, Grant.
Thanks for having me on, and yeah, good luck with everything, and I'll see you when I see you next time.
Okay, take care.
Thanks, Grant. Appreciate you. Let's see. I really like this Shadow Skulk. I still think From is a mirror dimension, or a dimension outside of time, that many different cultures and peoples derived some of their lore and belief systems from. That's really interesting. I like that. I look at it like a kind of mirror dimension myself, mirroring the Camden, Maine area specifically, with the lighthouse and the mountains. That's a very Camden, Maine, you know, that's a Camden, Maine look. That's unique. You don't see a lot of areas that have mountains near lighthouses, but Amy thinks the man in yellow might be who the monsters made a deal with. Yeah, that very well could be, you know, like the mayor of Fromville originally. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a theory that popped up almost immediately after the season 3 finale came out.
Yeah. Like, so different type of elevated level of monster, the deal maker. So it could be. Doc said, are you going to wear yellow to the charity event? But you don't own any.
I don't have any yellow, Doc. The only yellow I've got is him. So, you know. And I won't actually be wearing him, but I will have him with me. So there will be some yellow represented at the charity event. Let me put it that way.
Nice. Jay Sleek. Hey, he says, hey, Julie. Hey, Doug. Nice to see you.
Hey, Jay Sleek. Yeah.
Um,
The only thought I've had about, like, what are they going to do with me is it would seem a bit boring if I'm just going to show up to like kill people from time to time. And if he just kind of the way Katri shows up, to chat with Boyd, if he just shows up to mindfuck people, like in conversations, that's a way that they could bring him back without having to necessarily always use him as an instrument of death. I don't know.
oh, yeah, he could show up as a vision, as one of these entities that appears in visions. Yeah, that I never thought of that, but that's possible. That's possible. Because yeah, I really hope that he's not just going to show up a couple of times just to kill people. I
Yeah,
hope there's more to it.
no, that would be, again, too linear, too simplistic, and not at all in keeping with the way this place works.
Yeah, and him and the man in yellow in a painting kind of brings up that he's kind of akin to the boy in white, you know, in a vision. Could be in a vision, could have been in Miranda's vision.
Yeah, like one could argue that his first appearance is similar to the boy in white spontaneously appearing the way he does.
Yeah. You know, actually, that makes me think like, okay, if he does appear as a vision, who would he be appearing to? Well, I'm predicting that there's going to be a time jump and we're going to pick up wherever future Julie's time is, whether it's 6 months from now, a year. I think it'll be a time jump. And if that's the case, I think it would be interesting if he's a vision, well, he would be appearing maybe to Julie to torment her because she knows what he is. So, he could show up and taunt her and, you know, she's going to keep trying, wanting to save her father. So that could be a way that he manifests.
And because it's in the future, she may easily be only one of many people who know he exists.
Yeah.
I mean, she's the only one who comes back to report to her dad about it, but from whatever time period she's come from, this may be common knowledge for all we know, that this
Yeah.
guy is part of the landscape now.
That very well could be. So I can't wait to see what they're gonna do with it. And I'm gonna start making some prediction videos. Pretty early to do it, but I already am trying to think of ideas. And JT Moore says, "Is Martin a reincarnated Boyd?" That's how Martin knew what Abby had said. I think he just I think that he's just the entity, the big bad or whatever, gave him that information, put that in his head. You know, it was using Martin as a mouthpiece because that's the only way Martin could have known about Abby. That's the way I took it, but you never know.
Yeah, I just sort of accept when those kinds of things happen in the series. I just kind of accept, Martin is clearly a supernatural being of some kind,
Yes.
who's been there. I mean, the fact that he's been chained to the wall for 200 years and isn't dead yet tells you everything you need to know, right? So, of course, they're going to be getting information like the information they give to people like Sarah, the boy in white sending her that message, or the voices urging her to kill the boy. I mean, whatever information the powers that be decide they need to impart to these people can come from any of these beings that we've encountered. I don't think they necessarily have to be reincarnations of anybody or have any direct connection to any of the characters. This is all this stuff that they use to mind fuck the people in town is common knowledge for these entities. They know
Right,
about it.
exactly.
It was there. I mean, they know the whole story. So anytime they need to mess with somebody's head, they just pull one of those things out to manipulate them.
Exactly. It was a mind game. I personally don't believe Martin was even still alive. I don't think he was. I think he was just
Another
part of the
vision,
entity.
sort of.
Uh,
Yeah. Another
Exactly.
manifestation of the entity. Yeah.
That's what I think.
It's
Yeah.
kind of misleading to refer to them as visions because they're able to physically interact with people. Um,
I guess, yeah. Entities that appear to people like visions. Yeah. Grant said, opening scene, season 3, Martin and Doug driving into the town the day after the massacre. Meet Victor, fade to white. That would be great. Yeah, looking forward to seeing what happens. And let's see. Yeah, Dieter dropped the link to Real Cinema Therapy's channel and Mr. Grant Gregory's channel. Make sure to check that out. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. Um, yeah, so Doug, you've been doing a rewatch of From lately too. And it's really interesting what insights you can get when you watch it again. We're stalled in our rewatch, but we're gonna pick it up again soon. And yeah, I mean, are you finding are you finding a lot that you didn't pick up the first time? Is this your second watch through of it?
I think it's my
Or
third, actually.
your
Um,
third? Yeah.
yeah, because I watched it in real time when the episodes were coming out, and then I watched the whole thing again sometime later. So yeah, this is at least my third time through, if not my fourth. Yeah, I just
Yeah.
thought it would be a refresher course, just to go through it all again. And yeah, it's interesting to see scenes when you know where things are going to be in 6 episodes from now or whatever, and to be able to put them into that context. So yeah, inevitably you pick up on things that you didn't know at the time, and so that things have a different kind of resonance, when you know where this is ultimately headed.
Yeah, I really enjoy it. I've never watched a show like this where I enjoyed a rewatch this much because it's just so fruitful when you go back with the insights you have now and you see so much jumping out at you. The first time you watch it, you're more focused on the action and not as much on smaller details. And so yeah, it's amazing what rewatching can show you and help with understanding the mystery as a whole and start to put it together a little bit more. So yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, it's fun going back and redoing it, and it never really gets old. I'm on my third at the moment. I haven't watched it like 20 times like some people because I just found the show a year ago. But
Yeah, you and me both.
yeah, that's right.
Actually,
Yeah,
you
for
found
you
it
it was,
before me.
what was that?
I said you actually found. Well, no, I guess it was about a year ago that I started watching. Yeah, because it was the end of April that we shot that scene. So that's when I I had my first exposure to From, those first 4 episodes that I watched at the end of April.
That's so funny. Yeah, it was the same as me. The end of April is when I finished the first watch and joined the fan base. Yeah, same exact time as you. Yep. Um, yeah. I didn't realize. Yeah, I didn't realize that's when you shot it. Oh. Um, yeah. So
I know it feels like forever now, I mean, it was over
bet.
a year ago, so yeah.
I bet. I mean, and so much has changed since then. You've but you didn't even know all of this existed. This incredible fandom of the From the From community online, and you got thrust into that when the season ended so quickly, and it's got to be completely different. I mean, I mean, it's gonna be, I think, once you have more exposure and you've been on the show again in season 4, then things will be even crazier. You'll be getting hit up by more people with DMs and probably won't have time to respond to as many people. But, you know, I mean, that's just inevitable. Like the more exposure you get, the more people are going to pay attention to you and want to, message you, interact with you, and you can't respond to everybody. It's impossible. The From cast do what they can, and it's really kind of them. They're known for being interactive, but I mean, when you have that many followers, you can't possibly interact with everybody the way that you would like. But it's nice that they do what they can.
Well, it's funny, most of the stuff that I get now is just likes or comments on things that I've posted on Instagram. I don't get a lot of unsolicited messages right now. But of course, you know, the one episode I was in was released 6 months ago. So, I mean, that's not really surprising. But, you know, an easy way to get around that is the fan groups on Facebook, because it's easy for me to go on there and post stuff, you know, without necessarily it having to be a one-on-one thing with people. You know, I just post for the benefit of the group kind of thing. And yeah, I get individual messages from people on there as well, but not so much, you know, not all that much. I don't know how much that's going to change. I mean, I suspect you're right. It will increase to some degree, but to how much, you know, your guess is as good as mine, you know.
Also depends on how much you're featured in the show, but I mean, look
Of
at
course. Yeah.
Jamie McGuire gets a lot of attention, and he doesn't pop up very often at all. You know, he gets just a little bit, but he makes the most of the time that he does. He had about 2 lines in season 2, and that was it. It was, I like this game, and what was the other one? You picked a bad spot.
Yeah.
That was it. He gets a lot of attention. He really does. He has a lot of followers. I'm sure he gets a lot of DMs. So, you know, even if obviously, unless you do show up in town as a regular person, yeah, you probably won't be around all the time, but it doesn't matter. You can still make a huge impact. Uh, Just Me says, I will be sending you an unsolicited message soon.
I bet you say that to all the boys, just me.
No, no, this isn't. Jesse said if you contact someone, you're considered a creep. No, no, that's like the concept of sliding into someone's DMs. Like, yeah, you're being a creep. But if it's someone on a show, a character that you enjoy, then it's different. It's not like you're hitting on the person by DMing them, but there is a reputation for for that when people try to, even with celebrities, they try to slide into their DMs and hit on them and stuff. But you know,
And
it
it
happens.
depends on the nature. Like I don't mind getting messages from unsolicited messages from people at all, you know, but it depends on the nature of the message, because some of them are just stupid, you know, and I don't bother responding to messages of that nature. But you know, sometimes it's just people wanting to say, "Hey, I really like your work," or "Hey, you know, what else are you up to," or whatever. And I don't mind questions of that kind. You know, I mean, yeah, people are inevitably and honestly curious, for obvious reasons, you know, and particularly in my case because they know so little about the guy. You know, he's a complete enigma. And so, of course, that's going to generate curiosity, and it's only natural. I don't think there's anything necessarily creepy about it. I mean, if I start getting messages like "What are you wearing?" you know, that's something else. But fortunately, that hasn't been happening. I got a message from someone who was pretending to be Avery, I think. You
Oh
know,
no.
yeah, and the first message, you know, had the word "darling" in it. So, I mean, warning bells were going off right from the start. I thought, yeah, this is someone just pretending to be Avery, you know. But that
Well,
kind of thing has happened very, very rarely, you know.
social media is absolutely inundated with fake accounts of celebrities. People, the more famous you are, the worse it is. And it's crazy though. It's really annoying actually. So, um,
Yeah, apparently there are all kinds of people pretending to be me, you know.
wait, are there really?
This is what people tell me. Yeah, I've never seen it myself. I did tell you about there was a guy on one of the Facebook groups who challenged me to prove that I was the real guy. And I said,
Yeah.
believe what you want, you know, like fuck off. In other words, I really I don't feel the need to prove to anybody who I am. Like that's not my job, you know. Do a little homework.
Yeah. It's just it's oh, Scarlet's back. It's the way things are now. Unfortunately, there are a lot of people with too much time on their hands making these fake accounts, and I don't know if they're bots or if they're real people, but it's really annoying. I get a lot of when I comment on stuff on Facebook, I get loads of like The Handmaid's Tale, for example. Bradley Whitford. There will be like a 5 different Bradley Whitfords commenting on something I said. I'm like, you're not fooling anybody. Seriously, why even bother doing this? It's stupid. And yes, Boo decided to make a little cameo. Dieter, to answer your question, Boo is doing much better. She's almost done with her antibiotics, and she's back to normal. So
And she's
yes.
no longer wearing the cone of shame, I see.
Nope. The cone of shame is gone. Thankfully, that was only one night because she was pitiful. Can't get very comfortable sleeping like that, and trying to eat was just hilarious, watching her try to eat. Oh, hey there, 40 Stephanie. She said, I keep telling my son and daughter-in-law to give From a try, telling them they would be hooked. Finally, they did recently, and we're hooked. Most of us are trying to get our families to join in. That's awesome. Yeah. Spread the word about this amazing show. The more people
Nailed
we can get watching it.
it.
Huh?
The prediction. She nailed it.
Yes. Amazing. Oh, hey, Tony. Hey, Tony. Tony was on with me last night for like 4.5 hours breaking down The Last of Us. It was amazing. We had a great time. Nice to see you, Tony. If you wanna call in, let me know. I'll send you a link. He says, Dougie Fresh, question for you. How do you feel acting has changed over time? Studio era, was it better? Actors did have more work but less control. Were those actors better skilled?
Impossible questions for me to answer because I know about as much as the average layman does about the studio era. Most of that was before my time, for starters. And having had so little personal experience of that arena, it's hard to really comment on that in any intelligent sort of way. As to whether actors are better skilled or were better skilled than the ones we have now, I don't think that's something you can ascribe to an era. I think that comes down to the individuals. We had genius actors in the past. We have genius actors now, and we have some that aren't so good, and that's always been true as well. So I don't know if the studio era has really changed that. I mean, I was thinking of, one of the things that was really a major element of the studio era was how carefully crafted public personas were, but that's still true today, maybe not in quite the same way. Thanks to the internet and stuff like that, we know a lot more of the real dirt about celebrities than we used to in the past. But, public relations people are still, doing very well for themselves, making a very healthy living, looking after the public images of movie stars. So I don't know if that has really changed so much. Maybe the way we do it has changed slightly, but there's just as much of that going on now as there always was, I think.
Yeah, and the way that TV has changed is amazing. I think TV has evolved now to be much more cinematic and higher quality, more intellectually challenging, not dumbed down entertainment in like a lot of TV used to be. I mean, there's been amazing TV for since it began, of course, but there was an awful lot of dumbed down entertainment. That's why we got terms like the idiot box. But it's so different now. It's been different for a while, and From is one of those shows that is more cinematic. It has so much depth to the level of film. You can analyze it on the same level. It's equal. So I love that. I love the way TV has evolved.
And that really started, I think, with the streaming services, HBO being one of the first ones, where suddenly you didn't have to worry about network censors and all of that stuff. And yeah, you didn't also have to adhere to that incredibly restrictive schedule that network TV imposes on you. You know, the boundaries are a lot freer, or at least they were, I think, initially. And yeah, you could afford to take, you didn't have to fit something into 48 minutes. You know, you could make it an hour and 10 or an hour and 20 if an episode needed to be. And it kind of freed the medium up in a lot of ways.
Absolutely. Yeah. The time constraints are different, so they can feel free to make it as long or as short as they like. So you see a huge variety in the length. Some episodes of a show might be maybe 30 minutes. Some of them might be almost an hour. Whatever story that they wanted to tell, they can do it. They have more freedom to do that, and yeah, that they're not a slave to the censors and the sponsors as much now. So I think that's a great point. It freed up the ability of the people making these shows to elevate the quality. I did
Mhm.
hear something that kind of troubled me recently, that Netflix, um, apparently Netflix is going to try to produce shows that are more tailored to, I don't know how they put it, but um it, make them
Scrollers,
less
phone scrollers.
what's
Like,
more tailored to
there
scrollers.
was an
Yeah.
interview with Justine Bateman. She was working on a show, and she said that they wanted her to dumb down what she was working on because people have to be able to be on their phone and still figure out what's going on in the show.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yes, exactly. That was my reaction.
Right?
I mean, a good show, you want to put the phone down and give all your attention.
Yeah. I don't like that. I don't want Netflix to be doing this. Like we got something, we have something amazing going now, and so I don't want to see TV get dumbed down again. Not after we've come this far. You don't need that. Yes, you need an attention span to really focus on a show like From, and appreciate the nuances and pick up on the clues. That's a good thing. Let's not change things now. So yeah, I didn't like to hear about that. Um, I mean, like, let's challenge people. Let's really challenge people's minds. I like a good challenge. That's why I do this channel. That's why I cover these shows. It's always challenging, intellectually stimulating shows that make you think, that you have to pay attention to and dissect. Um, so yeah,
And
hopefully that won't.
those are the kinds of series that inevitably end up creating cult followings, you know, the original Star Trek series being an obvious example. You know, I mean, by today's standards, you watch it now with the benefit of 60 years hindsight, and you go, wow, a lot of this stuff is pretty, you know, cliche or simple or whatever, you know. I mean, societal standards were very different, but in its time, it was really groundbreaking TV. You know, things like the first interracial kiss on TV happened in Star Trek, the original series. The fact that they had officers on the bridge who were officers of color, you know, and that was something that Gene Roddenberry insisted on. And the issues that they dealt with, I mean, they dealt with racial violence, they dealt with the Vietnam War, they dealt with nuclear war, they like all these really pressing societal issues, you know, and they managed to do it in an hour-long network TV program under the restrictions that existed at that time, which were huge, you know. And what it was, you know, they had a stable of really good writers, many of them published science fiction writers, who were not dumbing down what they were writing. They were doing the opposite, you know. And it's those shows, the ones that try to appeal to the smart crowd out there, that seem to have staying power over time, even if it's not recognized in the time. I mean, the one thing about the original Star Trek series was they always suffered in terms of ratings. They were always right on the cusp of being canceled, you know, but they had such a loyal following, and such a vocal loyal following. I think, if memory serves me right, they were going to cancel the series after the second season. And this huge letter writing campaign kicked in. And that convinced CBS to invest in one more season, and then they finally canceled it after the third season. But then look what happened after that, you know. Let's see. The last season was 68. It was almost 20 years later that the Next Generation came out. And that came out on the strength of the first couple of movies, you know. But I mean, it found its footing in the cinema, and then back on TV, and then all the other Star Trek series that have been happening ever since. And all of that stems from the fact that these guys refused to follow the standard formula of dumbing things down for the great unwashed out there. And I've always believed that, you know, if you create something interesting and challenging and intelligent, it will find an audience, you know, because there are lots of people out there who are starving for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, yeah, even going back a long time, of course, there were shows that were stimulating, and it's amazing. Thankfully, they were able to get shows like that made. Because unfortunately, that was not the norm. And you know, at shows like, I mean, I hear Twin Peaks is an example of a show that was deeply challenging and
Perfectly.
cinematic in quality. So I think I'm gonna really enjoy that once I dig into it
Yeah,
after
we
I
gotta get
finish
on that.
Lost.
Gotta get on that, Julie.
Yeah.
We gotta have a watch party.
We should. I was
Yes.
thinking about that the other day. I was thinking about watch parties. We should have a watch party where we watch the pilot of Twin Peaks. I think it might be 2 hours long, if memory serves me right. But even if it's just an hour,
We have to find the one without the European ending, because there's two of them. There's the ABC version and then the European ending that's more of a movie with a different ending.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. I've actually got the entire series on DVD, but I've never gotten around to going back and watching them again. And I tried to see if I could play them on my computer, but my computer won't play DVDs. I can burn DVDs on it, but I can't actually play them. Because I could have done it on Discord if I could play them on this thing, but I can't, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was the weirdest thing. Up to like the current sets, there was no pilot. So what you had to do was you had to watch a European pilot, pause it before 15 minutes before it was done, then watch the end, you know, and catch up on the TV version, like the recap. It was wild and crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you'll kind of know who did it if you watch the European version, because they made it with a movie with an ending.
Mm-hmm.
So you get to know in a roundabout way who killed Laura Palmer.
Interesting. Yeah.
Pilot?
Well,
what?
In the European pilot, you get to find out who killed Laura Palmer? Is
yeah,
that
they shot an ending for it because they didn't know it was going to be picked up for a series, and they wanted to market it to Europe, so they made it a movie. You don't know completely who killed her, but a part of it is exposed. And if you haven't watched it before, I wouldn't want somebody to just stumble into that and go, okay, well, that character's involved. You know, it's like, you know. But now I think if you find it in streaming, you could probably find it, but you just got to make sure you're watching the right pilot.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I definitely would love to do watch parties for that. That would be great. So let's plan on doing that. And I really I know I've got to dive into this show because it's kind of like the grandfather of the kind of shows I cover. It was a pioneer at the time. It was groundbreaking.
It
So
certainly was.
Yeah, there's a podcast called Evolution of Horror that has they've been doing all of Twin Peaks, Fire Walk with Me, The Return, and even the Missing Pieces and some other things like that. And the books, the Secret Diary of Laura Palmer, and the one that was the Files, the Twin Peaks Files or whatever that one was that was released with The Return. And it's funny because one of them is a huge David Lynch fan, has seen Twin Peaks like 20 times, and the girl who's watching has never seen it before. So he's kind of kept his mouth shut and not spoil anything for her, and wants to know like who she thinks who did it and different plot lines and where they're going. So it's really interesting to watch that. And I hope I can do the same for you, Julie.
That would be
I hope I
fun.
can get you that experience.
That would be so fun.
And the funny thing is, I mean, yes, of course, that's sort of the driving engine of the plot is who killed Laura Palmer, but ultimately it doesn't really matter. You know, one of the things I loved was
At least that's what Lynch thought, because David Lynch was like, he could have just let that go forever.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have cared.
Shortly after the series started, these T-shirts started popping up all around North America that said, "I killed Laura Palmer," which I thought was pretty awesome.
That's awesome. Oh, I've got to highlight Tony's question here. Tony wanted to know, he said, I'm doing a live stream on this topic Friday night with like your opinions. What is the greatest spin-off series of all time?
Oh,
my vote would be for Frasier.
I was going to
personally.
say I would have to pick Frasier.
Really? You too?
Yeah. Oh, the writing on that show was so witty. It was so brilliant. You know, and I don't watch a lot of sitcoms. I really don't. There's something about the format that kind of puts me off, but that one was like head and shoulders above everything else. It was so literate. Yeah.
It's brilliant. The writing of that show, yeah, probably the most literate, intellectually stimulating and witty series I've ever seen. And just, you know, the characters, I loved how it's intellectual, but at the same time, it's making fun of how pompous they are.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. And the fact that they were able to do this as a spin-off, it's highly unusual. I mean, I know there are lots of successful spin-offs, but Frasier managed to go the same amount of time as Cheers.
Mm.
It equaled it 11 seasons, I believe, and won loads of Emmys. And it was just an amazing show in its own right. And who would have ever thought, you pluck this one little supporting character out of Cheers and turn this into an entire series, and it was a masterpiece. So, I mean, there were episodes that were straight up farce.
Oh, I was going to say they managed to do farce in 22 minutes. And I can tell you, having been writing farce for decades, that I can't imagine anything more difficult than writing a farce that works. That's 22 minutes long. That's just astounding to me that they pulled that off.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
You know the one I mean? The episode I mean that took place at the ski lodge?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The ski lodge one. It's famous. That's a famous one.
Farce, you know? And I mean, you know, the thing is, you go to see farce in the theater, and yeah, they tell those kind of stories, but it takes them 2 hours to tell them, you know, or an hour and a half, whatever, you know, to actually be able to create a situation with the setup and all the characters that you need and all the complications, and then a great payoff at the end in 22 minutes. That's like really, really brilliant short story writing, you know, and most novelists will tell you the hardest writing to do is short stories.
Right. And my favorite episodes were the ones like that. Episodes that, you introduce a situation that becomes increasingly absurd, and it escalates and escalates. There are misunderstandings layered upon misunderstandings and mishaps, and then it just, it ends with like an absolute climax of absurdity, and it's genius how they pack that into 22 minutes. It really is. So I've never seen another show like it, and yeah, there were so many classics. I mean, there was one episode where it was one of the Christmas ones actually, and Frasier was trying to convince no, he was pretending that he was dating somebody who was Jewish, and his girlfriend's mother didn't want her dating someone who's not Jewish, and so he was pretending to be Jewish the entire time, and then the entire episode just escalated. It was Merry Christmas, Mrs. Moskowitz. That was it. it just got more and more absurd. At one point, Niles showed up dressed as Jesus because he was going to be in a Christmas what do you call it? It
Pageant.
was going to be a pageant. He's going to be in a pageant, and he shows up dressed in full Jesus outfit, and Frasier's trying to pretend he's Jewish. Describing it does not do it justice. You have to actually watch it. You have to watch it, and it's just genius. That's all I can say.
I have a question for Tony. If he's around, because he said he was watching his TV. I was wondering if he means a spinoff actually comes from another TV show, or can it be a movie and then a TV spinoff from that TV show, like a MASH or What We Do in the Shadows? I know he's not here, but I think that
counts.
I assumed he was talking
What We
about
Do in the Shadows then.
On off of other TV series,
Yeah.
Because What We Do in the Shadows is a great one. You gotta watch What We Do in the Shadows too, Julie.
What We Do in the Shadows. What's that a spinoff from?
What We Do in the Shadows, the movie.
Oh. Okay.
It's about vampires. It's got Jermaine Clement in it, who was in Flight of the Conchords, and Matt Berry, who's been on many, many shows, The IT Crowd, and Year of the Rabbit, and Toast of London. And they get a lot of funny people, and it's about vampires, and it's shot documentary style, and it's really funny. And it has like other people that were vampires, like it has Paul Rubens from the original Buffy the Vampire Slayer as part of the Vampire Council. It has Tilda Swinton in it. It has Evan Rachel. God, what is her name?
Evan Rachel Wood.
The one woman that was she played a vampire in True Blood. So they're all parts of this Vampire Council. So they have all these all these cameos from all these people that were vampires in different shows.
That's great.
And Blade. They have Wesley Snipes.
Wesley Snipes. Wow.
Yeah. So I mean, it's really
I'll add that to the list. Yeah, I'll add that to the list. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen Frasier so many times I can't even begin to tell you. That's probably why a big reason why I haven't seen so many things, so many movies, is because I watched too many of my favorites a million times, like Frasier. Um, there's one where they open a restaurant that's amazing too. And it just gets more and more absurd, and you got the slapstick humor. This is what I'm missing nowadays. There's no more of that type of comedy with TV anymore. You don't get farce or slapstick humor or situational comedy circumstances. You don't get that anymore. That's unfortunately that's the sitcom, and the sitcom is effectively dead. They did reboot Frasier, but boy, was that a letdown. They just can't equal that. They can't equal that. It seems like no one remembers how to write a sitcom anymore. It's like that's just a thing of the past. Dieter said, Doug, just want to let you know that I speak for everyone in here. We appreciate you and thank you for all the stories. We love it.
Well, thank you, Dieter. I appreciate that.
I completely agree. And yeah, everybody feels that way. We love it, and we appreciate all the stories and all of your time. Yeah. I've never watched Forever Night. I've never even heard of Forever Night, Shadow Skulk. So
that was a Canadian series, was it not? I think that was Garrett Wynn Davies was in that. I'll have to check that on IMDb. I never watched it, but I believe it was a Canadian series. Let me just see about that.
Yes, it was Canadian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was
Scarlet. Huh? I was gonna say, Scarlet, Tony answered your question from other TV series. But what's your answer? Better Call Saul, Angel, The Jeffersons, Maude, The Facts of Life. Those are all good spinoffs.
Yes, it was Garrett Wynn Davies. Yeah, he was the lead in that. I worked with him actually one season in Stratford. He was there for ages.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah,
anyway,
I've never even heard of that.
I'm going to have to, well, it was a while ago. It was back in the 90s. So, almost before you were born.
Almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I'm going to have to bail, though. I've got to get up in the morning and do some stuff. So I'll have to leave you Nighthawks to your own devices.
Mm-hmm.
Is your schedule still really crazy right now? Doing a lot of gigs and stuff?
No, it's that has settled down, but I've been, as you know, I repainted this place, and there are areas where the paint came out really blotchy, and I've been trying to get that straightened out. So I'm still doing that right now. But no, I just had a voiceover audition dumped in my lap tonight that I have to work on tomorrow, and I've got some stuff that I've got to prepare for next week. I've got a physio appointment on Friday, and my sax lesson Friday morning and stuff like that. So, things that I have to, that's something else I got to do tomorrow, is find some time to work on my sax. I told you I'm learning the, what's the name of that tune from the Eternal Lullaby. Yeah. I'm working on my sax. Yeah. It's really hard to play on the sax because I have to keep transposing it, because it's like written in about a 4-octave range. It's written for the violin, and you can't do that on a sax. So it's challenging given that and my limited skill, but I'm working on it. I'd love to be able to play it with David sometime,
Oh, that would be so cool. Oh my God. If you do that, you should like make a video of the two of you doing that together. Oh, that would be amazing.
Yeah, of course.
I would
You
love
will
it.
sound a whole lot better than I will, but still, it would be cool to do it together. Yeah,
Well, I mean, that guy's been playing violin forever. I mean,
no, he's head and shoulders above me in terms of his ability. So yeah, it would be a very unequal match, but still might be fun to do,
But you're so self-deprecating. You never give yourself enough credit for your skills.
No.
That saxophone you played for me for my birthday cameo was beautiful. And you didn't think, you still thought there were flaws in it. I was like, where are the flaws? It's amazing.
Julie, trust me, if a professional sax player listened to that, they would go, "Oh, this guy's a total amateur and he's not very good." Yeah, I mean, I'm just acutely aware of this right now because I'm back doing lessons again after 15 years of not doing them. And so it really is like starting from scratch, And there's stuff that I played in the past that I could play fairly easily that I couldn't play now to save my life because I've lost the ability, So yeah, it's not false modesty. It's like I'm just telling it like it is. I mean, David, it's clear from just hearing him play that bit that he plays in the series. It's like, this is a musician, I'm a hobbyist. They're two very different things. So,
Well, it was still beautiful. And not only did you play me the basic happy birthday, then you did a fancy jazzy version of happy birthday on it.
Well, yeah, that's totally required. You got to do that stuff. That's the whole point. I mean,
it was awesome. I wasn't expecting that. It was so cool. I loved it so much.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, I still play it. My birthday was over a week ago, and I played it last night on the live stream too because I just love this thing. It's so cool, and you were so dapper, and your tie, the hat. I love the hat. You got dressed up and everything.
Oh, it's my awesome. Blues man outfit.
What?
It's my blues man outfit.
Nice. Yes, it was so fitting. Sorry, what?
I usually wear that if I'm playing my harmonica.
Well, it fits. It suits you. It's perfect for that. So, yeah, it's amazing. And before you head out, Dieter wanted me to show you this quick little thing. It's just wait, let me see if I can get it really quick. It's where to go. Oh, here we go. He animated a little AI thing, which is really neat. He's got one with me and Boo going to the lighthouse, which is cute. And it looks just like Boo too. There's that one. Then there's wait, that's not, hold on.
I
See if
saw
I
the
can.
stills of some of these on Discord, but I haven't seen the animated versions.
Yeah. So there's that. There's this one is really neat. It's me and Doc
Yeah, I was
going
gonna.
into the forward tree. So yeah, Dieter's getting skilled at this, and he's got no experience doing it. And he's just been playing around with it, and I thought that was neat. I'd
Well,
love to
everybody who
actually
does
do
this
that.
says it's very easy to do. It's incredibly quick. You know, you can create songs, little short videos like this, like really, really fast. You know.
Yeah, it's amazing the technology. What I mean, look what Grant did for me with that video. It's just wild.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, everyone's saying good night to you in the chat. And you're welcome, Dieter. 40 Stephanie said, I'm trying to paint my bathroom and I suck at choosing colors. Yeah.
Well, I don't know
Blue.
what you would think of my choices of colors, Stephanie, because this place, an old girlfriend of mine refers to it as my purple paleontological palace. There's a lot of purple in this place. It's
Oh,
my favorite.
really?
Well, the walls
Purple.
behind me are purple. You know, it's a very
Yeah.
light shade of mauve, but yeah, it's mauve,
Mhm.
and my
Yeah.
couch is purple. There's a ton of purple in this place.
Oh, I love purple. That's awesome. I mean, and it's a light shade of it. I grew up right next to this crazy purple house, but everybody in the neighborhood hated it. I thought it was awesome. And if anybody needed to know, it was all known throughout the town I grew up in. You know, if someone needed directions to where I lived, I'd just say, well, you know, the purple house on Tollgate Road. Everybody knew it. It was bright, garish purple. They did that, they did it out of spite to the town because people were complaining about the dilapidated state of the house, saying that it was bringing down their property values. So out of spite, they painted the whole thing bright purple, and they went nuts with it.
Mhm.
Well, I'm not so fond of those particular shades of purple. I tend to go more for, you know, like a royal purple if I'm going to, you know. And in fact, Stephanie, I'm going to be redoing my bathroom, I hope, later this year, and the tiles are going to be purple.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, these people went so nuts. They painted their grill purple. They had everything in their yard was purple. They went all out. I thought it was awesome personally, but um, Panda said good night, Doug. Tuck in Mini Man in yellow for you. Jesse said, please don't rip any throats out tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm trying to cut down, Jesse.
Shadow said, I have an amazing night and great week, Doug. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And Scott says, good night. Sleep well and be safe.
Good night, Scott. And Trace, I don't know if you're still here, but if you want a copy of the book, just, you know, hook me up and we'll talk details. Good night, Jay Sleek. Night, Kelly.
And Amy. Oops. Trying to highlight Amy. There we go.
Good night, Amy.
Yeah. So thank you so much for joining. As always, it's always a pleasure. And hopefully we can have more chats before filming starts, whenever that may be.
And let me know if you're
know.
doing the movie watch on Friday. And if you want to do Twin Peaks, I'll be all over that. That would be awesome.
Yeah. I'll keep you posted. We're gonna figure out what the schedule is for the watch parties, and yeah, we can figure that out. Doc says good night as well.
Good night, Doc.
Yeah. And Dieter.
See you, Dieter.
Loads of yellow hearts. Love it. Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna miss these when you have to film. We're really gonna miss our talks and hanging out with you. But hopefully you come back and visit with us later when you have the time.
It'll be tricky when I'm
It's like the
working.
little people.
When we're shooting, you know, it always means early starts. You know, the typical call in the morning is like 6 a.m. So, you know, that runs entirely counter to your schedule. Although, you know, maybe when I'm getting up and getting ready to have breakfast, I'll be able to pop in and say hello. But yeah, it's kind of the opposite schedule to you guys. So it will make it tricky when I'm working. But, you know, that will never be for like huge, long stretches of time. in any given week or month or whatever. Like there'll be free time. There'll be time to connect. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, good. I'm glad because I've been thinking, yeah, you're going to be tied up for months, so we won't be seeing you around.
I don't think it'll be as steady as that. I think it'll be more intermittent, but I can't say that for sure, but that's my sense of it anyway.
Awesome. Well,
Great.
thank you again. Have a great night, Doug. Sleep well.
We'll talk very
Dream
soon.
sweet. Dream sweet.
Good night, all.
Guy too behind.
Oh yeah.
Snuggle.
Take care. See you later.
Bye.
Bye. Love having Doug here. Love having Doug here. It's always so much fun. Yeah, Man in Purple confirmed. Oh, I didn't see that before. That's great. Yeah, he's actually the Man in
Isn't
Purple.
that on the? I thought that was on the opposite of the color wheel. Wasn't somebody talking about how yellow and purple were on the opposite ends? Maybe that was just me having a conversation with myself about art.
Yes, yeah, yellow 4070 said purple, it would go well with my yellow tile. Cool. Yeah, apparently I've been hearing that a lot, that purple and yellow go well together, and I forget why. Like they complement each other in some way. So, I'm gonna be playing with that more with my thumbnails, and I've already started using yellow, but I'm trying to use purple too. Anyway, Tony had said, "Have you all watched Adolescence? What are your thoughts?" Um, I didn't see that. I missed that before Doug left. But Adolescence, I've heard stuff about it. It sounds like a very dark show. Very dark. Have you heard of it?
I haven't heard of it. What's it about? Do you know?
It's it's a Netflix show about a family whose 13-year-old son is arrested for murdering a classmate.
Hey.
The charges against him force them, it says, I'm looking at the synopsis. It says the charges against their son force them to confront every parent's worst nightmare. So pretty heavy. 13-year-old kid. I mean, and this kind of stuff has happened a lot, actually. We've had young teenagers committing murder and being tried as adults. So that's some heavy stuff. I don't know. That's too heavy for me. I've heard it's fantastic. It's got a 99% positive rating on Rotten Tomatoes. That's high. That's damn near perfect. And Tony keeps saying like this is gonna win all the Emmys this year. It's gonna win all the awards. Yeah. I thought I saw one of the Wahlbergs in it. I saw a picture that looked like one of the Wahlbergs, but maybe I guess it just looks like him. He has that slightly Wahlberg looking face, but no, it's not him, it's somebody else. Anyway. Yeah. I watch enough dark shit. I mean, like The Last of Us and The Handmaid's Tale. Those are some dark shows, and I'm covering them both at the same time. And
oh yeah, you were going to talk about that. Were you going to talk about Handmaid's Tale?
Yeah, I put it in my thumbnail last night too, but then I changed my mind and decided to wait. Because Tony joined and
Are you in good enough mood for it? That's what I'm saying. Are you at a high now so you can like crash that down with some Handmaid's Tale talk?
Yeah. Yeah. I honestly, yeah, I want to discuss some Handmaid's Tale. Maybe not yet, but in a little bit I would like to, because The Handmaid's Tale just dropped what I think is the best episode they've ever released, the penultimate episode of the series, and it's unbelievable. It's gonna alienate a lot of fans because they killed off a fan favorite character they killed off two really popular characters, but one of them, I think it's gonna cause some backlash. I wouldn't be surprised if people don't want to watch my videos. Like same thing as The Last of Us. There's gonna be probably a backlash against it, but not as bad as The Last of Us because there are a lot more characters in this show.
Well, they're
Main
not
characters.
they're not killing off Elizabeth Moss either, you know. But they just killed her off all of a sudden.
It looked like she was about to die.
Well,
But of
that
course,
looked
at the
like
last
she
minute,
was.
yeah,
There's a difference.
she was literally hanging from a noose, hoisted up in the air, and somehow she survived. This lady has the most bulletproof plot armor. You want to talk about plot armor? Forget Boyd.
Yeah.
June on that show has the most plot armor of any character ever. She has gotten out of so many life-threatening situations. She has gotten away with murder, literally, and still lives to tell about it. She was hanging from a noose, strangling to death, and at the last minute, she's saved. It's unbelievable. You can't kill her. Doesn't mean she won't die in the series finale, though. I think that's fair game. But I feel like they came so close to killing her in this episode. I feel like they kind of missed their chance. If they do it in the next episode, I don't know. Now I'm starting to think maybe she will survive. I was thinking she'll die in the finale, but I don't know. I think I would lean toward her dying, because it's time for her plot armor to run out. I think she goes out in a blaze of glory, dying for the cause as the revolution is underway. That's what makes the most sense to me. But well, we'll see.
It's just a spinoff.
There's a spinoff coming. She's not going to be in it.
Yeah.
But
because I know Margaret
she's not-
Atwood wrote more books than just The Handmaid's Tale. I can't
wrote
remember
the Testament.
Testament, yeah.
They're already developing a spin-off, The Testaments, and I won't say who's in it. Maybe it might be too much of a spoiler, so I won't say, but there is somebody from the show in the spin-off. Just one person, technically one person. There's someone else who's going to be played by another actress, and because she's a child in the show. Anyway, Montreal Interest, Men in Yellow and Jade duo. Let's go. This time dancing comes at a price. I didn't see that. Damn, I wish I had seen that when Doug was here. That's great. This time dancing comes at a price.
I also see you. He wanted to know if I saw him. I see you. Here's a bell for you. It's a little further down the chat.
That's great. Yep. Yeah, he was saying, what, notice me again? I saw that somewhere.
I noticed you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Through my device.
Yeah. Yeah, apparently purple and yellow are complementary colors. This is news to me. I just heard this.
Well, I guess it would be like blue and red mixed together against the other primary color.
Yeah.
I don't know that because I guess that would work with orange and green. Orange and blue. Yeah, orange and blue are. Yeah, okay. That works. Orange and blue.
Yeah.
I was going around combining them in my head. Orange,
blue. Yeah, blue and orange.
Yeah.
I hate orange though. That's my least favorite color. Hate orange.
I like it on things, but not on clothing. Like as a thing, on somewhere else. An object, perhaps.
There's some sports team that has blue and orange as their colors. I forget.
My high school colors were orange and black, so it was like great Halloween colors, right?
Yeah. And on From, I remember there was this weird thing where people were analyzing to death the fact that blue and orange popped up in 2 different scenes when Tabitha was in Camden, and I was thinking, What is the big deal?" Like, there was somebody wearing blue and orange outside the hospital, I think, and then when Tabitha met these 2 young women and asked to use their phone, there was blue and orange there, if I remember correctly, and I don't know, I think that was the rationale, another way that they were reasoning, that this is a simulation. So, oh, there's blue and orange in that scene, and then there's blue and orange in that scene, and so it's a clue that it's a simulation, but I don't buy that. I don't buy that. I don't think that was intentional. Maybe they did it to make us question. I don't know, but I didn't even notice it, and I wouldn't have noticed it unless someone said it. So yeah, it's tough watching. The Handmaid's Tale is
Dystopian
it's a
stuff. A lot of
huh,
dystopian things altogether.
but it's so satisfying to watch the revolution starting, though.
Yeah.
Finally, after years of watching these people suffer, there's revolution. It was the most satisfying, thrilling episode I have ever seen. Just to see this finally underway, it was like, uh, it was unbelievable. I mean, the moment that this kicked off, like, there was already there. I mean, I have so much to say on it that maybe I'll just bring up the photos and show you what I'm talking about because it was unbelievable, and there was nothing like, you
Do
know,
you have a Handmaid's Tale background?
I do. Yes, I do have an Handmaid's Tale background, which I can switch to, and yeah, there was this incredible moment where June makes a speech. Um, June makes a speech as she's about to be hanged or hung. How are you supposed to say it? Because hanged is not a word, but then I hear people use it when they're talking about hanging, by a noose. I don't like it. It doesn't sound like proper grammar. Hanged,
They usually
she's
say
being
hung by the
hung.
neck. To be hung by the
Yeah,
neck. Yeah.
yeah. I prefer saying that. That's proper grammar, but she's making an incredible speech. She starts it as a prayer. She says that she'll pray for forgiveness, and hold on, wait. Jesse says watching episode 1 of The Handmaid's Tale was the worst afternoon of my life. Oh man. Um it's dark, but boy, it's been worth it. It's been worth it. It's an incredible story, and now we're seeing these people rise up. It's a beautiful thing. The beautiful thing. Um, and and June makes a speech, and she goes from saying this prayer, pretending like she's just praying for forgiveness, but she's really praying for strength and for these people who are suffering under Gilead. And then she lowers her face, and she's like, um, these people, their hopes and their dreams matter. Yeah, please, have mercy on them. And she says, For they are good people." And she lowers her head and slowly lifts it. And her face, when she lifts her face, it completely changes to like beast mode, like fury in her face. And her tone lowers into this deep, angry tone. And she's like, so she goes from saying, "For they are good people," and she's crying, and then, "who for too long have been oppressed by evil." It is unbelievable. It is unbelievable, the tone switch. And she had been going on for like a minute in this earnest tone of prayer. "For they are good people." who for too long have been oppressed by evil. And then they put the noose around her neck to try to shut her up. And she fights it as much as she possibly can, grabs the noose, and she's yelling, rise up, fight for your freedom, fight for your freedom. Yelling at the crowd in front of her because there's a giant crowd watching her about to be hung. And she screams at them to rise up, fight for your freedom, and then they hoist her up in the air using a crane. It's not a normal hanging. They hoist her up really high in the air because they want to really make an example out of her in the center of it all. And then she screams with the close-up on her face, "Don't let the bastards grind you down." That's the last thing she's able to get out before she starts choking. And that's a callback for those who haven't watched the show. In season 1, when she was a handmaid, there was a carving on her wall. She was stuck in her room for weeks. They wouldn't let her out, and it was like psychological torture because of something that wasn't even her fault. And she was in her closet losing her mind, laying on the floor, and she saw "Noli te bastardes carborundorum." I don't
It's
know if
in
I'm saying
Latin.
that right. Yeah, in
Yeah.
Latin.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
it was carved by the previous handmaid who hung herself. She was in that household and she hung herself. But before she did it, she carved that for the next person who would be taking her place. And it
That's a,
means, "Don't let the
yeah.
bastards grind you down."
That sounds like V is for Vendetta when the person finds a note. And have you ever seen that movie, V for Vendetta?
No,
Yeah, there's a
I've
similar
never
thing
seen
where
it.
a character finds Natalie Portman's character finds a note. It's like a similar situation. We should put it on the list too, V for Vendetta.
Yes. Yes.
Make a
I
note.
think that's what I really need to see because I've heard amazing things about that. I've got to add that to the list.
Yeah, it has a similar vibe, definitely.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So remember, like, so knowing that context of it, "Don't let the bastards grind you down," that became her mantra um since season 1. And what a way to use that to call back that line. And if she had died, those would have been her last words. Unbelievable.
But she
Honestly,
didn't. But she didn't die.
but she didn't. Eh, But honestly, if they kill her off now, it won't be nearly as impactful because there's nothing that could be more impactful than that moment, and those would be her last words. Now that they used that, they can't do it again. They can't kill her off in another way and have her scream, "Don't let the bastards grind you down" at the last moment. So maybe she's gonna survive the series. You know, it was just the most badass thing I have ever seen. And it was harrowing to watch. They had me fooled, like maybe, just maybe, she's actually not going to make it. Like they're going to kill her off before the finale, but I just knew at the last moment somebody was going to have to save her because this is a story told from her perspective. And even the showrunner said, they admitted a couple seasons ago that nothing can happen to her because this is the Handmaid's Tale told from her perspective. So they can't kill her off. That's why she's got ridiculous plot armor. And she's looking around at her friends who all have nooses around their necks. I'm jumping ahead, but and by the way, none of these people die, just so you know. They all get saved. All of them. Every single person with a noose around their neck. They don't die. So spoilers for The Handmaid's Tale episode 9. This was unbelievable. She asks for permission to say a prayer, and she prays to God and talks about how these people's hopes and dreams matter, for they are good people. And they're all looking at her, and she says that she's failed her friends, and then it shows her friends. She's failed her family, and it shows her husband here in the crowd, Luke. And Luke is her hero in the end, not Nick. Luke. He shows up with other members of the resistance to start the revolution, to launch an attack. When I saw him in the crowd, I was like, oh my God, let's go. It's happening. It's happening. Let's bomb their asses. They have bombs, and they were just waiting for an opportunity to use them. And June was in this situation, and then you see members of the resistance show up, including June's husband, Nick, and this woman with a knife, and Rita with a gun. So okay, all right, they're gonna get saved. They're gonna get saved. Just have to get through this scene. So she's praying and she's looking up, and as usual, the direction was unbelievably good. She directed this episode. I don't know how you direct yourself this amazingly well, because she's the director, and this was unbelievable. She's the star of the show and the director. It was a tight close up on her face as she's crying and praying, and as she lowers her face, and this is like something out of a horror movie. Anytime someone wants to look really intense, they have them lower their face and then lift it up, and that look like this, that look of rage, it's also been used for psychopaths. So she's going full psycho right now, and it's amazing. She lowers her face, and her face completely changes. Who for too long have been oppressed by evil, and the venom in her, it was just so satisfying. Oh my God. And then they throw the noose around her, and she's screaming, rise up, fight for your freedom, fight for your freedom. And then there's this tight close up, don't let the bastards grind you down. Oh my God. It was unbelievable. The musical score kicks in, like it was firing on all cylinders. They killed it with this episode. I watched this scene over and over again. They hoisted June up in the air on a crane, and the rest of her friends are still just standing there. She's hanging from a crane, and then they launch an attack. Luke and Rita, like others, they throw grenades. They start blowing up the areas where the Guardians are. They attack. They've infiltrated the crowd, and they all attack. Aunt Lydia, by the way, Aunt frickin' Lydia, she's now on the side of the revolution too. Can't forget her. And so all of this chaos and pandemonium ensue. The handmaids all get out of their nooses, and so this is what we've been waiting for. This is what we have suffered for years to see. So I can't tell you how satisfying this was to see this happening, and it was successful. Like they managed to save everybody who was about to be hung and get them out of there. Unbelievable. And they killed some of those assholes in the process. And so they unhandcuff the handmaids, and they get out of their nooses. Meanwhile, June is hanging up there, so they've got to do something quick, because she's literally choking up there. I mean, this could have gone sideways, but Rita, you can see how really hard this is for Rita. Rita is not a fighter. This is not her wheelhouse. Rita is very gentle. She did not want to be a part of any kind of revolution, fighting, or anything like that, but she had enough. She had enough because Nick went back on his word, and he was going to get her family out, and now he just doesn't give a fuck anymore because June rejected him. So she's done. She's fed up. She joined the revolution. She's the one who wound up saving June. And it was hard for her. You could see it in her face. She had to kill the guy who was controlling the crane and get June down. The guy in the truck. She shot the guy. She ran over and pulled, knocked the crane thing down, and June June saved just in time. It's amazing. The thing drops her on the ground, and there's Luke. Luke is her savior, not Nick. Luke is her hero. He was the one who showed up for her in the end. It's always been Luke. It's always been him. And then the most amazing moment, like as they're fighting in the crowd, you had, people shooting at each other. Like Luke managed to grab somebody's gun, one of the guardians, and handmaids got in on it. They got some knives. They start stabbing guardians. And this was such an uplifting moment. Some American planes showed up, and so you hear someone in the crowd yell, "Those are American planes. American planes." And they showed up and started dropping bombs on Gilead. Unbelievable. I was just exhilarated watching this. It it made me think of the end of World War II when Americans, swooped in and liberated, showed up and liberated people who were held captive by, I can't say the word, but the German soldiers. If I say the word, maybe the stream could get taken down. But it's like their liberators are coming. Their liberators are coming. The American planes are here. The musical score was just soaring. They started dropping bombs on Gilead, and June is laying there, and she just looks up at the sky like in awe, like it's really happening. She's alive. She came very close to death, and this was very real. She very well could have died. This was not part of the plan. They didn't intend on getting caught. This was their plan going sideways. So she really almost died. And she's just laying there seeing the American planes show up, and you see that beautiful close up on her face. This show has always been a work of art, absolutely stunning visually, and that was like the best scene I have ever watched in the history of the entire series. I watched it over and over again. And of course, Aunt Lydia. Aunt Lydia has been a true believer in this cult from the beginning. And she's finally had enough too. I was like, go Aunt Lydia. There's nothing that can fully redeem her for torturing handmaids. Nothing. But I was cheering for her because, first of all, she let the handmaids go free from the Red Center the night before. And I predicted it would happen in my videos because she developed this deep maternal love for Janine, and she finally was starting to wake up to the fact that this system is just wrong. She was a truly drunk on the Kool-Aid person, and she believed that the handmaids were fallen women, and by being assigned to carry children and be sacred vessels, as they call it, that they were redeeming themselves for God. This was God's work. She believed that. And she did horrible sadistic things, but she's woken up now. And Janine was the key because she saw what happened to Janine. Janine lost an eye because of Aunt Lydia. Let's not forget. We can't ever fully forgive Aunt Lydia. Janine got her eye taken out in the very beginning for talking back at the Red Center to Aunt Lydia. But I mean, the way things evolved, Lydia developed this maternal love for Janine and wanted to protect her. Janine wound up being sent to Jezebel's, which is a place where they force people to be prostitutes. And Lydia was horrified, and that's what finally woke her up, to see the degradation and the abuse that Janine was going through there. There was no guise of religious dogma there. You couldn't gloss over that. This was the seedy underbelly of Gilead, the prostitution part. where they were forced to be prostitutes, and that was just the commanders being hypocrites. So I think that that's what did it. That woke her up, and you know, June went and she got Janine. June June killed Janine's commander, who was keeping her prisoner, and brought Janine to the Red Center, and told Lydia, you know, we've had enough. We've had enough. Janine walked up to her and said, "They hurt us. They hurt us. They SA'd us, and you gave us to them. So if you really want us to be, if you really want to save us, then let us go." And Lydia let them go. She let them leave the Red Center, and now she's being blamed for the rebellion that just happened. The very bloody rebellion that happened the night before, which was insane. Um, you know, June passed out switchblades to all the handmaids at Serena's wedding, and they went home. They they drugged the wedding cake with sleeping meds, and so when the commanders and their wives went home, they went right to sleep, and their handmaids killed them with the switchblades. Now Lydia is being blamed for that, and so she's about to be hung too, but nobody gets hung. Don't worry. For those who don't watch this, she's about to be hung too, and she asks, you know, they ask her, you know, to repent for what she did, and she begs God to forgive her and to forgive these. She said, "My girls, my precious girls, forgive them for what they've done." And this is where she blew me away. I lost my mind. She said, "Forgive them for what they've done, for they have been prisoners of wicked, godless men." Oh my God. I, I mean, I, I never thought I would be cheering for Aunt Lydia, but wicked, godless men. She has finally woken up that these men are not men of God. They've perverted. And that's what June said too. I forgot part of her quote. When June was about to be hung, she said, you know, she said, rise up, you know, these people have perverted his word, meaning God's word. They've perverted it. They're hypocrites. And Lydia sees that now. Lydia sees that now, and it's amazing. It's amazing. I was thrilled with that line. And June was shocked as hell too. She was not expecting that out of Lydia. June's face was great. So yeah, so they were gonna hang her too, but everyone got out. Not a single person, not a single one of these people had to die. It was a beautiful moment. You know, she came over onto the right side. She woke up. She can never make up for what she did to these women when she was still brainwashed. She did torture them, and they suffered because of her. But she's woken up now, and Janine looked really grateful. They showed a close up on Janine's face, tearing up at what Lydia just said on their behalf. Because I mean, Janine has some kind of weird, twisted affection for her too. It's a very strange relationship that they have, but it's like a weird mother-daughter relationship. But yeah, in the end, Lydia did the right thing, and she came over to the right side, and she didn't do it to save herself. She didn't do it for any selfish reason. She just finally woke up. It was a beautiful thing. So that was my favorite scene I have ever watched in the history of the show, and I thought they slayed it. And when they showed Luke and Rita at the back of the crowd, I thought, okay, now we're talking. Shit's about to go down. They made their way through the crowd, and you just knew Okay, they have a plan. They're going to get them out of this. It was unbelievable. So, revolution is underway now. And I think the fact that these guys were about to hang a bunch of handmaids is going to cause more people to join the revolution because these people are they're actually a lot of the regular general public, the regular people, they believe that the handmaids are sacred vessels and it's a sin to kill these fertile women who can actually carry children within this fertility crisis. You could hear them murmuring in the crowd. They're killing handmaids? They can't do that. This is a sin. So that's going to turn more people against Gilead. This idiot, Wharton, made a big mistake bringing up all those handmaids and almost killing them all. So yeah, the unfortunate thing is I want more of the revolution. I want to see more, but we're not going to get to see much because the series is ending next week. Will be the finale. So all we're seeing is the beginning. June told Wharton in this episode, this is the beginning of the end. That's all it is. It's the beginning. And anyway, don't let the bastards drag you down or grind you down. Let's go. Yes. 40 Stephanie. It was a beautiful thing. I loved it. I loved it. Um if you can get through the first 5 episodes, then you will understand why people get hooked. Exactly. Like it's a harrowing show, but you get hooked on it just watching them struggle to survive in this hellscape and rooting for June as she starts committing rebellious acts pretty early in the series. She's yeah, Elizabeth Moss is amazing. You know, the look she gives, you can feel her. Exactly. I mean, feel what she's feeling, and that's why she's in another league. Oh yeah, she's amazing. She should still be winning Emmys for this. The first season that it came out, she was winning Emmys. They all won Emmys. Like the show won a bunch of Emmys, but I don't think she's gotten any for a while. And for this season, they damn well better get nominated and win some Emmys. Seriously. Um, yeah. Yeah, the villain? Who's the villain? I'm not sure who you meant, Muncher Luncher, because I'm behind the chat, but June right here is the heroine of the story, but she looked terrifying because she was full of rage, deservedly so. Yeah, deservedly so. Um, yeah, from now on, everyone get to keep their prostitution money for themselves. Yeah, to disobey is death. Um, yeah, it's Dieter, it's not like we're watching this because we enjoy seeing women get abused. It's not like those movies that are torture porn or something. It's a really important and powerful story that this show is telling, especially in times like this, the times that we live in. It's it's really it's a message that people need to hear. It's scary how fundamentalist extremist groups very well can take over a country and take away people's rights. So it's a kind of cautionary tale, this show. And people say this kind of thing could never happen. Well, it could. It could. And I think it's an important story that needs to be told, you know? So I had to discuss that a little bit because it's it's a masterpiece. I loved it. And I'm really looking forward to what they're gonna do in the finale, but I don't know where they can even go from here. Um, I don't know where, like, how do you follow an episode like this? I just don't know. It's it's crazy to me. This felt like it could have been the finale, actually, but there's still one more. 40 Stephanie is a Handmaid's Tale super fan. Yeah. I've been watching it since the very beginning, since 2017, and I never um I never had an outlet to talk about it, to share my ideas. I always watched it by myself, and so it's really cool now. This is the first time I've been able to discuss it with anyone online and share my ideas, and I've been really enjoying making videos every week. I every week I've been putting out deep dives on each episode, and it's just it's crazy because I started watching it when it premiered in 2017. I never would have thought one day I'd have a channel and I'd get to make videos and share my ideas. So it takes me a long time to make these videos because I have a lot to say that I've been wanting to say and nobody to talk to about it for a long time. So my latest video is on episode 8 from last week, and I released that at the very last minute on Monday. So that's on my channel on the latest in the latest video section. And it's a deep dive into episode 8, and also I discuss the fact that June no longer has plot armor. So she might not make it through the finale. Now, because they almost killed her in episode 9, I feel like it might be kind of it would be less impactful now. If they kill her in the finale, kill her off, how can they do it in a more badass way than this would have been? I mean, I have to it, I think at this point, if they were going to kill her, I think this would have been the way to do it. There could be nothing more epic than her making that speech, you know, for they are good people who for too long have been oppressed by evil. Her delivery of it was unbelievable. She's like, sorry about that. I forgot when I switched devices that I needed to actually, the heck? I forgot when I switched devices that I needed to actually plug it in. I had the wrong device plugged in. Oops. Anyway, I'm back. I'm back. Um, yeah, yeah, I'm back. I switched devices, but this one wasn't plugged in. No, don't go, Frank. Oh, Julie. No, I'm back. It wasn't long. Uh, story walking. Yes. Um, Scott said this is more like a drama torture, a slow suffering in peak moments. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Um, I saw on a program about this show that the biggest demographic is women by a lot too. They never explained that though, sadly. Oh, I'm not surprised that the biggest demographic is women. That doesn't surprise me at all. Because it's fundamentally a show about the oppression of women and taking away their rights. So, you know, that doesn't surprise me. 40 Stephanie said, please try, and it's hard to explain. I did watch 3 episodes and quit because it seemed brutal, but I started again and I'm so glad I did. Yeah, it's it's a work of art. It's a work of art. Just the cinematography, the direction, the art direction, the writing, the acting, it is truly a work of art. I've never seen a show so aesthetically gorgeous as this one. I really haven't. Are you gonna stream the next episode? Yeah, yeah, so I actually streamed the episode from this week in my Discord after it dropped. So yeah, I would love to stream the finale of the whole series in the Discord next week. It drops it drops Monday night. So to do that, I might have to move my Last of Us live stream to a different night because The Handmaid's Tale drops on Monday night at midnight and it's the finale of the whole thing. So yeah, I want to do a watch party. So if you want to watch with somebody, I'll I'll do a watch party. If anybody wants to watch, I'll do a watch party next week for the finale. Um anyway, we need AA here. Where's AA? AA loves this show. AA was like, "You got to do a stream just on The Handmaid's Tale." And I said, "I don't think so." I mean, I said I'll discuss it on one of my live streams, but I just thought, if I do a live stream only on The Handmaid's Tale, I don't think enough people would want to hang out because a lot of people either never watched it because it was too much for them, and I understand, or they watched it and they couldn't take it anymore. It was too much suffering and so they gave up on it and I understand that completely. Totally get it. But I'm I'm really glad that I've been there all the way through. You know, it's I mean, we all watch dark shows all the time, if you think about it, From and Severance, The Last of Us. They're dark shows about people going through severe trauma and finding their purpose in the midst of it and learning how to survive. This one is just darker than the others. I mean, I admit it is darker than those, of course, but there's oddly levity in it occasionally. There's some levity in it. Bradley Whitford. Oh, Bradley Whitford. What a performance he gave in this episode. He's amazing. He's always been one of my favorites on the show. I love his character. He's so witty and irreverent. He's got the best lines of anybody in the show and the way he went out in this episode was just perfect. Perfect. Um, oh, that'd be great. Yeah, if you want to join, I'll stream it when it drops at midnight, and we'll just move The Last of Us. I think I'm definitely gonna do it. I didn't put a lot of thought into it, but now that I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna. Boo is here again. The Last of Us live stream, I will move it next week again, like I did last week. No, this week I moved it. I don't know even what week it is anymore. So next week, The Last of Us live stream, I'm gonna move it to either Tuesday or Wednesday, and Monday night, I want to see that series finale right when it drops. If I do a live, then I won't be able to do that. So I'll set up a watch party for next week. Is it darker than dark? Yeah, it's darker than dark. It's about as dark as it gets, a dystopian society that, you know, involves a systematic SA of women uh, because of a severe fertility crisis, and they justify it with religion. But but they were all a bunch of hypocrites. A lot of them really believe this religion. They believe that it's justified in their religion, but then there are a lot of hypocrites too, and the handmaids have to have children for all the infertile women. So yeah, Schindler's List was very dark but very real too, an actual man that saved many people. I've never seen Schindler's List. Yet another one I haven't seen. But yeah, I've heard about it though. And yes, Stephanie, we watch movies where women are brutalized, unfortunately, we do. And yeah, they did an amazing job starting the revolution with this episode. I mean, they really started it in episode 8 with the wedding where they poisoned the command. Well, they drugged all the people. They drugged them with sleeping meds in the cake. And then the handmaids took switchblades and they went home, and that night they killed a bunch of commanders and their commanders' wives because the wives participate in the SA, so they're guilty too. The episode opened with June and the handmaids running from the Red Center, and Taylor Swift's "Look What You Made Me Do" was playing, which was hilarious. I was not expecting that. It was like, ooh, look what you made me do. And meanwhile, the handmaids are running through the street, escaping, and it was a funny song choice. Ooh, what are you doing? Just lay down. Can't see. What an episode. As the handmaids were running away from the Red Center to these trucks that were going to take them over the border to Canada, like there were like bombs blowing up behind them, I guess. I don't know. It was crazy. It was crazy that they had trucks waiting for them to take them to Canada. It was so good. It started with a bang. Serena just rejected her new husband because he has a handmaid there. She doesn't want a handmaid there anymore. So she's finally waking up, but she's running through the street with her baby because she just ran out on her new husband, and then she turns a corner and she sees a handmaid killing her commander's wife. It was hilarious in a dark way, like because you have Taylor Swift's "Look What You Made Me Do" playing, and the handmaid is killing her commander's wife. And Serena sees it, and Serena is this godly woman who thinks she's some kind of a saint. Her reaction was priceless. It was great. And then of course June gets arrested, and so the mood got pretty dark pretty fast. But I knew that something was going to happen to save her. I just knew it. But it was intense, It was really intense. And there was all this mayhem going on, and Bradley Whitford did an amazing job as always as Commander Lawrence. I just love Commander Lawrence. He let Serena into his home, and he told her, rebellion is happening. Rebellion, and it's not safe out there. You have to stay here. We can't leave. Yeah. Um that was amazing. I thought he went out in an amazing way. I loved how Lawrence went out. He was the architect of this whole place, but he's never believed in the religious dogma. He's never believed in it, and like he thought it was the best way to address the fertility crisis. There was ecological collapse due to pollution and global warming, climate change. Women, I mean, the birth rate had plummeted. Women weren't able to get pregnant, and he didn't believe in all the religious dogma behind it, but he codified the whole system in a book. So he's the architect of the whole place, and he hates what it became and regrets it. He tried to distance himself as much as he could from it, and he spent his whole life being a coward, but he died a hero in the end. And I just thought that was the most amazing thing. He designed this place. He was the architect. He's culpable for it. And there's no way that he could ever make up for that damage that he's done, but he redeemed himself as best he could by going out a hero, helping to kickstart the revolution in this episode. So he dies a heroic death. It was amazing. And this guy here, he was a coward. Nick chose the wrong path. And it's unfortunate because it didn't have to be that way, but he chose wrong. He chose every time he chose cowardice, he chose selfishness, he chose fascism when he could have chosen June and he could have listened to her and left. Many times over, he could have left, but he stayed. He made his choice. A lot of people love Nick, and I know a lot of fans must be very upset with this episode because Nick didn't make it out. That's something that I talked about in my video that was breaking down episode 8. I said that June is going to have to deal with the fact that she may have to take Nick down along with the other commanders because he's made his choice now. He betrayed her. He gave up Mayday's original plan, and so she may have to take him down, and he may be one of the early casualties in this revolution. I said that on Monday in my video, and then boom, it happened. He's already dead. He's one of the early casualties. This is only the beginning of the revolution, and he's one of the first casualties. I figured he probably would be. And June had to have the strength to let that happen, and she did. I was so proud of her. Of course, there was the tense scene where they arrested June, and at first it looked like they just arrested June. Then you find out later that they arrested all of them. But they take June separately, and she identifies herself because they're looking for her. They know that she's there and that she's the one who planned that whole wedding. It's kind of like their red wedding where they passed the switchblades at the wedding. It was all her plan. So they got her, and and Serena had a moment of truth in this episode, and I've never been a Serena fan at all. Serena, I know a lot of people have grown on her and they like her now, but for me, she's never shown enough remorse for her actions. But in this episode, I have to give her credit. She stepped up in the end. She could have stayed allied with this idiot that she just married. She walked out on him because he brought a handmaid into their home to be there. And she's just done with that. She never wants a handmaid in her home again. And she's finally come around. So it took 6 seasons, but finally she came around, and she's somebody who's drunk on her own Kool-Aid, really. She's a true believer in all of this stuff, but she realizes now that she said in the previous episode, you really think God would want this kind of marriage? Meaning using a handmaid as their vessel. She said, you think God would want this abomination of a marriage? So she's woken up. It took marrying Wharton and realizing he's no different than the other commanders, and it took all these seasons of slowly getting to know June. Eventually, she's finally woken up. I mean, there's nothing she can do to ever make up for everything that she did to her, but she came through in the end. So, um, they had June in this crazy little circular cell here, like I've never seen a prison cell like this before. It was weird, but there wasn't even a place to sit. It was just like a big cylinder. And Commander Wharton did a great job playing this evil bastard. I'm so glad they killed him. Oh my God. He died too in the plane explosion. He has this creepy thing where he can talk really quietly and calm, and then all of a sudden he screams, and then he's back to calm again. It's it's psycho. Like, he has that quiet, sinister presence. He played a great villain for the short time we knew him, just this one season. He kind of came out of nowhere, but you know, he just has a conversation with June and says, uh, I wanted to give you a chance to ask for mercy from God for what you've done. And she just says, I think that I think that you should be the ones asking for mercy. State sanctioned SA is it justifies what she did, is basically what she says. That um he said, "Oh, we were going to do reforms. You just had to be patient. We were, there have been changes." And she's like, "State sanctioned SA, there's no patience for that. No." So, yeah. I mean, and then she kind of pleads with him, like, Be the man that Serena thinks you can be. Choose love." Yeah, you're barking up the wrong tree. That wasn't gonna happen, but I guess she figured she had to give it a shot. She's like, choose love. Be the man Serena thinks you can be or believes you can be. That no. Um, she said, "My God, it's the God. Serena's God, and my God is a God of love." Uh, yeah, he's impervious to that kind of talk. This guy is just pure evil. So there was no convincing him, but I guess at least she had to try. All of these scenes were just phenomenal. And seeing June back in the handmaid outfit, but this time by choice, putting it back on to go into battle like an army, amazing. They they turned those dresses that enslaved them into a uniform. They're like an army now. But taking their power back, using their agency, beautiful. And Lawrence here, this is where I knew Lawrence was gonna die. There are certain things that make it a little too obvious because he had this sweet scene with this little girl, his sort of stepdaughter, who lives in his home. And he's always been really sweet with her, but he had a very especially sweet scene where he hugged her and he gave her a kiss and he said, "You're going to have so much fun. She's going to go off to a safe place with Naomi because their city is now under attack by Mayday, the resistance." And so she's going off to a safe place, and he makes sure that she has her crayons and gives Naomi a book that he reads to her every night. And he says, this little girl, more than anything else, she loves to learn. We have to teach her. We're her parents. He wants this little girl to be educated. Women can't read or write in Gilead. They're not allowed to. But he's been reading to her and teaching her because he doesn't believe in any of that, and he never did. And he regrets that he was the architect of this hellscape. So it's been beautiful watching him with this little girl. And this is where I knew, okay, I think he's gonna die because the music was really sentimental. They did a close up on his face as she was walking away. He said, "Draw me more pictures, lots of colors, lots of colors." and then the camera zoomed in on his face like that with this sentimental music. And I thought, yeah, he's toast. Sometimes they make it a bit too obvious with choices like that. The direction and the music and the lines that he said. Yeah. It's kind of like when in season 3, episode 9 of From, Jim had all those sentimental scenes with his family, that really loving scene with Ethan. That's when I was convinced Jim was gonna die. And this made him just look like a dead man walking right here. That was just too touching, too sentimental. And yeah, uh, I can't help it. I know I shouldn't like this character, but I do. He's phenomenal, and I just love Bradley Whitford. So have a good night, Shadow Skulk. Have a good night. Um, he's not a good guy. He's not a good guy. He's a complex character. See, there are no black and white. The characters in this show are not black and white, like on a binary of good versus evil. There's ambiguous um there's an ambiguous nature to these characters. And this guy here, he's not pure evil. He's not pure evil. He did horrible things by helping to, you know, form this terrible place, and so he's culpable, and there's nothing that he can do to fix that. But whenever he can, he's been um helping. He helped smuggle June's baby out of Gilead and tried to help smuggle June out of Gilead a few seasons ago. And he does whatever he can, but he promised his late wife that he would fix Gilead, and he hates himself, and he says that he can't forgive himself for what he did, that he built this hellhole. He said, I built this hellhole and I trapped my wife in it, and I can't forgive myself. He knows what he did. So he's complex. What can I say? He's yeah, he's it's impossible to hate the guy. If you watch the show, it's like he's witty, and there's just something about him. You can't help but like this character. Mackie says the show looks like a fantasy type show if you didn't know what the plot was. Yeah, kind of. Kind of. Uh, okay, see you later, Teeter. The dogma or the catma. Good one, Muncher. Um, oh geez, Teeter. When you were big on screen. Yeah, I don't like when my picture is that big. No, I don't. But thank you. Um, uh, yeah, Mackie said hi to Boo too. Hi, Mackie, and Boo says hi too. Yeah, I know you meant dark. I know you meant Netflix dark, Muncher Luncher. Trust me, this show is darker than Netflix dark. It is. Netflix dark is a very dark show, but this one takes the cake for sure. That was the theme for a few years on movie descriptions for most movies. Started out with in a dystopian future or society. That's true. There seems to be a trend of this lately. There's a trend going on. Um, let's see. I'm just kind of scanning comments that I missed. Can I have a good night? Oh, are you going to bed? There are some very clearly bad guys. Yeah, I mean like Wharton, and like Fred Waterford. But nobody is like a cartoonish villain. No one is like that. There's complexity, and that's what we need to see in the characters. You don't want some mustache twirling villain that ties people to the railroad tracks. You want to see complexity, even in a villain. And Commander Wharton is much more on the evil side of things, but there's even some complexity to his character. Putnam is a bad guy for sure. Putnam's dead now. I think that Warren Putnam, yeah, he was horrible. Yeah, evil is allowed to exist because good men do nothing. Indeed. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you, KP. Oh, okay, you're not leaving. I didn't mean to ignore you. This time, the only reason I didn't do call-ins to like everybody earlier was just to kind of keep things controlled and chill, because we don't always do like open call-ins to everybody. But, you know, like Grant has a channel, Scarlet is my co-host, Tony has a channel, but next time Doug comes on, we'll do call-ins with everybody again. We don't do it every time. I didn't mean to ignore you. I saw another message saying you wanted to come on somewhere around here. Where did I see it? I wasn't ignoring you on purpose. I saw Tony. Yeah, I saw Tony, and I was like, well, if he wants to come on and say hi, he can come on and say hi because he was asking questions in the chat. You know. Okay. You're joking. All right. Well, I don't know. I can't tell when you're joking. It's kind of hard in text to know when you're joking and when you're not. Julie does the same to all of us in the chat. Yeah, it's right. I get I, like when you run a live stream, it's a juggling act, and it's so people don't realize that sometimes it's a juggling act, and you're balancing talking to the chat and highlighting the chat, talking to the people on the panel, sometimes showing images, and when you're doing all that, you overlook things sometimes, and it's not intentional, of course. But then I check in. When I'm showing images, I can't see the chat at all. So that's why, like, I was over here going through images and people were saying stuff. I can't see that. So I talk and I go through some images for a while. Then I come back to this tab and I see what you guys are saying. I highlight comments. Then I go back to the images. That's been my kind of system for a while now. And I think it works pretty well. So anyway, wait, where am I? I know I can't find my image tab that I'm showing. I know this has been Lawrence has been one of the hardest characters for me to figure out on this show ever since he showed up because you want to hate this guy, especially when you find out he was the architect of this place. But I can't hate him. I just can't hate him. He loved his wife so much. His wife was chronically ill. He loved her so much. She was so gentle and tender with her. He didn't engage in any abuse of women personally. He was disgusted by it. He was disgusted with what he created. He's basically like Frankenstein. He created this monster and then he lost control of it. He's like Dr. Frankenstein. And he created this monster, he lost control of it, and yeah, he's a terrible person because he did it, and there's no redeeming that. But the best that he could do was to die a hero, helping to take down this horrible thing he created. So it was perfect. It was poetic justice. He did whatever he could to help wherever he could. He helped June multiple times. He helped smuggle her baby out. Um, and he did other stuff to help whenever he could. He was trying to initiate reforms and fix Gilead from within. he promised his late wife that he would do that, and he was determined to do it. But eventually his eyes opened to reality and he realized you cannot fix something like this. You cannot fix something that is rotten to the core. You can't fix something that's rotten to the core. You have to just dismantle it. And so he decided to join the side of revolution. He found out that the other commanders were planning on using his reforms as a trap to, get refugees of Gilead to come back and then close the borders, roll back all the reforms, and that would be the end. And then they were going to execute him. So he realized, okay, revolution it is then. It's got to go. He did the right thing. He stepped up, he redeemed himself, and so yeah, I just loved the portrayal of this character. I really did. And I have a harder time with Serena. I just I don't think Serena has shown enough remorse for her actions, but at least she came around in the end. I give her credit in this episode. She stepped up. She didn't want June to die. She was very upset that June was going to be executed, and she said that she would not be alive if it wasn't for June, she and her baby. So they said a prayer for her, Serena and Commander Lawrence. You know, she finally recognizes, June doesn't deserve to die, even though she spearheaded that rebellion the night before. Um, Serena's finally woken up. I talk about in my videos how multiple characters had an awakening this season and woke up to reality, and Serena's finally woken up to reality. It's about damn time. She's been drunk on her own Kool-Aid and believing in this for way too long, that she's some kind of God's chosen one, you know, and this is the way they think should be. They're doing God's work, and as she thought that she could institute reforms just like Lawrence did. Now they've both realized that reform is not the answer. It has to be revolution. So it's great to see people finally waking up. There's really nobody left. Um, Serena, Lawrence, they both have woken up to reality, and um, Fred Waterford has been dead for quite a while. He was the biggest villain in the beginning, and Aunt Lydia, is now on the side of revolution. Nick is dead, so it's like, now where do we go from here? In the finale, it's like, what is there left to do, I wonder? Nick made his choice. He chose his wife, who he doesn't even love. I know he has an unborn child coming, and that made it really difficult for him. I understand that, but he could have left years before. He didn't have to get married and get this woman pregnant. He could have listened to June and left, but he didn't. And now he's stuck. He felt this responsibility to do this for his wife and stay on her side, and they have a child on the way. So, it's tough. I know he's in a tough spot, but I don't know what's going on. My mom is I'm sorry. I live in a really small place, and I'm talking at a normal volume, but even though I'm in a separate room, my mom says I'm being loud and she can hear me. I I've asked her to use like thunderstorm sounds, but I guess it must have shut off so she can hear me. So I'm gonna have to step away for a minute to feed the cats. I'm gonna turn off my camera so I can keep talking at least. But Mackie says, "Damn, not Nick." Yeah, yeah. Um, okay. I'm gonna shut off my camera for a minute and and address this issue, but I'm not going anywhere. It's tough living in a small place, you know. I wish there were space where I didn't have to bother my mom and wake her up all the time. She needs her sleep. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. Anyway, the cats are doing all kinds of crazy antics. The cats are doing all kinds of crazy antics and waking my mom up because her thunderstorm sounds shut off, so she could hear me. That woke her up, and now the cats are dumping stuff, wanting to be fed breakfast at frickin' 2 in the morning. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. We have a cat who dumps things over. Uh, he starts dumping stuff on her head when when he wants to be fed. Hold on, just a second. I've got to mute. Just give me like 10 seconds. Yeah, yeah, he's a menace, all right. He is a menace. Anyway, um, he just starts knocking stuff over until someone feeds him. Speaking of food, I haven't even eaten anything yet, so I should eat something myself while I'm streaming. Yeah, thank you, Scott. Oh, everybody must be asleep. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Um, oh, what is this? Yeah, yeah, that's right, Scott. You know, some streamers have multiple monitors to help them. You know, I don't know how they do that. I guess they kind of link them together so they can um like they can see the chat on one monitor and they have their images on another monitor. And yeah, it's interesting and it's expensive too. But so I just if I go and show images, then I talk for a while and show the images, then I come back to the chat and I just bounce back and forth like that. We had a cat that would knock things off tables until you figure out what it wanted. Yeah. Yeah, this cat is like that. Yeah. He was knocking stuff on my mom's head just now. He was like, and then he was jumping on her head. Yeah, he's a little terror during the night. Henry. Henry is a menace, but we love him. It's it's certainly not boring around here with three cats and a chihuahua, um, in a small place. Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, peace. Remember, I told you not to worry about the little coup against Lawrence. You see why now. Yes, I do. Oh, yes. Lawrence found another way. He found another way, and I was thrilled with that. He said, "All right, we got to find another way to kill these Warhawk commanders." I was cheering for him. Like, okay. June was ready to pack it in and give up, and she was like, she was so devastated by Nick's betrayal that she was ready to just give up, go back to Alaska, and Lawrence knew just what buttons to push. He came and I mean, he motivated her when she was going to give up. He pushed her buttons by saying, Serena never gave up. Serena is about to become anointed queen of Gilead. You really got to go back to Alaska and watch that on TV? All the handmaids at the wedding, not allowed to meet her eye. Is that going to sit well with you? This is the legacy of June Osborne. This is how it all ends. He lit a fire under her and he said, uh, something about the handmaids at the wedding, and that sparked an idea in her head. She said, "Did you say handmaids are going to be at that wedding?" And that was it. She was off and running with her new plan, and Lawrence was right on board, and it was amazing. It was amazing. Yeah, he did a great job. Indeed. Mackie said, I love vocal ass cats. I got my old cat to say I love you. Aw, that's cute. Yeah, I love vocal cats. My cat Boo is the most vocal cat I have ever been around in my entire life. I mean, you want to talk vocal, she can practically talk herself. She has different tones that mean different things, and she does this thing that sounds kind of like a greeting. It's this little like, uh, uh? It's not even a meow. I don't even know what I don't even know how to describe it. And she does like these grumble noises when she's pissed. You know when she's pissed. And we've had to medicate her twice a day for 2 weeks with antibiotics. So my mom wraps her up with a towel really tight so she can't get out. It's called the burrito. Wrap her up like a burrito, and then I shove this syringe in her mouth and shoot the liquid down her throat, and she's grumbling like, it's a grumble sound. I've never heard a cat that could make noises like her in my life. Apparently, all cats have the ability to do this, but a lot of them don't know how. So they have the ability. It's just that they don't know how to do it. And she's a tortoiseshell calico, and for some reason, tortoiseshells are very vocal cats. Very vocal cats. That's like a purr chirp. Yes. Yes. I love the chirp thing. If I startle her, if I come up behind her and she's not expecting it, and I like pet her back or something, she'll do this little mm, mm, it's this little chirp. It's so funny. And she's got like, or sometimes she'll if I really startle her, it'll be like a "Nah, mm." And if she's demanding food, it sounds like she's saying now. It sounds like a toddler saying nah, now. Like that's what it sounds like to me. It's so freaking funny. She's hilarious. And when she was sick, she wasn't making any noises at all. And it was very sad. I wanted to hear her noises. But she's finally doing so much better. And thank God. She's such good company. Anyway. I didn't love the last season. It was too easy for the handmaids. You never get the feeling that Gilead actually has a 1,000,000-man army with F-35s and bombers and tanks and nukes and battleships and subs. Well, I do agree that like that battle scene that we just saw where they came and freed all those handmaids who are being hung. I think that was a bit too easy. There weren't any casualties. Not a single one of the resistance members died or any of the handmaids. You would think in that kind of, I was expecting in that kind of a skirmish that somebody would have died. Like somebody we know. Like we saw there were injuries. People were being treated for injuries at like a triage center, but somebody should have died. I mean, like they could have taken somebody out in that. But nobody did. Everyone made it through. Rita and Nick and no, I mean not Nick. Rita and Luke and Janine and Lydia, Moira, they all made it. Like that was one hell of a skirmish, fighting in the streets with knives and guns and bombs dropping, grenades, and so it did feel like they made it out of that skirmish a bit too easily, and they didn't show us how. I wanted to see more of the skirmish. I wanted to see more of how the hell they got out of that situation. Like, how did it end? How did they like? They must have had heavy security presence around for this really high profile hanging. So how did these resistance fighters successfully get everybody out of there? That I feel like they should have shown a bit more of that. It felt kind of rushed. I think they rushed it a bit, and they should have maybe just dragged out this revolution thing a bit longer. Show us a bit more. Show us how difficult it is. So I'm with you on that. I still loved it. I'm willing to suspend my disbelief. Um, yeah, Mackie, the show has completely changed. It's turned a corner. It's wild now. Oh, thanks, Mackie. Yeah, Boo is amazing now. She's doing great. Um, and I appreciate that people care, you know? It means a lot to have people in the community here who actually care about what's going on with me and my little boo, my kitty. Because like I don't have a lot of people in my actual everyday life. It's just me and my mom, so it's nice that people care. Anyway, I agree with KP that it felt a bit too easy, but I loved the scene. It was like Hollywood magic. I'm not gonna lie, you know, they did make it a bit too easy and you know, but wow, the Hollywood magic, it got me exhilarated. Just that scene, seeing the American planes showing up and dropping bombs on Gilead, and everyone's looking up in amazement at these planes. Like, oh my God, those are American planes. America is not gone. Like America can still defeat Gilead, but it's only the beginning. It's not like it's over now. This is the beginning. Like June said to what's his name? Like June said to Wharton, this is only the beginning. This is the beginning of the end. It's the beginning of the end. It's going to be a long drawn out thing, I'm sure. They have tanks and like you know, like this is only the beginning. Like they haven't won or anything like that. So, yeah, it's going to be a long fight. And I don't know how they're going to end the finale, but it's going to be all up in the air still. We won't see the end result because obviously there isn't enough time. And I'm sure Gilead will unleash all of that stuff you said, KP, the F-35s and bombers and tanks and all that stuff. So it's gonna be rough. And it's the American military has been in shambles, according to Tuello. There's not much left of it. He's been relying on Mayday, and he himself said Mayday has no formal military training. They're just a bunch of regular people who join the resistance. And he's had to. So I found it a little bit confusing that all of a sudden now we had US military planes showing up, and US military, like guys in camo, like actual US Army soldiers. I'm confused. Like I feel like that's an inconsistency in the writing because earlier in the season, Tuello said that he had no choice but to rely on Mayday resistance people who were not formally trained, that there wasn't enough left of the American military. And so, how do you go from that to sending in American planes and troops and camo here and stuff? And I think they took Boston. They took over Boston. So, yeah, that I will admit that's a bit of a flaw. And but I'm willing to suspend my disbelief. I don't I mean, it's not going to be a picture perfect ending. I'm sure June is not going to see her daughter Hannah again. If she does see her, she will not get her back. I'm sure of that. And it's a lot of things are going to be up in the air. The revolution will just be underway. It's not going to be over. So it's not going to be picture perfect, but this just for this one moment, it was so nice to relish a huge victory, even if it was unrealistically written. Like, wow, this was thrilling, satisfying after years of watching these people suffer like this. Years. 5, almost now 6 seasons worth of suffering, and it was just so thrilling to watch. I think if they had a little more time and they spread this out more, they could have made it a bit more believable that they pulled off this mission, but even still, I'm happy with it. I think it was the best episode they ever made. It's like the Canadians infiltrating into Washington, D.C. airspace and dropping paratroopers in to save people from being executed while the wait, it's something in Congress watches. That would never happen. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Um, it's not the most believable thing in the world. Paratrooper planes would get shot out the sky before they crossed the border. The book doesn't end with this amount of insane girl power success at all. Am I correct? I I think you're correct. The thing of it is, they don't have any more subject matter to go with. They've run out of source material a long time ago. The book ends. I didn't read the book. I've never read it, but from what I gather, they don't tell you what happens after this point. I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think June escaped to Canada in the book. So they ran out of source material a long time ago and they're just making up what what happened. And we know that from the book that one day Gilead falls, but we don't know how. It doesn't tell us. So the show kind of has to fill in that gap however it can. What was that? What did I just ask? Let's see. Does June escape to Canada in the Handmaid's Tale book? Let's see. Okay. No. So there's all kinds of stuff this show had to make up. I didn't think so. So in the book, there's loads of stuff that never happened. In season 4, June escaped to Canada, and that never happened in the book. So they just ran out of source material because there's only that book, and then after that, there's the Testaments, but that doesn't involve June. June is not in the sequel book, the Testaments. So, anyway, paratrooper planes would get shot out the sky. Okay, I read that one. This episode is pandering. Well, I mean, haven't we earned a little bit of pandering after almost 6 seasons full of suffering and losses, just nothing but misery? Haven't we earned a little bit? I think we've all suffered enough watching these people suffer. So I don't mind it. I'm not mad at it. I do agree with you that it felt a bit too easy. And they could have, if they had more time, and they had launched the Revolution plotline sooner, I think they could have made it a bit more realistic. Like, I think honestly, a lot of season 4 was, I think a lot of season 4 was kind of subpar, underwhelming. June was in Canada in season 4 and dealing with the aftermath of being a handmaid and the trauma and going to group therapy. And I think that was kind of a waste of screen time, to be honest. If they had launched, or I'm trying to eat at the same time, if they had launched into um, the revolution sooner, instead of showing June going to support groups in Canada and stuff in season 4, I think they could have maybe portrayed a more realistic start to the revolution. But then I think they were like, oh shit, we dawdled a bit too long in season 4 in Canada. Now we've got to hurry up. We only have one more season. How do we get this revolution underway? Okay, well, let's do this. And yeah, that's where I think they screwed up a bit. Mhm. That's how the book ends. Yeah, KP. Um, in the book, so that's actually shit. I think if I remember correctly, the ending of season 1 is basically the ending of the book. June doesn't have all of these years of meeting up with Nick again and all of this stuff happening. June gets grabbed up by people and she's heading north and she assumes it's Canada, but is cognizant that it could be going to a jail in Gilead because she's found out that Nick is an eye. And Nick is like, trust me, but she doesn't know if she can trust him. She gets in the truck and goes. She doesn't know where it's going, and that's how the book ends. And everything after that that happened in the show, they made up. They ran out of source material. So most of the show was not in the book, actually. Dr. Julie, the revolution will have to wait. I'm going to bed. Good luck cracking the code, team. Well, good night, Muncher Luncher. I'm not going to be on much longer myself. I need to take care of myself and go use the treadmill. Right now, I'm just trying to eat while I'm doing this. Eating a quick sandwich, and then I'm gonna head off myself. But I wanted to talk about this at least a little bit because it deserved some attention, I think. Maybe it wasn't the most realistic episode in the world, but it sure as hell was uplifting and satisfying as someone who's been watching this show for 8 years and just waiting for them to have a big win like this. Finally, revolution is underway. So I'm happy with it. Let me think. Was there anything else I wanted to um well, let me see. So let's go over a few more things. Good night with Alice. Good night. In the Testament sequel to The Handmaid's Tale, June does not serve as a central character. That's right. She does not. The narrative unfolds through the perspectives of Aunt Lydia, Agnes, and yeah. So yeah, this I don't know if I'll highlight all of that because in case somebody, some people might not want to know that because that's like a big spoiler for the Testaments and there's going to be a sequel TV show. But yeah, I find that really interesting. Um, so I'm going to be
like I'll be interested to see where they go from here with that spinoff. And yeah, I love that description. I'm reading it now, KP. I'm not reading it out loud just in case anybody's listening and doesn't want to know about the testaments and what's going to happen, but that's an awesome premise for the book, and I think it's amazing that they're developing it into a sequel. I'll definitely watch. They're already working on it, I think. So I'm definitely going to watch the Testaments, and Ann Dowd is going to be in it, who plays Aunt Lydia, of course. She's an amazing actress, so I'm really glad she's going to be in it. I know, KP. It's 2:30 a.m. and this is a 40-year-old book. Yeah. God, wow, is it that old? Jeez. It's hard for me to believe the 80s were 40 years ago. Oh. Yeah, so I remember though, I was tempted to look up what happens in the Testaments, and I thought about not doing it so that I'd be completely surprised, but I just cracked and I couldn't help it. I looked up what happens in it, and it sounds like an amazing story. Um, so it sounds like in the Testaments we will see the downfall of Gilead. I can't wait because like it's wonderful to see the revolution starting, but I want to see this whole place fall. I want to see the whole thing come down. And it sounds like we'll get that in the Testaments. I wonder how long they're going to do it for, though, because this show was on for 6 seasons. I would imagine the Testaments is not going to be as long as that. But if they want to really flesh out the story more and show more of the revolution realistically, then they could do a few seasons of that. Could do that. Um, and now we've seen the beginning of Aunt Lydia becoming a revolutionary. So she will be on the side of the revolution in the Testaments. You think it should be longer? Oh wow. I mean, it would be interesting. I don't know. Nowadays, though, 6 seasons is pretty much the standard. Five or 6 seasons max is what we see now from TV series, and so I'd be surprised if it were longer, but it could be as long as The Handmaid's Tale. Um, and I know a lot of fans were really upset by what happened with Nick, and they felt like this was an abrupt turnaround of his character, but I don't agree. I think this is always who he was, and June just didn't see it. He just didn't have what it takes to do the kind of stuff she does, and heroic and courageous acts for other people. He did things for her because he loved her, but other than that, he didn't have strong convictions, and he didn't want to give up what Gilead did for him in his life. It filled a void in his life. His mother died young. He felt like a nobody and a nothing, and Gilead gave him some kind of purpose and made him feel important. And he just didn't have the courage to rise up against it and join the revolution in the end. And admittedly, having a child on the way made it really tough on him. So I have empathy for that. It's tough. He was in a really difficult situation. He was in a bind. His wife, who he doesn't love his wife, but he was pressured into marrying her. And she has a baby, and this is his unborn son. So that's a really tough spot to be in. If he hadn't had a child, that would be a different situation, but he has a child on the way. So it's tough. And his wife is laying in bed there saying, June is responsible for that attack at the wedding, and eating the drugged cake may have caused like complications in her pregnancy. And she's like, you have to end this. You have to end her. Do it for Gilead. You have to show that you're on the side of Gilead and me and your son, your unborn son. And he had this look on his face like, yeah, you're right. This was him making his choice again. He's like, okay, yeah. So she pressures him to get on the plane with the other extremist war hawk commanders and go to DC for a meeting. And that was what finally brought him down in the end. He didn't have to do that. That was a choice. No one forced him to go get on that plane, but his wife pressured him. See, this was stupid. I mean, I can understand him staying with his wife and his unborn son and not leaving to go be with June and join the revolution. But what he did not have to do is get on that plane with the extremist Warhawk commanders to go to DC. Nobody made him do that. His wife pressured him to do it. He even said that on the plane. He got on the plane and he said, oh, Rose insisted that I come. She's doing great. She's strong. She insisted that I come. Well, dude, have a backbone. Get a spine. He's spineless. He always has been spineless. So he went and got on the damn plane and got himself blown up. It was once again, poor choices. I felt bad that it had to happen, but he made his own bed. The crazy thing with this too was June literally just got hung by her neck. How many feet up in the air? And then she's walking around like nothing happened later the same day. No, that was kind of ridiculous, to be honest. That was not realistic. Everyone was saying, June, you should be resting. What are you doing walking around? And she's like, I'm fine. I'm fine. What's going on? What's happening now? She still wants to be like running things. Like, you just got hung from your neck. Like, you should be resting. What are you doing? And she's perfectly fine and walking around. It's funny. But we have to suspend our disbelief sometimes. And, you know, and she had a job to do. Again, only June could do it. June is always the end all be all in the show. She's like a superhero. She knew she had some more work to do. So, Tuello said that he thinks that Serena knows more than she's letting on, and she's in protective custody across the street. So June's like, all right, game on. She'll get that information out of Serena. Off she goes. One more little tete-a-tete with Serena, who's actually happy that she's alive, which is great. I mean, it does show that Serena's changed. She's happy that June is alive and doesn't think she deserved to be executed, even though she planned that whole wedding rebellion. And they have a conversation. I mean, Serena does, she thinks that it's wrong that that what June did, it was wrong, but Serena also has empathy for those women and that they've endured so much, is what she said to Naomi. Naomi was condemning the women, saying they're animals, and Serena said, well, they've endured so much though. So she's really come around. I'll give her credit in this episode. She has. And I've never liked her. I never will like her, but she's definitely had an awakening. And, you know, she gives up the information to June. She does it. At first, she doesn't want to. June asks her where the commanders meeting, and she won't say. She's like, I don't know. And June says, I really thought you wanted to change. I thought you wanted to change. Serena's like, well, I don't know. They're meeting in a secure location, and And so June's like, okay, I don't have time for this, and goes to leave. And Serena desperately just wants June's forgiveness, and she knows deep down that this system is wrong, and she's finally woken up to it and is willing to face it. She's been a narcissist all this time and could not accept reality. This narcissist always making excuses for her actions and not taking responsibility, didn't want to admit that the handmaid system was vile because she helped design it. She helped push for it. But she does the right thing in the end. And so I have to give her credit for that. Um, June, because June says all this talk about change and progress, I guess it was all just fucking talk. And Serena tells her they're meeting, they're leaving at 7 p.m. or whatever. She tells where they're flying from. They're going to DC. So she did it. I I was impressed. I thought that she might finally come over to the right side after she married this guy and he misled her. She came home to find that they had a handmaid in their house. So that was it. That took the blinders off her. I keep talking about that in my videos, how the blinders are coming off of multiple characters this season. She can see reality now. And I thought it was really clever how June, not clever, but just smart, how June appealed to her as a mother, as a fellow mother. Like, these beautiful children, we're blessed to have these beautiful, healthy children, and we we want to raise them in a world filled with love. This place is only going to this place is, it's going to do the opposite of that, basically. And and that's what does it. Like, appeal to her as a mother. That's the perfect way to convince Serena, because in her mind there's nothing more important than her role as a mother. So I think I think June's feelings, what she was expressing, were genuine, but at the same time also a calculated move to appeal to her as a fellow mother. Like, do the right thing for your son. Do you want your son being raised by an extremist like Commander Wharton, who just strung me up like I was nothing? And you want your son to be raised in a world like this. So she did the right thing. I was proud of her. I was proud of her. And another beautifully acted scene, Elizabeth Moss having a tear running down her face. Oh, just stellar. And then Serena's reaction after she came over to their side. It was very hard for her. You could see in her face it's twisted with emotion and she's crying. Just like when Lydia came over to the right side, she was overwhelmed because these are cultists. They're true believers, and it's extremely difficult to open your eyes and accept the truth. So the emotional reaction is just, it's so cool. It's powerful stuff. June just said thank you and left. Like, Serena did it. She she actually did it. The video I released on Monday, in that video, I said that I think Serena's going to have to come over to June's side now, and she will finally. And she did it. She did it, and Lydia, that was obvious after episode 8 that that was going to happen. But with Serena, it was unclear. But I thought, you know what? Marrying Commander Wharton and realizing he's no different than any of the others, he's not serious about reform if he's brought a handmaid into their home. So she left him, and the blinders are off. And I think ending on a shot of her face looking up like this was really brilliant too, because this is the last shot of her that we see in this episode. The moment after she came over to the side of Revolution and told June where the commanders are going, you see a shot that really highlights her eyes looking up, filled with tears, showing how much her eyes have now been opened. it's so symbolic of not just literally her eyesight, but the fact that she can now see Gilead for what it is, and that she was wrong, and the handmaid system is wrong, and she's fully accepting that and realizing that now. And it's emotional. Not only do you have the shot highlighting her eyes like this, but filled with tears because it's a really difficult reality for her to accept. She's been a narcissist all this time and deeply ingrained in this religious dogma, deeply uh drunk on the Kool-Aid, I keep saying. She just really believed that this is God's path for her, that she was some kind of chosen one. And and now, well, she's facing the truth. So it was great to see that finally. Finally. It took 6 seasons, but she finally got there. I didn't know if she ever would. What the hell? The cat is scratching at something, but what are you doing? Sorry, my cat is distracting me. Oh, Scarlet. Sorry, Scarlet, I didn't see you there.
Oh, that's okay. My iPad's a little messed up.
How long were you there?
Oh, not too long. I just had to fix my iPad. My iPad, I realized, can't be updated to the next system. So I'm trying to finagle some updates.
Oh, okay. Well, that
Yeah.
sucks. Is it old?
Is 10 years old?
Oh, wow, yeah.
It's been a little trooper.
Yeah. I know that Apple products do last longer than others.
Mhm.
Like so like for example, MacBooks, they're known for lasting way longer than PCs. So
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I
so
tell
I don't
people to
know.
do. I tell people to do that, and then they just buy a bunch of cheaper computers and then have to buy more of those.
Hmm. Yeah.
I've always had Macs. They've always lasted at least 10 to 12 years. I mean, because I update them and I put, a lot of time into maintaining them, which
Hmm.
maybe other people wouldn't do, but I mean, they last.
Yeah, so it's like, you have to, yeah, it's a matter of trying to, find the money to invest in these things. But if you
Yeah,
do
it's
it,
true.
if you're able to do it,
Hmm.
then you don't have to buy another one for a very long time. So it's well worth it, I've heard, if you can manage to do it.
Yeah,
I mean, MacBooks can be, aren't they like over $1,000?
they could be pricey. I won't say that. I mean, I got this iPad mini pretty cheap.
Hmm.
Like I had my dad give me a gift, and I didn't really need, like, he got me kind of like this GPS thing that I didn't really need. So it was like I could take the money from that, and they're having a sale on this, iPad Mini, and I could buy it for like $100.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I did that because they had a sale at Best Buy, and I had the credit, and I had credit for something else, and I'm like, I'm just gonna cash it in now. And it was a good investment. I can talk to you now on my iPad.
Nice.
Connects me with the world.
That's cheap. Wow.
Yeah, I might have to get another one, but this one's still kind of cranking. So until it
Yeah.
dies, until it can't do what it needs to do anymore.
Yeah. Um,
So, are you almost done with this episode, or is this another
almost.
episode?
Almost. This is like I want to say, well, it's probably more than, yeah, actually no, this is near the end. Yeah, this is near the end of it. Um, KP said I told you not to worry too much about Nick either. Yeah, yeah, Nick is he's a goner now.
Oh yeah.
He does Yeah. He's he blew up in a million pieces in an airplane at the end of the episode. It's pretty wild. He does not love her. He's attracted to her, but he doesn't love her. He likes the power he has over her and breadcrumbs her with little acts of kindness to take advantage of her sexually and emotionally. Um, oh, wait. You mean KP, were you talking about Nick with June? Because I thought Nick does love June. Um, but I don't know. I mean, I felt like the love was genuine. What does my cat want? All right, go ahead. She's making noise to
My
be let
cat's
out
being
of the room.
surprisingly quiet. She's just sitting next to me.
Yeah,
I'm surprised.
yeah, you got a talkative one too. Um,
I just remember
I think
Doc saying one time when she meowed at the cat. It was weird. She let out the longest meow I've ever heard her in my life, and Doc's like, "Is your cat angry?" I'm
yeah,
like, "No, that's just the way she is. She's like a runt. She's super small, but she's mighty. She got a mighty roar."
yeah. Yeah, same with mine. She's small but mighty. She's only
Yeah.
6 pounds, but she's
Uh-huh.
tough and loud. Yeah. Thanks, Panda Kalima. 27 likes. Please hit the like button. Yes, please. If
We
you're
got 50
listening, hit the
people,
like button.
50 watchers.
Yes, yes. Over 50 people right now. It's at 55 people. So if you're listening, please hit the like button. It helps people find the stream and the channel. I really appreciate it. Um, and this is not a typical thing I'm doing. I'm just going through this Handmaid's Tale episode because it's monumental and it's the second to last episode in the entire series. Next week is the finale. So I wanted to discuss it while, I have a chance 'cause it's almost over.
Yeah. And if you're
Yeah.
sleeping out there, do my bidding. I will tell you later what my bidding is. Thank you.
Yeah.
You'll hear the
We could
message later.
do sleep hypnosis on people, Like
You're a chicken. You're a chicken. You're a chicken.
I mean, like people say they fall asleep to us all the time, so we could plan all kinds of hypnotic suggestions in their heads.
Donate money.
Yeah.
You're a chicken that likes
Ugh.
to donate money.
Yes. Anyway, nah. Dieter said
Yeah,
he's busy at work and
this
can't say.
background picture reminds me of all the like at San Diego Comic Con, they had a bunch of women that dressed up like handmaids and walked around the city. It was pretty cool.
Oh wow, that's cool.
That's a while ago.
Yeah.
It's probably the first season of the show.
Wow. Yeah. This show made a huge splash when it first came out. It was big. Like, I mean, the handmade outfit became such an iconic thing instantly. And like I remember people would go to political protests dressed as handmaids,
Mm-hmm.
and fittingly so. If you know, you know.
Mm-hmm.
The less said about that, the better. But
Well, that's why I kind of grouped it with V for Vendetta, because people do that with the mask in that movie.
oh, it's right. They wear the
Mm-hmm.
mask. The what's it called? The mask they wear.
Oh, the Guy Fawkes mask. Yeah, I
That's
was
it.
thinking about the name. I was thinking about the name of the group though. There's one called Anonymous, but I can't remember. There's another group.
Yeah, that anonymous. There was an anonymous account on Twitter that would like leak stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was like a whistleblower thing. Anyway, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
the handmade outfit was iconic, and
Mm-hmm.
when it first came out, that first season, it won so many Emmys, and and it got so much attention, and then as time went on, I think people just couldn't deal with the torture stuff anymore, like watching
Yeah.
these people suffer all of this. So, and then I think the quality went down a bit when June escaped to Canada. It just slowed down the show too much. I feel like there was a little bit too much activity outside Gilead in Canada, and they were milking it a little bit. And now it's been like full steam ahead. The pace ramped up so much this season with the Revolution, and I kind of would have preferred it if they had dragged that out a bit more, started it sooner, and less of the downtime in Canada, sending June to like group therapy to deal with her PTSD and stuff like that. It felt like they were stretching it. They're taking too long to get back to the action. Um, but um, and I think Nick really does love June, if that's what you were talking about in the chat, KP, but he just he didn't love her enough. He didn't have enough courage and conviction to leave with her. Anyway, well, I'll get to that scene shortly because we're almost there. Um, I forget what a Mary Sue is. June is such a Mary Sue. In the book, she's more realistic. What's a Mary Sue? I have to Google it. Mary Sue. Meaning. A type of
there's a web-
female character. Huh?
Oh, there's a website called Mary Sue. I'm sorry, go on.
Mary Sue is a type of female character who is depicted as unrealistically lacking in flaws or weaknesses. I wouldn't say lacking in flaws or weaknesses. I mean, in June's case, she had a huge weakness, and that was Nick. That was her blind spot. So I don't know about that. I mean, she was blind about Nick all that time, if you ask me, about the fact that he was never going to leave Gilead, and he would only ever do things for her, to help her. No one else. He was not courageous like her, and she couldn't see it. She just saw him as her hero because he protected her. He saved her life multiple times, and she was suffering through so much trauma. So it's understandable. She just saw him as her savior. And so I think that was her biggest weakness. That was like her Achilles heel. And she had the ultimate test of that weakness in this episode, in this scene coming up, the ultimate test of her Achilles heel. And I was like yelling at the screen when I was watching it. Oh, hi, Ryan. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing all right. I was yelling at the screen watching this next scene. KP says, yes, I'm talking about Nick. In the books, I think the showrunners tried to make Nick morally ambiguous, but in the book, he's a straight up follower, so he's out for himself, obviously, always. Yes. In the show, he doesn't believe in Gilead. He doesn't really seem to have any convictions at all. He had no purpose before Gilead. He lost his mother young. He felt like a nobody and a nothing. He didn't go to college like he wanted, like his mother wanted, and he didn't have a direction in life. And Gilead recruited him, made him feel like somebody, but he didn't agree with all of their abuses. And when they forced him to marry this young girl who was like freaking 14 years old, he refused to sleep with her. Like he was not pro Gilead the way that they do things at all. Um, so yeah, they definitely changed him in the show. They did. They changed him a lot. Um, Candace said, Dieter, come to America where their trucks aren't Euro and maybe things will be better. Um,
Don't come to America.
yeah.
We're having a bad place right now.
Yeah, don't. Seriously, don't. Trace said everyone has cats. I need one too. Yes, you do.
You want this
You
one?
do.
You want me to
You
mail
need a
this one
cat.
to you, Trace? This one's sitting right next to me. I'll put her in a box with love. She really calm.
Oh. What?
Oh. She's just being calm. She hasn't meowed once. Probably because I'm petting her.
Yeah. Koala Tea was live yesterday. Yeah, I was asleep. That's okay, Dieter. He tried to get Koala Tea's attention, but he was yelling and broke his PC screen. I'm gonna have to watch the replay of that. I guess Renee must have shown up again, or oh God, who else? There are multiple people who donate crazy amounts of money to him, and then he goes crazy and breaks stuff and breaks his headphones, rips his green screen down, and
Then he
drapes it
needs some
over
money to
himself.
replace those items.
Basically. He goes nuts and he rips his green screen off the wall and wraps it around his shoulders so it looks like he's a floating head. It's really funny. It's great. He wears his the green screen cape. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, I know KP, she's successful at everything all the time. June June gets off so easy. She gets away with things that no other character could have. Any other character would have been on the wall. And I did discuss that in my recent video on Monday. Like, I think that June's plot armor it really should run out by the finale. Like, she shouldn't make it out of the show alive, but she probably will. She gets away with everything. I agree with you on that, but she's not without flaws. Um, so, you know, and then Lawrence here, they get him to show up and they have a job for him, and I just absolutely loved this ending for him. I mean, it was sad, but he did the right thing, you know. They brought him in and they asked him to take this now that they have this information that the commanders were being flown into DC, and these are all the most extremist Warhawk commanders flying into DC to convene a council and deal with this attack on Boston by the rebels. And they want him to bring a bomb on the plane, and it's triggered by altitude. So once the plane takes off, reaches a certain height, altitude, it will explode. But all they're asking him to do is go there early, leave the briefcase on the plane, and then leave. He doesn't have to stay with it. At least that's not the plan. But he's afraid to. You know, he said, as usual, Bradley Whitford always manages to have witty lines, even in a show as dark as this. I've always loved that about his character. There's such a weird, perverse wit to have a guy with witty lines in a show like this. It's perverse, and yet I don't know why it's just so entertaining to watch, and it's so well written. The way he's just he doesn't take anything seriously. He's always sarcastic, and I've always thought he has the best lines in the whole show. And you know, Tuello's saying, you know, here, you know, this is the briefcase, and you know, it just needs to be left on the plane. And he's like, Lawrence is like, oh, that's funny. I thought you were looking at me just now when you said that. You can't, you're not really looking at me. But he said it in a more original way. I don't remember the exact wording, and it's like, dude, you know, I'm not, I'm not James Bond. I'm not James Bond. I'm just an economist. And Tuello says, I know it's out of your comfort zone. I understand that. He's like, yeah, you're right. My comfort zone is minuscule. This guy has been a coward his whole life. He's the architect of Gilead, but he just basically wrote the book to figure out how the system was going to work. He's the one who designed the system. He's an economist. He's an intellectual. He never wanted to get his hands dirty. He didn't believe in the religious dogma of Gilead, and he kept away from it as much as possible. He became a recluse with his wife. And then when his wife died, he came out and he started spearheading efforts to reform Gilead because he promised his wife that he would do that. He felt so guilty for creating this hellscape and trapping his wife in it. So he was trying to make up for that. And he was a coward his whole life. The reforms were never going to work. You can't reform something this corrupt and despicable. But he deluded himself into thinking he could. And now that he realizes it's not possible, he's willing to do this, but he's afraid. He's afraid to do it. And June says she'll go with him and be his getaway driver. He's like, no, you're finally safe, June. You can't do that. She said, no one is safe while those men are alive. We're not safe. She said, let's finish this together. I loved this, the two of them going off on this mission together. It was satisfying as hell to watch. Bradley Whitford killed it as always. And so, yeah, he agrees to do it. And they're going to go finish this together and kickstart this revolution. It was so cool to see. I really enjoyed that. And, this could have been Nick standing here with her and undertaking a mission together. But Nick made the wrong choice. So Lawrence goes out a hero ultimately because their little plan goes awry. I didn't see this coming either. I was like, I was shocked that they did this. Because this was supposed to be him just dropping off the briefcase. And she said, courage looks good on you, Joseph. Because again, he's been cowardly his whole life. Courage looks good on you. This took a lot of courage, what he did. And then what he actually ends up doing is even more courageous because the commanders show up early. He's just about to get on the plane. Oh, and he makes the most rookie mistake. This is the final scene of the show. And boy, did they end on a wild note right here. This was crazy. But anyway, he says, I'll be right back. As soon as he said that, I thought, no, don't say I'll be right back. This is like horror movie 101, and I know this isn't a horror movie, but never say I'll be right back. Never. Don't do it. Because that means you're not coming back. Damn it. As soon as he said that, I knew he was dead. Dead man walking.
Be right back. I can scream. You've seen Scream. You've seen Scream, right?
Oh, yeah. Yep. You're not supposed to say that. Then they say it anyway. They say it anyway. And then they get killed. And he never... I feel like they put that in the script on purpose, just to be funny. Because everybody knows that's a trope. And no sooner does he start walking up to the plane, but then the commanders show up early. And he knows what this means. But he's got to just play along, like, oh, I just wanted to go along with you. He wasn't even supposed to be on the plane with them, but he puts on a brave face. Like, he's always been such a great actor, pretending to be in on the pretending to support Gilead. He's like playing the game, but he's never believed in it. And he's an expert, a master at just playing the game and doing the bare minimum just to get by in this place, do as little damage as possible, You know, he doesn't get his hands dirty personally or abuse women himself, but he's still complicit in it. That doesn't make him innocent, obviously. But yeah, he puts on his game face, even though he's shaking in his boots. I mean, this is not a courageous guy normally. He's a coward. He's always been. But this was his moment of truth. Like, if he didn't do this, if he didn't go through with this, their plan would be shot to hell. Tuello, the leader of the Americans in exile, said if they don't get rid of these extremist commanders now, then that's it. They've lost. This is essential to starting the revolution. They have to get rid of these. These are the extremist war hawk commanders flying to DC, and if they don't take them out, they're done. So he had a choice to make. Is he going to sacrifice his life and take himself out along with them, or does he blow the whole plan and save himself? They asked him, "Are you coming? You know, you joining us?" And you could see him hesitate. He's thinking about it. And then he's like, "Yeah, yeah, I'm coming." And meanwhile, like, talk about a tense moment. June is hiding in the background, watching all of this. And if God forbid, if they saw her, she'd be screwed again. She almost got hung in the same episode. This is the same episode where she was hanging from a noose. And she was so close to getting caught again. Watching all of this, none of them see her. And this moment, oh my God, this was a viral thing on Twitter. And I knew it would be. Because right as he's getting on the plane, this was amazing. He stops and he looks back at her. And the look on his face, he looks back at her. His whole face softens. You can see his eyes are tearing up a little bit. And June is looking at him with so much gratitude, like, thank you. You know, you redeemed yourself. Like this is a beautiful moment between the two of them. No words. They couldn't say anything to each other, but this was them saying goodbye. He's helped her. He's helped her in a massive way before when she was posted as a handmaid in his house. Obviously, he didn't force her to do anything with him, and he helped smuggle her baby out of the country. He tried to help smuggle her out of the country, but she chose to stay behind to search for her other daughter and try to get her other daughter out. So he's done huge things to help her over the years. They have this weird little bond between them. I mean, obviously they're never going to be friends. He's a commander in Gilead and he was the original architect of the place, but he was full of self-loathing and regret for that. And now this was a perfect way to redeem himself. It was poetic justice. He decided to take himself out to take down this horrific thing that he built, to help take it down. I mean, this is only the beginning, but this is crucial. If they didn't do this, the revolution would be over before it even began. I just loved it. I just loved it. This last moment before he got on the plane, he put his hand over his heart and just looked back at her like, this is for you, June. No, this is for you. I'm sorry for everything I've done, and I'm gonna take one for the team now. This is what needs to happen. This is for you. It was just beautiful, beautiful. Everybody was tweeting about this. I mean, what a moment! What a way to go out as a hero, even after. I mean, you can't ever undo all the damage he's done, but he redeemed himself by going out a hero and helping to take the place down. He displayed courage, unlike Nick. It was amazing. I felt more emotional about this than about Nick. I honestly, like, Nick made his choice, and he chose to be a coward, and Lawrence is going to his death knowingly for this cause. Knowing how terrified he is and what a coward he is, that makes it even more powerful that he's doing this. but I pretty much knew that he was probably going to die when he had that sweet scene with his little stepdaughter early in the episode because, you have a sweet scene with a child. It's like the Jim effect in From when Jim was talking to Ethan and having that loving scene. I knew Jim was a dead man. Anyway. Oh, Scarlet dropped off. Sorry, I'm on my
Yes,
laptop again and I can't hear those backstage noises.
I was
How
trying to
long
be
were you
funny.
back there?
Oh, maybe like 5 minutes. I was trying to be funny because I was trying to put like Angel Catbird on my like avatar, and then it kicked me backstage.
Oh.
Angel Cat
Let me see.
Angel Catbird is a comic that Margaret Atwood did, a graphic novel.
Oh,
It is how it sounds,
okay.
Angel Catbird.
Oh, okay. That's cool. M Margaret Atwood did that. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I was surprised. So I have all of them. I have all the comics as they came out. I just thought it was
Cool.
so strange, and I was like, okay, yeah, I bought the first one, and I kept buying them. They're pretty cool.
Nice. Yeah. Um, I've thought about reading the book, The Handmaid's Tale, but like, I don't know. I think it would just frustrate me because the story ends like
Mm,
so ambiguously and
yeah.
I don't like ambiguous endings. Um,
But then you
this
just read the
show,
next book, right? Because are there like 3 books from that world?
I thought there were only two. Is there a third one?
I don't know. I thought there was a third one. I'm not gonna try to look it up on my iPad though.
Yeah.
Anybody in the
Um,
chat know?
I mean, I'll Google it now because I'm
Yeah, I thought there was
curious.
one that just came out not too long ago, but I could be going crazy.
Let's see. Sequels. Um,
I read it for book club,
hmm.
so I suggested
I
it for
just
book
see the
club.
yeah. I just see one, the
Oh,
Testaments.
okay.
Wow, it's already filming? The
Oh,
wow.
spin-off.
Elizabeth Moss will be an executive producer. Um, Ann Dowd, who plays Aunt Lydia, will star in it. Um, it's in production already. It went into production April 7th, so that's cool. Um, yeah, they better get on that. I'll be really interested to see where they go from here. But um, in the books, it's aliens. In the books, it's aliens.
Is that how
Fandom.
it ends?
Um,
It seems all book series end that way for some reason. They just eventually get the aliens.
oh yeah,
I
oh
think it
yeah,
happened with Dexter, and it happened with Anne Rice's Vampire Lestat novels. They all end up with aliens. I don't know
really.
why.
And Under
True
the
Blood,
Dome,
maybe? Even the True Blood books, I think, might have aliens.
Under the Dome had aliens too. Um,
Just run out of ideas, and they're like, aliens, it's aliens.
yes. Um, so so this is the final scene. Final scene. Beautiful moment. I loved the way this character went out. It's always been kind of an uncomfortable thing for me with this character because no matter how much I knew he was guilty of being the architect of Gilead, I couldn't hate this guy. They make it impossible for you to hate this guy. He's just so damn funny, witty, and sarcastic, and he steals every scene that he's in. I just love this guy so much. And and you hate to see a character like that die and get killed off, but this was the perfect way. I wouldn't change a thing. Perfect way for him to go out, going out a hero, finally stepping up and taking responsibility for this Frankenstein monster he created and being part of the first steps in taking it out, helping to take it down and giving up his own life. That's how you complete a redemption arc when you've caused as much damage as he has. Like that's how you do it. I mean, yes, he never personally abused any of the women. He didn't he distanced himself from all of it. He was disgusted by it. He was furious with himself. He couldn't forgive himself for what he did. He never believed in the cult at all. But the only way he could really redeem himself is by going out a hero like this, and he did. So I thought it was a beautiful ending for that character. I mean, he didn't come up with the religious dogma stuff. Like that was some other guys who did that, but he came up with the system, the way that it was all going to work, and it wouldn't have worked if it wasn't for him. So he was a crucial part of it. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I know what you're saying, KP. Like he designed the economic system as I don't know how hypothetical it was. I mean, he fully acknowledged that he's the one who, like he said in this season, he told June, I built this, what did he call it? I built this hellscape and I trapped her in it. His late wife. So he took responsibility for the fact that he had a huge hand in building it. He said it. But it wasn't just him. We can't just blame him. Fred grabbed it and used it and used religious dogma to make it much worse. So it's definitely not all on Joseph, but yeah, he took responsibility though for his part in it, and it couldn't have been spawned without him. But this was beautiful, and it just goes to show what great writing can do and great acting, because I was so sad seeing this moment, watching him go out like that, even though I think it was the right move and that's what needed to happen. It was much sadder than Nick dying, I'll tell you that, for me anyway. It was just great. And his acting is so stellar. The way he looked at June, he looked so emotional. But he did this for her. This is for you, June. Then he got on the plane. And then just after you come off of that emotional high, like, wow, what a beautiful thing he just did. Then the crazy music kicks in. This crazy, wild, intense music. And it's frickin' Nick showing up to get on the plane, and he did not have to be there. Nobody forced him to be there. This was a choice. And so now this is like the twist at the end. And so you had the crazy music coming in. June is horrified. And this was the ultimate test of June. And her Achilles heel has always been Nick. That he's been her blind spot. She's not a perfect heroine, and she believed he was her hero for so long. It was only 2 episodes ago that she had her eyes open to the fact that no, he's not he's not her hero, not anymore. And he was never willing to step up for anybody else, just her. But how do you can't just turn your feelings off that easily. So she still feels this for him. She's horrified. And I was sitting there, Scarlet, you should have heard me watching this. I unmuted myself and I was yelling at the screen, don't you dare say anything. Don't you tell him.
Yeah.
Don't you say anything. I was yelling at the screen like she was gonna hear me. Like a nutcase. Because you have to understand, they lingered on this for a while.
Oh, I'm sure
There
they
was
did.
yeah. They lingered on this. They dragged it out with crazy suspenseful music as he's slowly walking up to the plane and she's watching him, and you can see in her eyes that she's thinking about warning him. Blowing her cover, it would have been like it would have been a death wish for her. If she had exposed herself in that spot, she would really be dead. For real.
Mhm.
But love is an irrational thing. Love is not logical. She can't just turn her feelings off that quickly, even though he betrayed her and gave up their mission plans just a couple episodes ago, their first mission. She can't just forget her feelings that fast. And so you could see that she was thinking about it. And I was freaking out, like, don't you dare warn him, don't you say anything. And I was worried Nick was going to look over and see her there because he stopped. They dragged it out, all suspenseful. He went up to the plane and he stopped
Of course he
right
did.
there.
Of course.
Right? Of course he did.
Yeah. He probably heard you yelling, Julie.
He stopped.
What's that
And
noise?
he yeah, he heard me yelling right through my screen. He was like, you could tell he was thinking about, well, for a moment I was thinking maybe he, they have this powerful, deep connection. They had this love that went on for years, and they loved each other so much. So you almost think, like, does he sense that she's over there?
Some kind of
I mean,
psychic
he
thing?
didn't. Yeah. Does he love her so much that he senses that she's back there? Are they going to be that cheesy? You know? Um, but what he was really doing, he was hesitating, thinking about whether he should be doing this. Even right up to the end, he could not make up his damn mind, get off the fence and just do something. Like,
Mhm.
he just didn't have what it took, and he didn't have any real convictions. He never did. He loved June, and that's pretty much it. He did things for her, but so as he's getting on the plane, he's thinking about, should I do this? Am I doing the right thing? Well, look, you're already there. Like, what are you going to do? Get back in the car and leave? That would look bad. But he's still hesitating. It just shows how weak he is. And to be fair, he might also be reflecting on the gravity of the choice he's making. He is choosing to align himself with these extremist warhawk commanders and get on the plane. He doesn't have to go with them. He could have just stayed with his wife and unborn child. But he's making this choice, and so he's thinking about it and keeping everyone on the edge of our seats, wondering, is she going to yell out and warn him? Is she going to completely lose her mind and give herself up like that? Is he going to look over and spot her there? And they dragged it out. It felt like an eternity. I swear to God. It felt like an eternity, and it zoomed in on him closer. And June is just like dying over there, looking up at him. I was like, you better not say anything. You better not. And then he gets on the plane. He gets on the plane, and you could tell that she was fighting with every ounce of strength that she had in her not to call out to him and warn him. Because again, love is not a logical thing. It's an emotion, and it was so hard for her to let him go. But like I said it in my episode 8 deep dive that I released Monday. Well, it was really late. It was early Tuesday technically, but I said that she may have to take him out. She may have to take him down along with other commanders and not have a choice. And it's not going to be easy because you can't turn feelings off that easily. But he's made his choice. And I said in that video, he may be one of the one of the first casualties in the revolution. And he is. It actually happened. I didn't think it would happen in this episode. I would have expected maybe the finale, but yeah, he gets on the plane and she looks like her performance was phenomenal. It looks like someone punched her in the gut with full force, like completely knocked the wind out of her. She looks like she's in physical agony, knowing he's gonna die. It's like somebody just assaulted her, like attacked her. That's what her face looks like. She's so good. She's so good, Elizabeth Moss. Just incredible. Her performance in this series, start to finish, has just been masterclass. I've never seen anything quite like it, ever. And the show does a lot of close-ups on her face. And the things that she can do, the amount of emotion she can portray without saying a word is just mind-blowing. She doesn't even need words. So many scenes, countless scenes over the course of these 6 seasons, she has been able to emote unbelievably without saying anything in these tight close-ups, tighter than this even. This isn't even the tightest close-up they do. They do a lot even closer. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, she slayed it once again. And he got on the plane and the stuff that he said once again just confirmed that he he made his choice, and we shouldn't really feel that sorry for him at this point. He came on and the other commanders said, look at Lawrence here. He knows he's going to his death, and he's sitting there. He's sitting there with that dread on his face. He knows, but he's going out with honor as a hero. And Nick is going out as a coward, and he's completely in the dark. And why? Because June couldn't trust him enough to let him in on this plan, but she could trust Lawrence. Who would have thought in the end she could trust Lawrence more than Nick? This love of her life, She couldn't let him know he went out in the dark, selfish, because she couldn't trust him anymore. And they welcome him, and he says, "Oh, Rose is doing fine. She insisted that I join you." Well, you didn't have to. It was still your choice. Then his father-in-law, Commander Wharton, says, "My son-in-law Nick, my son-in-law Nick and my grandson are the future of Gilead." So much for that, sucker. You're not the future of Gilead. You're great. Nick isn't, and nope, sorry. And that again drives home why Nick needed to go, because Nick would have been the future of Gilead. Nick made his choice, and he chose fascism. He chose Gilead. He and his kid, yeah, he would have raised his kid that way too. And I think they put that in the script to really underscore that to us, that Nick needed to go because he just made the wrong choice, and he would have been the future of Gilead. He would have been complicit in this fascist regime going forward, worse than ever. So he had to go. And that's that. Like, the future of Gilead? Nope. Um, he was very happy joining these guys, and it seemed genuine, actually. Then he walked over to Lawrence and said, "Oh, you decided to join the winners, huh? The winners." Nick has turned full villain now, calling themselves the winners. Wow. Shows how far he's fallen. He's not sitting on the fence anymore. He's not just on the sidelines. He's Team Gilead now. He's all in. His wife had said, "You've got to, show whose side you're on, stand up for Gilead and me and your unborn son. Uh, you know, take her down. You've got to end June. She's responsible for this, that rebellion that just happened." And I think he would have backed that. I don't think he would have I don't know. If it's possible, he might have still tried to protect June if he could. But he fully embraced Gilead at this point by making this choice and getting on the plane with these extremist war hawks. That was a choice, and nobody forced him to do that. So, unfortunately, he made the wrong choice, and he winds up sitting next to Lawrence, who takes the the case with the gun aside so Nick can sit down. And yeah, after Nick said you decided to join the winners, Lawrence was like, "Oh, you know how it is. We just do what we have to do to survive." Well, that was so what an interesting like I loved how clever that line was because he knows that he's doing the exact opposite for the first time. Lawrence is not just doing what he has to do to survive. He's literally doing the opposite, taking himself out to help take down Gilead. That's amazing. Like I loved that line. He's done just doing what he has to do to survive. He's going to be a hero now. Nick is busy focusing on himself and being selfish. And he told June a few episodes before, we're all just trying to survive. We're humans. We're fucking human. Well, you know what? Not everybody is as selfish as him. And some people are willing to risk their lives and even lay down their lives to do the right thing. And that's what Lawrence is doing. So, Nick, people like to rationalize their own behavior by making excuses for themselves. And that's what Nick has been doing, saying, well, we're all just trying to survive. It's being human. That he uses that as an excuse for his own selfishness and cowardice, lack of action. But it's just an excuse. Plenty of people, even in a dystopian regime, not everyone is only focused on themselves. It's natural to be mostly in survival mode, obviously, looking out for yourself, but plenty of people risk their lives. The Mayday resistance movement, plenty of people have risked their lives for each other, even in this society. June risks her life by going back in and along with other Mayday people. I mean, Nick was just using that as an excuse to rationalize his cowardice, and Lawrence is done just doing what he has to do to survive and save his own neck. At first, the main reason he came over to the side of the revolution was when he found out that other commanders were plotting to have him executed and turn his reforms against him, to use them as a trap. So this shows that he's really committed to the revolution. He didn't just sign on to save his own neck because they wanted to execute him later. He's willingly going to his death. And this is honoring his late wife, who despised Gilead and was devastated by it. He never forgave himself for that, and so he's honoring his promise to her to do whatever he can to make things right now. And the thing is, too, this part was really cool. This was the last thing they said to each other. Nick said, "Is she all right?" Meaning June. So even in the end, he's trying to have his cake and eat it too. He's not willing to give up his position in Gilead and his own safety, his own interests, and yet he still wants June to be all right. He still does care for June, so he's still just going to go on being like this. If he hadn't died, he'd continue with this shit. This like having his foot in both worlds, one foot in Gilead, one foot in June's camp. Pick a side, pick a lane. He never had the courage to do that. Trying to have his cake and eat it too. Trying to protect her and still retain his status and his position in Gilead and keep himself safe. It never would have ended. He asked how June is, and Lawrence said, "Can't keep a good woman down." Uh, Hell yeah, that's true. No one's keeping June down. And Nick said, she told me to leave many times, actually. She told me to leave all this. And Lawrence says, you should have listened to her. And that was the end of their scene. That was the last thing we heard from them. And boy, did Lawrence sum that up perfectly. You should have listened to her. And that completely sums up Nick's fatal flaw, his tragic flaw, that he could have walked away. And even Nick basically just admitted it, that Nick told him to walk away many times. And he could have. He knows it. He wasn't trapped there, especially with his status as a commander. He could have run away. And he could have done that even before he got married, so he wouldn't have this unborn child to think about. But he missed his chance. And that line, you should have listened to her. He's right. Nick should have listened to June. And maybe if he had listened, he'd still be alive now, fighting on the side of the resistance. But instead, he has to go out like this. Boy, was it a dramatic way to end this penultimate episode, with June having to watch the plane take off and knowing what's about to happen. And of course, Nick has no idea what the hell Lawrence was getting at. He should have listened to her. That's all he says. That's all he says. And Nick doesn't suspect a thing, of course. Doesn't know what's coming. That got a lot of fans, really got a lot of fans in the gut, too. I saw that trending on Twitter. You should have listened to her. And he damn well should have. I know a lot of fans are very upset about this happening to Nick. Some people feel like it was an abrupt turnaround and they changed his character suddenly. I don't think so. I think he was toxic all along, and some people just couldn't see it. Part of that was the fault of the show romanticizing him and June together, making these scenes so ridiculously sentimental, the two of them kissing on a bridge with 360-degree camera panning around them and music swelling, all of that stuff. It gets you sucked up into this Shakespearean star-crossed lover kind of plot line, but he was always this guy. This was always him. They didn't make a big turnaround in this with the way that they ended things. This has always been who he is. We just couldn't always see it because we were seeing things through June's perspective, and she saw him in a skewed way due to her trauma. She looked at him as her hero, so we were looking at him through her perspective, and it was skewed. But this has always been who he is. Toxic. And then, of course, there's a lingering shot on the two of them just sitting there as the plane is taking off. You know what's about to happen, and I remember thinking, like, are they going to show it? They're going to show the plane blowing up. They're going to really show it. And they did. And boy, was it dramatic as hell. What an ending. Wow. What a gut punch ending. Beautifully shot, beautifully lit. It was just June centered in the middle of the runway with the plane taking off right above her. She's watching it. You have the slow pan in on her face. I don't know how Elizabeth Moss managed to direct this episode while delivering such an incredible performance at the same time. This is amazing. And before we see the explosion, we see the reflection of the explosion on her face. It lit up. You could see the reddish glow. That I was like, oh my God, they really did it. They really did it. They showed the explosion and everything. Unbelievable. And you see it reflected in her face first, which I think was more powerful to do it that way. You could see the effect it has on her. she has to watch this person she loved for years, the person she thought was her hero, blowing up right in front of her eyes. Unbelievable. And she's just standing there in complete shock. And then, like, you see it in the sky, just a fireball, sparks falling. It reminded me a lot, actually, with the sparks falling. It looked like fireworks. And the whole reason that we light fireworks on the 4th of July is the whole reason that I'm wrapping up now, Jeter. This is the end of the episode. Oh, there's Scarlet. Um yeah, I've been eating. Don't worry, Jeter, I've been eating. Um isn't this a gorgeous shot, Scarlet, to end on this? This is stunning. Beautifully done.
Oh yeah.
First they showed the reflection on her first they showed the glow on her face before they showed the explosion. I thought that was a really effective way of depicting that. So you don't see the fireball first, you see the reflection of it on her face, her reaction to it, complete shock. And then this, oh my God, the fireball in the sky, and she's right there centered in the middle of the runway, and the fireball is right there centered above her. Just gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And it reminded me of you know, it's funny because a lot of people were just like bawling their eyes out over Nick dying up there like that, and me, I was like, thinking about the 4th of July, and it's like the national anthem, the rockets and the rockets red
It's red
glare, the
glare.
bombs bursting in air,
Nick bursting in air.
Yeah, Nick bursting in air. I mean, the whole reason that we light fireworks on patriotic occasions, the whole why I mean, why do you think we do it? It's mimicking, bombs bursting in the air, eh, fighting for our freedom to make sure that we stay free as a country. Like fireworks, it's kind of like an explosion. This looks like fireworks with sparks flying everywhere. And I just thought that that was such a I don't know if they did this intentionally, but what a way to start a revolution in Gilead, to have an explosion like this that looks like a fireworks show in the sky, except it's not fireworks. It's real. It's a real plane blowing up. And eventually America will be restored. Not right away, but it's like, it just brought me back to in mind of the national anthem and what it means. America's going to come back in this world of this show eventually. Like this is the beginning of it. And unfortunately, Nick had to be one of the first casualties and part of the bomb bursting in air. You know, it's just how it had to be. So I thought it was beautiful. It was sad. It was sad to see he wasn't an evil character or anything. There aren't a lot of cartoonish people in this show, but it's how it had to be. And I thought it was beautiful. And Lawrence, honestly, I felt more sad for him than for Nick because he went out a hero knowing he was going to die. So amazing. Two characters, two of the most important characters on the entire show going out together in one big bang, literally, to close out this penultimate episode of the season. I don't know how they follow this in a finale. I really don't. This felt like a lot of this felt like the finale of the whole thing. So where does this even go in the finale? I don't even know. I mean, I don't know how you top this. Like, and this, like right here.
Mhm.
So again, this looks like fireworks. It zoomed in on the back of June's head, and in the distance, you can see the sparks falling.
Mhm.
It just reminded me so much of fireworks, and I think that was probably an intentional choice. Like it's actually dark when you think about what fireworks really represent.
Mhm.
Represents wars that we've engaged in to make sure America stays America and all that. So yeah, she got a fireworks show, but it wasn't a fun one, that's for sure. It was a beautiful. It was just a beautiful scene, as always, aesthetically gorgeous and stunning. And again, more close-ups on her face, and that's how it ended. Her reactions have always been phenomenal on the show, like incredible. Doesn't need to say a word. She just looks like she's been punched in the gut repeatedly and like got the wind knocked out of her. Watching him die like that because it doesn't matter that she's had this awakening about him. She still has those feelings. They're not going to go away that easily. But she did what she had to do. She let him get on the plane. She didn't warn him. She had no choice. And he made his choice. So that's the end of that. Amazing. Amazing. I was just blown away. A lot of fans were crying and all over Twitter, so upset. And it wasn't really, I didn't see a lot of anger. I just mostly saw sadness. I thought it was spectacular. I thought it was so great. I watched it 3 times. So I loved it.
It
Anyway,
gets more beautiful each time I view it.
yeah. The scene that I watched the most times, though, was the hanging scene. I replayed that one a few times over because that was just spectacular. That was my favorite part of the whole episode. Thankfully, because nobody got actually hung. Um, Otherwise, I wouldn't be replaying it. But if this doesn't win a bunch of awards this year for this season, then it's a crime. Cinematography, art direction, everything, acting. Bradley Whitford needs another Emmy. Elizabeth Moss, like even the
Mhm.
woman who plays Serena, she was phenomenal too. I have a hard time with that one because I can't stand Serena, but you have to separate the actress from the
Mhm.
actor of the
Yeah.
from the character. I always forget. Oh yeah, she's not actually Serena. That actress is just so damn good at her job that she makes it so easy to hate this character. You forget that it's just a character sometimes.
Acting genius. Genius.
Seriously.
Acting genius.
Yeah. Sometimes I forget that, oh yeah, she's just a character. It's not really her. But this ensemble is just absolutely incredible. So they deserve every award you could possibly get for this final season. I thought season 5 kind of fell off a bit, kind of lackluster, but season 6 has been spectacular, and look forward to see how it's going to end next week. I really don't know how they can possibly top this episode, though. How do you follow that? I have no idea. Like, if they were going to whip out "Don't let the bastards grind you down," that
Mhm.
line, they should have saved that for the finale. I feel like they pulled out some of their best stuff too soon. You know,
I don't know. There's a lot of shows
they,
that have pretty good penultimate episodes. I think that's where they put all the, like a lot of them have a lot of action. Well, I can't really say that, but it seems to have more action sometimes than the finale.
Really? Really?
Yeah, I was
Interesting.
kind of thinking Yellow Jackets, but then Yellow Jackets had a lot going on in the finale as well. But I remember the first season, the penultimate episode's pretty crazy.
Right,
It's the
right.
only one that sticks in my head right now, but I know there's been other seasons where the penultimate episode seems to be more going on than the finale. Or at least have
Yeah,
deaths. Like, that seems to be like the
yeah,
death episode.
right. The
There's a
death
lot of people that
episode.
die in penultimate episodes.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess I haven't watched that many drama series to know. Like, a lot of the dramas I've watched have gotten canceled early, so
Yeah.
I never know how it would have turned out. Um, so I haven't watched a whole lot of drama series to know how that usually goes, but I'm just surprised. I would have expected the penultimate episode to be more of a setup episode, but no. No, this was blockbuster stuff. They brought out their absolute best game on all fronts. Every single character, every scene, start to finish, and I don't know how you can possibly top that. They can't. They've set the bar too high. So, for me, 10 out of 10 on this. 11 out of 10. Like, so, I mean, what do they do now? Lawrence is dead. Nick is dead. Aunt Lydia has come over to the side of the revolution, and so is Serena. So, I mean, they could explore that a bit more. That's interesting. We could see some more of Lydia. That'll be. I I think they're going to have to show something regarding what Lydia's doing because the Testaments is going to be the sequel, and she's starring in it. So that we'll probably see more of her. Maybe the finale will kind of be a bit of a setup for the spinoff, the Testaments. Um, as we all know, they're not going to take Gilead down in the span of one episode. So,
Yeah.
where can they go with this? There's nothing that could pack a punch like seeing June in a handmaid's outfit again with a noose around her neck, screaming, "Don't let the bastards grind you down," and then being hoisted up in the air.
Yeah.
How can they possibly top the drama of that moment? It's impossible. You can't. Like they saved their absolute best for the penultimate episode. No question in my mind. But I'm sure they'll pull out a great finale too. It's just it can't equal this one. I mean this episode. It's just no way. And
I'm surprised you're
and
not going to have a live for the finale.
well, I mean if I can find out enough if I can find enough interest in it, then maybe I will. Because it's an amazing show. I think it deserves to be talked about more. And I tried to look on YouTube and see if anyone else ever live streams about it, and I haven't seen anyone. But that kind of stuff's hard to find. So I don't
Mhm.
know. Maybe somebody does. Like I just to test it out, I tried searching for live streams, including shows that I know major channels cover. Like I forget what I put in as a test, but they didn't show up in the search results. So
Mhm.
if you're trying to search for live streams, YouTube doesn't show you them.
Yeah,
I
I
don't know how.
noticed that.
Yeah, I don't like
I don't
that.
know. I don't like it either. Because I knew this one live existed and I had to like look up the person who did it and look them up because it wasn't listed when I searched for it. You know,
Yeah.
it kind of
So I
sucks.
don't.
A search should act like a search engine. It shouldn't act like just this.
I know, right? Because then more people would be able to find streams like this one.
Hmm.
People would be able to find it easily. I couldn't find my own lives when I tested it, and I couldn't find bigger channels' lives either
Yeah,
when I tried searching. So I don't know. Maybe someone out there is doing Handmaid's Tale live streams, and I just can't find them.
yeah,
But like, Yeah, I want to see if I can do a little live stream for it, and maybe if I advertise it ahead of time, I can get some people who want to discuss it, even if it's just a handful of people. That would be
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll do that. I mean, again, I don't see how they can top this episode, but I'm sure they're gonna land the plane really well. I'm after
Land
seeing
the
this, I
plane.
am
Well, they didn't land this plane really well.
that
That plane did not land really well. They did not do good.
that analogy.
Wait, there's
That
another
was
plane in the finale that lands. It better
that
not be
was
a dream. It better not be a dream and Nick's alive because she doesn't imagine the plane blowing up.
that was a really that was an unfortunate analogy, and I did that completely unintentionally.
As long as the finale doesn't end with Elizabeth Moss waking up and saying, "I had the strangest dream."
Yeah. Oh no, yeah. I had a terrible dream. My precious Nick blew into smithereens in front of my eyes. Oh, yeah, no.
Well,
It,
I just meant the whole thing.
oh, the whole thing? Jesus. Yeah.
The last
Oh,
6
yeah.
seasons.
All
She
six
just wakes up in
seasons of
Canada and she's fine. She's like, "Oh, avoided that. That's cool."
all 6 seasons of Handmaid Hell were just a terrible nightmare.
She just ate something was a little off, you know. She ate some a sandwich, a little mildew on it or something, and
Yeah.
some bad chicken salad.
Yeah. Well, regardless, I think, they're not going to land this particular plane, but I think the series is going to land the plane well. I'm now fully confident that they're going to do it. And when I started making my videos about the show, and I wasn't really sure, but I made my first deep dive. It was on episodes 1 through 3 because they dropped them all at once. And I said, I was very critical of the way that the show has portrayed Nick and June. I've talked about it so much in my videos, how frustrating I find it that they romanticized that relationship. I understand that June was blinded by her trauma and she didn't see that he was not worthy of her. But the show, I've already discussed it at length. The music, the art direction, the cinematography, the writing, all of it was meant to stir up our emotions and get us invested in this couple. 360-degree panning around them in this epic slow motion kiss. So, and I said, I feel like all of this stuff undermines the feminist message of the show, making this show too much about that. That's not what this is about. This is about women fighting for their basic human rights, being enslaved, and we shouldn't be focusing on a star-crossed Shakespearean romance in a show like this. And I said, but yeah, you know what? I have faith that this show can turn it around. They can still turn it around this season. They can rectify this. And they did it. When I said that, I really wasn't sure. I said, I think that it's possible, but I really wasn't sure because it had been 5 straight seasons of this romanticizing Nick and June. They were already doing it again this season. Beautiful, gorgeous lighting, Nick and June meeting up secretly in the woods, the sunlight coming in and washing over them, and they embraced each other, and then they said goodbye as if it's going to be final, and June kind of makes a meta joke like, you know, we really have to stop doing this, pretending like this is goodbye. Like, let's just say see you later. She's like, even
We really got to stop meeting like this.
yeah. But it's like
a rom-com.
even in the writing of the show, it's like the writers were acknowledging, like, yeah, um they were being meta in that moment. Like, all of these dramatic rendezvous that they've had, and then these dramatic goodbyes, they're always going to meet up again.
Well,
And
not
yet,
this time.
something. Now, you know something? I think this is kind of diabolical on the part of the writers because they wrote that in the script this season and they knew damn well they were killing off Nick and they were not June and Nick were not going to always get back together again and see each other again eventually. They knew what they were doing and they were lulling viewers into a false sense of security. That's diabolical right there. They knew what they were doing. They wanted they wanted to pack the strongest emotional punch with the element of surprise, and boy, did it work. They had me worried. I was starting to think maybe they're not going to turn this around and the show's going to let me down. And no, I've got to say, I am very impressed. They did it. They delivered on what I hoped they would do. They fixed this. I even figured out a justification for why they romanticized all those scenes. I put it in one of my videos. I don't think that was an accident. I don't think it was just for Hollywood magic either. It works on that level, obviously. On the Hollywood magic level, people like it. It gets people hooked in. So it was kind of killing two birds with one stone, but I think what they were really doing, I think they romanticized their scenes because this is June's perspective. This whole story is being skewed through June's eyes. It's the handmaid's tale, her story. And in the book, it's exclusively through her perspective. You don't see anything else other than what she's dealing with. The show is a bit different. They do show other stuff going on that doesn't have anything to do with her. But shit. Oh, I thought that my laptop died. Never mind. But anyway, so I was thinking about it and I thought maybe all of those scenes where they were portrayed in this romantic light with all of the ways I described, maybe they did that because we're looking at that whole scenario through June's skewed perspective. It's her trauma, and she sees him as her savior, as her romantic hero. So that's how the scene was portrayed. That's why the music was swelling like that, and the lighting was ethereal, and it was all through June's eyes. Just imagine we're looking through June's eyes. And maybe that's why they did it. And this was always going to be the long game. In the end, June's eyes were going to be opened to who Nick really was. And unfortunately, since we were going along for the ride and looking at everything through her perspective, it also broke fans' hearts. The episode after June's eyes were opened was called Shattered. And she was shattered. The fans were shattered. People who loved Nick and June. And it's kind of a mean thing to do to the audience, but I think they might have been planning that all along. Build this couple up like they're some romantic fairy tale, but know that in the end, it's a fantasy in June's head. We're looking at it through her eyes, and in the end, that fantasy is going to be ripped apart, and we're going to see the truth, and the fans are going to have to face it right along with her in real time. I think that's a pretty genius chess move. It's risky. They might risk alienating the fans, but hey, at least they're ending the series. So if people are really pissed off, I guess the worst that could happen is they won't watch the spinoff. But I think people still will, though. They're going to want to see what happens after the series ends. I think they'll watch. They killed two birds, all right. Yeah, Dieter. They killed two birds. Little Birdie Nick and Birdie Lawrence up there. Anyway. So kudos to the show for pulling it off. I give them so much credit for taking such a risk like that and alienating the fans. You can't write the show to appease the viewers. You've got to tell the story the way it needs to be told and send the right message that's consistent with the message of the show. You cannot have June in love with a man who's a fascist. You just can't. You can have her love him fine, but you've got to have her let him go in the end. Let him go wake up to reality. That's not what this show was about. Nick needed to go. And I think it was smart that they got him out of the way before the finale. It's kind of like a signal to us, like, look, this was never about Nick and June. This is not their story. This is not a love story. It's now time to get down to business here. Nick is done. Now it's the finale, and this is what the show is really about, not Nick. So I think they did a great job. They nailed it. I didn't know if they could do it because, you pull these romantic ploys on us for 5.5 seasons, and then, I mean, how do you do a turnaround that quickly? But I understand why some fans feel as a result that they did an abrupt change. They made an abrupt change to Nick, and they're mad about it. But honestly, if you really think about it, I think it'll go over a lot of people's heads. But I do think that all those scenes were romanticized because it was June's perspective. So imagine that we're in her head,
Mhm.
and in her head, it's like a fairy tale with him because she's in love with him and it's blinding her. All of her trauma made her fall for him like that. So I don't think it's necessarily that they were trying to trick us, but they were trying to teach us a lesson about how trauma can blind you to reality. You try to seek love even in the darkest of places. It's human nature. There is no perfect heroine, and her perspective was skewed. June is not perfect. The show often portrayed her like she was a perfect heroine, but Nick was her Achilles heel, and she faced that ultimate test when she had to let him get on the plane and watch him explode with the plane, watch the whole thing blow up in front of her eyes. She did it. She finally let him go. She let him go. I said in the beginning of the season, I hope she finds the strength to let him go. And I think that she can do it. She did. Hey, Miss Crafty Capricorn. I just broke down episode 9 of Handmaid's Tale, which I thought was an absolute masterpiece. So Terry said I'm trying to persuade Dieter to come to America. Nah, America is not the best right now. We're kind of
Maybe
a
you can
mess
go.
at the moment.
Maybe you can go to Canada and live with Doug.
Yeah, Canada would be my
Go to
choice.
Canada.
Hell yeah, Canada would be my choice. Um, okay, Dieter, I'll show this clip. Um, okay, yeah, check out the replay. So I broke it down scene by scene. I went a little bit out of order because I got kind of excited and I got ahead of myself. So I started talking about the hanging scene first, or should I say the non-hanging scene? But technically, June did
Well,
get
she was
hung.
hanging.
She was hanging. She was hanging. But so I started by talking about that scene, but then I backed it up and I talked about all of the other scenes in order. I didn't go back and repeat myself about the hanging scene, of course. I just went on to the next thing, but yep, I broke down the whole thing, and next week I'd like to do a stream for the finale. Maybe if I try to spread the word around early enough, I can find some Handmaid's Tale fans who would like to discuss it. What an amazing series coming to an end. And they managed to pull off an incredible feat. I don't know how they did it, but they turned around a lot of things in a short time. They managed to bring Lydia and Serena over to the side of the revolution and got rid of this Nick problem that was the biggest flaw in the series for me. So amazing job. Anyway, uh I'll pull up this thing that Dieter showed, and then I need to get off and
Mm-hmm.
go
Me as
take care of
well.
myself. Yes. So, what was KP saying up here? June is nowhere near as competent and all-powerful. Okay, in the books, he said. The things she achieved in the show were actually achieved by her, Lydia, Jemima, and her 2 daughters over decades, not just a random Tuesday. Yeah. So they gave this the Hollywood treatment. Let's be real. They did. The show. They made June into this, you know, crazy superhero type thing. And yeah, I know that's a legitimate criticism of the show that I've heard before, for sure.
Yeah, but it kind of
But I
been
gotta
cool.
say,
If they would have made it over decades and kind of aged her with prosthetics and then had her daughters, that'd be really cool.
that would be cool. Yeah,
She could do
that'd
it.
be great. Yeah. Um. Yeah, I don't know. If Lawrence didn't devise a workable economic model, they would have just gotten another economist to do it, perhaps one who actually cared and was a psychopath like Fred. Yeah, I don't know. He was brilliant. Lawrence was uniquely brilliant, so I don't know if Gilead would have managed what they did without him. I don't know what that was. Julie was like, I knew I called it. Yeah, Panda was there listening to me freaking out when the plane blew up. I was like, I knew it. I called it. Nick is gonna get taken out. Nick is gonna get taken out. He's gonna be one of the first casualties in the revolution, and June will have to let him go, take him down. And she did. She didn't deliberately take him down, but she had to let him go and keep her mouth shut. So yeah, I actually predicted that in my video I released Monday. I released it around 1 a.m. It was shortly after the new episode had come out, but I was running late, so it took me a long time to make that video. And it's still there. It's my breakdown of episode 8, and I talk about how June has lost her plot armor by the time the finale comes. So she could wind up getting taken out, but I tend to think now she's going to make it because I mean, again, if they had their chance to kill her off, there's no more epic way they could take her out than what they did in this 9th episode. So I would say she's going to make it now. I'm predicting that she's probably going to make it out. They might just make it ambiguous. Things will still be, hectic and crazy. The revolution will still be going on and it'll end and we'll be left to wonder. That's all. That's what I'm guessing is going to happen. Anyway, uh, no, but Nick literally didn't have to go. KP said that it's like saying you have a business trip and well, you didn't have to go. He didn't have to go on this particular trip. He had the perfect excuse. His wife just had a serious incident with her pregnancy. She was in the hospital and he was there with her and his wife said, you gotta, you gotta go stand up for me, Gilead. And she pushed him to do it, but his wife has no power over him and he went all of his own accord. So no, he didn't have to go. He chose to go get on that plane. His decision. Um anyway, um I mean, yeah, I won't I got to be careful about highlighting comments that have that word in it that means German soldier from World War II. I feel like I shouldn't do that. I would, but if it wasn't for that word, but I'm not making it sound easy. It's not easy at all to resist a fascist regime. But look what June has done. Look what June and Lawrence just did. You know, Lawrence had to die to help take this place down, and June almost died. You got to take a stand. You've got to take a stand and do something. If evil can only triumph when good people do nothing. And sometimes, yes, that means risking your life. there are more important things than just protecting your own ass, saving your own ass. When how many women in this Gilead place are being SA'd all the time? State sanctioned SA? Like, no, you got to do something. You got to risk your life. That's if you have any convictions, and definitely don't stay in a position of complicity like Nick did. Anyway, enough of that. I say I say ass all the time, Panda. You know that.
What is
I
that?
love my curse words. I say ass. I mean, I was just talking about Kendrick Lamar's ass a few days ago on a stream. Anyway, I wonder what happened to all the ants. What?
No, I was
Wonder
just
what
looking at the
happened.
comments about pie. About pie. And I was watching this video earlier today about Dollywood, and Dollywood, the amusement park, has a $300 apple pie that you can buy a slice of. It's $30, and the thing is huge. It's like a 20-pound apple pie. It's crazy.
Oh,
And you see the side
yeah.
of it. You should look it up. It's just like this crazy, crazy pie.
Wow. That
And
sounds
the only reason,
amazing. I
the
love
only reason I'm kind of fascinated with Dollywood is I always kind of want to plan a trip where I go see the Smoky Mountains, maybe in the fall when there's less people, and then go to Dollywood when they have their Harvest Festival. There's all these pumpkins and stuff, and it's like an amusement park. But I always want to go there. I've been to Disneyland like 20 times, but I'd love to go to Dollywood. Never been.
Oh yeah, I bet that's a really entertaining spot.
I mean,
Yeah.
I should go to Michigan Adventure because everybody points out Cedar Point in Ohio here, but I should give Michigan Adventure some love.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Um,
Though I'm probably
Miss
getting too
Crafty.
old. You're probably getting up there to go to amusement parks, but I love them.
Yeah. I mean, man, you're never too old. No. I wouldn't say
Yeah, but
that at all.
I got high blood pressure now, Julie.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if I can handle it.
You gotta be careful with that. That's for sure. Well, Miss Crafty Capricorn, I wonder about this stuff too. Like, honestly, to be honest, I really wish that they had spent more time showing us the makings of the revolution beginning. Like, I think they wasted too much time um in season 5 with June in Canada going to support groups with other refugees with PTSD. They wasted too much time on that when they should have been showing us more of how the resistance was still working against Gilead. Show us this all of a sudden Phoebe just drops in out of nowhere. Like she says here, like Crafty Capricorn says, I wonder what happened to all the ants that's in the picture. They made it convenient for it to just be Phoebe. Yeah. How did Phoebe come into play at all? Like, when did she become an ant? Phoebe, as it turns out, Phoebe's a member of the CIA. Who the hell knew the CIA even still
Yeah, it
exists?
still existed.
Like, what? I feel like they rushed it. I think that the writers kind of I know pacing is always a really tricky thing in TV series, and you never know how many seasons you're going to get. So you don't know exactly how to space out events. It's not like writing a book where you can make it whatever length you want, tell a story as you want to tell it. So I think that they screwed up by spending too much time in Canada in season 5 because there's some stuff that felt very rushed and not realistic. Like all of a sudden, there's still a CIA. I thought the US government in exile was in shambles and there was next to nothing left of it. All we ever saw of it was Mark Tuello, this one dude. And yeah, they had some military, but you never actually saw them. He just said a few episodes ago that they didn't have many of them left, and they had to rely on Mayday, who were not trained as an organized military at all. And now they're flying in with American fighter jets. They've got US Army troops occupying Boston, and Phoebe is as a CIA agent who was masquerading as an ant. Where the hell did that come from? So, as much as I adored this episode, I will say there were some things that were unrealistic, and I had to suspend my disbelief. And I chalk it up to the writers saying, "Oh shit, we spent too much time." They were probably even thinking it to themselves. We spent too much time focused on Canada, and now we've got to get this revolution stuff rolling. How do we speed this up? And so that's the tricky thing about it. How did Phoebe wind up among the ants? Did she have to actually torture the handmaids like the other ants? Because that's what the ants do at the Red Center. Sh- how far did she have to go to pretend to be an ant? It's where did that come from? I would like to have seen that. She came out of nowhere. Literally, like a couple episodes ago, she just popped up out of nowhere. So yeah, I found that a little weird. And all of a sudden, you see U.S. military guys in camo gear, and um, so is it perfect? No, I still loved it anyway. Uh, I thought the ants that was working out and playing chess lived at the Red Center. Yeah, I believe they do. Uh, I believe they do. I took it as she used to be CIA. Okay, that makes more sense. So they probably don't have an operational CIA anymore. It's just that she has those skills and she still can use them to go undercover. So that's what she was doing. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, I was gonna comment on Trace's the high blood pressure. I've always run a little high. And my dad told me once that he had a friend that always kind of had high blood pressure, even like in their 20s, you know? And I exercise a lot and take care of myself, so I don't know where the high blood pressure comes from.
Yeah.
I just run hot. I just run. I'm just feisty. I run hot. I run higher.
Yeah. Indeed. Um, so yeah, it's not always the same for everybody. Um, yeah, KP, I mean, yeah, I hear what you're saying. The point of the show is how to show how hard it is to take a stand, especially when you aren't personally in danger. Would you risk your life? Well, it's hard to say when we're not in that situation, but I know a lot of people in the show did risk their lives. Some of them died for the cause already, for the resistance working for Mayday, and many people did. People got executed. Um, but if no one did anything, well, there never would have been a revolution and Gilead would never fall. So someone's got to do something, put their lives on the line. Lawrence had nothing to gain from laying down his life at all. He could have easily reneged on what he did, what he said he would do with that bomb. So they deleted the ads and dropped in Phoebe. Yeah. Where are the rest of the ads?
Who has a cat in their pants?
Huh?
Some Espanol in the chat, and I thought somebody said they had a cat in their pants.
Oh, I was wondering. Wait, yeah,
Please explain.
Is that what that means?
That's what I meant.
Trace.
Tengo gato en los pantalones.
That's funny.
Let him out. Unless that's your thing. I mean, let your freak flag fly high. I'm not gonna kick shame. As long as the cat's a fan of it.
Yeah. I don't know. And who was the pilot of the plane? Yeah, I don't know. You mean the plane at the end? I don't
don't care
know.
about that person. Nameless pilot.
It's a reference to a movie. Okay.
Like Cat in the Pants? Is that like Cat in the Hat?
Yeah.
Or a sexy
Guess
version
so.
of Cat in the Hat.
Is it a Tesla plane? Maybe it's a self-flying plane. Those are Blue Street quotes, Panda Kalima said. Okay.
Okay.
Never heard of that. Blue streak at the end. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, it may not be the most realistic portrayal of how they could get this off the ground, and I found it kind of hard to believe that they managed to save, even with all the gunfire and craziness going on in that skirmish, that they managed to free all those handmaids that were that had nooses around their necks and their hands were bound. They were sitting ducks. I mean, they should have been catching stray bullets, and somehow they managed to unhook all of their handcuffs and get them to safety. And as far as we know, none of them died. So, of course, that stretches the bounds of believability. But honestly, after a show this dark and depressing and gruesome for years, I mean, I think we're entitled to a little bit of Hollywood magic in the end, a little bit of escapism. The way they executed it may not be the most realistic, but I'll take it. I think we suffered enough collectively with this show. It was, I'm not gonna lie, it was a beautiful, spectacular Hollywood moment. The music soaring, and June getting cut down from the rope, and then someone yells, "It's American planes!" And the planes are flying over. She said, "Those are American planes." It was just such an uplifting moment after such darkness pervading this series for all these years, such darkness and horror show, a horror show. Like, I mean, it doesn't get any more grim than the kind of dystopian society that we've had to watch for all this time. So bring on that moment of Hollywood magic. I'm not mad at it, even if parts of it were unrealistic. It was incredible. I just chalk it up to them realizing that they didn't have enough time to realistically show the start of the revolution, so they had to kind of cut some corners. That's all, you know. Uh, the same Hollywood magic that reunited Moira and June in Chicago. Yeah, that was crazy. That was the silliest moment ever. I loved it, but it was so unbelievable. Yeah, what would be the odds that Moira happened to be on a boat picking up refugees from Chicago, um, and June happened to be there. So Moira winds up smuggling June out of Gilead to Canada. That's how she escapes. That the odds of that are about 1 in 1 billion. So yes, great example of more Hollywood magic. But I'm not mad at it. In a series that's so dark, when that kind of thing happens every now and then, I'll take whatever bit of uplifting uh, moment I can get. That's all. Hey, Julie, they don't chat like us. Yeah, I'm gonna play the video to wrap it up. So I think I've said enough on this amazing episode, and I'm gonna be making a deep dive video on it, of course. But I wanted to, there are certain things that I'm not going to like. I have a completely different style in scripted videos versus on a live stream. In scripted videos, I'm more formal. It's more like a video essay. I'm not I'm not just speaking off the cuff, and so you're not going to hear the same casual tone. I wanted to just kind of talk about this more casually too. And you won't hear me in the video saying like, "Oh my God, I was yelling at the TV screen when June was watching Nick get on the plane." I'm not gonna I can't share stuff like that in a video essay. That would sound silly. But I can do it on a live stream. So that's why I wanted to do that in this case. Because this episode deserved that kind of attention. And I watch it by myself, although this time I watched it in a little watch party with Panda Kalima, and oh, my ring light almost knocked over. But for the most part, I've been watching this series by myself, and It's been great. I'm really enjoying making these deep dives, having an outlet to express ideas about this show, and so I'm gonna make my next video is gonna be on this episode 9. I'm gonna be working really hard on this one because obviously I have a lot to say on it, and so I'm gonna try to get it out as soon as I possibly can. That's gonna be my top priority. The Last of Us, I'm gonna do my best to try and get a video out on The Last of Us 2, but Handmaid's Tale is coming first because this show is wrapping up after 8 years, and so I want to make sure I get out what I want to say before the finale. So keep an eye out for that. So make sure you're subscribed and have your notifications turned on if you want to check that out. And if you want to give it a quick view and hit the like button, even if you don't watch the show, that's always much appreciated. Throwing an emoji into the comment section, all that stuff activates the algorithm and helps push the video out so more people can find it. I appreciate it, everybody that does that. When you happen to see it in your notifications, that's always much appreciated if you do that. And I didn't think anybody would watch my videos on this show, so I really appreciate everyone who has. There doesn't seem to be a rabid online presence of the fan base of this show, so I didn't really know how it was going to go. I just knew I had strong feelings and convictions about it that I wanted to get out. So yeah, I'll be putting that out, recording it as soon as I can in the next several days. And so, oh, Scarlet dropped off. Yeah, I won't forget, Dieter. I got you. I wish we got to see more Esther. Esther. Yeah, the isn't Esther is the former wife of a commander who got turned into a handmaid. Isn't that right? Esther. I think that's Esther. Um, what happened, Scarlet? Were you trying to look something up?
Yeah.
Figured. Oh, yeah. I kept thinking Esther is dead. Did she? Because I thought that they killed her. Esther. What the hell happened with Esther? Because she was a commander's wife, but then she was turned into a handmaid because she worked with the resistance, and she killed some guys. Let's see. How did Esther's story end? What the hell happened? Oh, okay. She wasn't killed off. For some reason, I thought she died. Yeah, I wonder whatever happened to Esther. I guess they just dropped that. But her story was really warped. I won't even go into how fucked up that was. Ugh, it was disgusting. She, yeah, she went through some horrific stuff, let's just say. Well, like a lot of women on this show, let's be real. But yeah. Yeah, she was a teen wife and pregnant, and Commander Putnam SA'd her before she officially became his handmaid, and that is a crime punishable by death. But as long as it's an official ceremony, then it's okay, and it's not SA. These people are sick fucks. Anyway, that's how they shot Putnam. I forgot about that. Yeah, they killed Putnam for that. Good, that bastard deserved it. Anyway, yeah, I forgot all about her. She also tried to kill Janine. I'm surprised they didn't kill her for that or send her to the colonies. I think that's a plot hole, but I guess Esther wasn't important enough for them to address because she tried to poison herself and Janine. But she wound up surviving. Anyway. Anyway, sorry, I was wrapping it up and then I got curious about that. I forgot all about it. Yeah, with the cookies. Warren Putnam was such a creep too. He's like, here, do you want a piece of chocolate? The way he did it was so unsettling and gross. Like putting the piece of chocolate in her mouth and ugh. It was it was gross. And we didn't actually see the SA. It didn't take place on screen, but we knew it happened. I'm glad they showed restraint. This show, I know some horrific things happen in it, but they don't graphically show SA, thankfully. They don't. They show restraint in the way they depict SA. We really don't see much at all of what actually happens, but we know it's happening all the time. So I'm glad that they don't gratuitously show too much of that because the show is not about shock value. It's important that we know that it's happening, but they don't want to do this for shock value. Like I've heard that Game of Thrones showed a whole lot of SA on camera, and I really think that kind of thing is unnecessary, and sometimes it's done for shock value, and I don't know, that really turns me off. I don't like that. I don't think that's necessary to show graphic SA at all. And when you're doing it for shock value, that's warped, if you ask me. And The Handmaid's Tale has never done that. They've always been very, very sparing with any SA that they depicted. Extremely sparing. You barely ever saw anything. So a lot of people think this must happen all the time on the show if you've never watched it. No, that's not the case at all. You barely see anything, which is good because it's not about that. They don't want to sensationalize it. That's not what the show is about. Anyway, sorry. No, don't be sorry. You just made me curious because I forgot all about Esther. See, this show has been on for 8 years and it takes so long between seasons, and it also is so complicated that I forget sometimes details like that, like Esther. I forget that sometimes. So I should have done a rewatch. I actually didn't do a rewatch before this season, but I watched some recap videos to refresh my memory. So yeah, I mean, how many people could get through a bunch of rewatches of this show? Seriously, it's not that palatable for a rewatch. It's the kind of show you want to watch once and then be done with it. It's a beautiful story for what it is, but it's not something we're going to want to go rewatch a bunch of times ever again. And I guess because Mrs. Keys is a minor, they didn't show it at all. Yes. Yeah, they showed nothing at all. But it was still disturbing. They made their point. Anyway, with that, I'm going to call it. So, let's see. I can't even keep track of what the hell day this is. So, it's Thursday now.
Please, if you wish to come to Yellow Jackets tier judging party at Sci-Fi Vision at 11 p.m. EST, it'll be fun. We'll do some judging. There'll be some special guests, maybe some surprises. Who knows? It'll be fun.
Cool.
Hopefully the tier maker will work. We're trying to figure that out. Tier maker.
A tier maker. Huh.
Yeah, it seems to be a popular thing to do. People take things and put them into a tier. And that's kind of fun.
That's cool. Yeah. I've never heard of that, actually.
Yellow Jackets is kind of the campy kind of show you can do it with, which makes it just fun.
That's cool. Yeah, sorry about the noise. I've never actually heard of that. But that sounds like it would be fun. So, yes. So, Yellow Jackets fans, check that out. 11 p.m. Eastern on the Sci-Fi Vision channel tonight with Scarlet and Jamie.
I just watched somebody do one on Yellow Jackets, like ships, and there were 45 different ships. Because everybody ships everybody on that show.
45 different.
And they give them fun names too. There's not only like there's one called Shauna Hat, but there's also one that there was Shauna's husband and a cop from the first season that they called Couch Cop. as a couple name because Jeff sold couches and the cop was a cop. So it was Couch Cop.
Okay. Weird.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds fun. So, and interactive activities are always fun to incorporate in lives too. So, like, now that we have this poll ability, I need to remember that. Like, do more polls. Should do more polls. As Crafty Capricorn says, she loves yellow jackets. So if you check out wait, let me see if I can get the link. Find the link.
Yeah, I was playing that Sleepwalking song from season 3. I wish the soundtracks, they have like 90s soundtracks, but they have soundtracks that are called Blood Hive. It's like Blood Hive 1, 2, and 3, and they haven't released them on LP. And if they did, especially in a cool colored vinyl, I would definitely buy it, no matter what the price. But you can't. It's just digital, and I'm like, I accidentally got some LPs from the library, and I didn't realize that they were LPs and not CDs. So I got my record player working and realized how better LPs sound than CDs.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, it sounds so much better.
I've heard that. I've never had a record player, but
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So there's the link to the live that Jamie and Scarlet are doing tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern.
Oh, did she do a thumbnail for it?
Yeah, she did. I
Okay,
just found it.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we weren't sure on the guest, so I don't know if it has a guest on it or not.
Yeah, it's there. Says 11 p.m.
We had these guys from Seaview Circle on prior live, and they were great and hilarious. So now we're gonna have them on again. And we might have Antler Queens on there too. I asked them, and Lori will be there. So I just want to have a bunch of people like it's a party.
Well, that sounds like fun. Yeah.
So, I mean, anybody wants to call in or, wants to be in the chat, because I think you can probably vote in the chat. I'm not 100% certain on how the tier breaker works. There is a part where it's on a live, the chat can also vote. It's totally a kind of a maiden voyage. So, it could work great. It could work horrible. Who knows?
How in the world? Yeah, you'll have to fill me in on how exactly this works, because that sounds fun. Maybe that's something we could do. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we could do it at the end of a season. Even The Last of Us, you can take like graphics of different characters or whatever, and then you can just drag them into the tier system, and then make funny little things for each tier.
Oh, nice.
Like mine's going to be like the top is going to be, Emmy awarding, performance. And then it's going to be like stuff like Frog in a Jar. Because there were some frogs in the 3rd season, like something that, might have been halfway in between, or like, not quite a knife in the eye. I'm going to try to make them funny, but.
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny if you see Yellow.
Yeah.
You're not. No, you're just gross. Okay, thanks.
What?
I mean, like the Nothing Burgers, I want to kind of call Lottie's Visions, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I didn't want to call them Nothing Burgers because, I mean, the only critique I have of Yellow Jackets is sometimes it doesn't stick the landing. They come up with this great, well-acted thing, and then the last part doesn't quite stick it.
Right.
But it's still enough for me to want to watch it. I mean, it's still like 100% better than most of the shows out there.
Exactly. So
if they don't land the second plane, Julie, in The Handmaid's Tale, it's still a good show.
Exactly, and
or Nick parachutes out of the plane.
Oh man, yeah, yeah. Maybe it's a big fake out, and he parachutes. A lot of people have been in such denial about Nick, even after he betrayed June. saying that, oh no, he must have some kind of plan. He can't really be betraying her. He must have
Yes.
some kind of secret plan. So these same people might be thinking, well, maybe Nick's going to parachute out of the plane and he's really alive. Or maybe they're still deep in denial. I don't know. I mean, I think the show made it pretty clear what was going on. But I had people in my comments, I didn't get many comments on my videos at all. And the few comments I got, a lot of them were disagreeing with me about Nick and defending him.
Well, I'll get on
I'm
there and
sorry.
put a comment. I'll put a comment that Nick sucks.
Yes. Yes.
No, you're wrong. He sucks.
Nick sucks.
He's dead now too. Cool.
Yeah.
He sucked so bad he sucked himself out of existence because he's gone now.
That's fantastic. Yeah. That's how much he sucks. Sucked himself out of existence.
Nick right through there.
Yep. That's great. I tried to be considerate of people who love this character. I didn't let loose on him as much as I would like to in my videos, but I was honest about my feelings about him, and sometimes I was pretty harsh, saying that he's a coward and a fascist and all this stuff. But I know it's not a black and white thing, but he exhibited cowardice for sure. That's just my opinion, and I think that in the end, we were shown that. Nick Kaboom. Kaboom. Yep. Bye-bye. Bye, Nick. Yeah. Hashtag Team
Hopefully.
Luke. Huh?
I said hopefully.
I mean,
he just dangled on the arm of the plane. The wing of the plane.
Yeah.
I'm still good.
Yeah.
Partially on fire.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll be fine. Yeah.
He's gonna fell into the street and put the fire out.
Yeah. 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 The actor who plays Luke was asked earlier this season. I saw a clip on Instagram, and he was asked what he thinks about whether this love triangle of June, Nick, and Luke. And I don't remember the exact quote, but he basically said, I honestly really don't understand the question. I honestly don't even know why it is a question. Luke has always been the one who loved June and waited for her, and Nick is a commander in a fascist country, and he just genuinely doesn't fathom why June would possibly pick Nick and why fans overwhelmingly chose Nick over Luke. He does not have any. He cannot figure it out, and I think maybe if he sat down and watched the show as a viewer, sees how romanticized. Maybe he doesn't watch the show as a viewer. Who knows? But it's the way the show romanticized the Nick and June star-crossed thing. But he's right. I mean, he's right. He's like, I don't understand this. I honestly don't understand. Why was this even a debate? Which one who should she pick? Really? He doesn't get it. He genuinely is confused by it. And in the end, look what happened. He's the one who saved her. I mean, he's the one who came in. I mean, he didn't do it on his own. He did it with a group of other Mayday resistance people. But he's the one who was there by her side, making sure she was all right when they cut her down. And Nick was nowhere to be found, of course. So I think that was the writers showing us, look, sorry, we've been kind of stringing you along all this time, but you've been looking at this through June's trauma skewed perspective, and Nick's not her hero. He's just not. He's not a savior, and it's time to wake up now. And she was laying there, like looking up at the sky at the American plane showing up, and there's her husband there, the one who she should love and want to pick to be with and choose. And it's like she was waking up, like kind of being reborn, fully awake now. No more delusions about Nick. She's opened her eyes, and so the viewers of the show need to deal with it too. But I get it. They're saying that the show did Nick dirty and the viewers dirty. I understand that, but I get why they did this. I think it was a crafty chess move showing us through June's paradigm, which was skewed. So, like, imagine if you were in love with somebody in a horrific, traumatic situation. For you, it might feel like there's this gorgeous lighting streaming in and there's music swelling in the background, and that's the feeling of being in love with someone. I think that's why the show portrayed it that way. I honestly do. And if that's the case, that's a really artistic and clever thing for them to do, but not very fair to the fans who are now very upset and feel like they've been strung along, which I understand. But the show did what it had to do, and it rectified all of it. It landed the plane, just not Nick's plane. Landed the plane of the show.
The other plane. The plane beside that plane. The other one. Not that plane.
Not that one.
No.
They gotta stick that landing, and they're doing it. I don't care what happens in the series finale now. As far as I'm concerned, they landed the plane. They did what they had to do. So now, after this, it's just icing on the cake. Whatever happens next, it's icing on the cake. They did it. They did it. Mission accomplished, as far as I'm concerned. That's all I'm going to say on that. So if you like Yellow Jackets, check out Sci-Fi Visions live tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern with Scarlet here and Jamie. And I'll put a link in the comment section so you can find it easier. Comments of this video, I mean. And then our next live will be Friday.
If you want to watch it,
Mm-hmm.
if you want to watch a 2.5 hour live about the animal symbolism in Yellow Jackets, we also got that for you too. You can fall asleep to that if you wish.
Yellow Jackets seems like it has one of those fan bases that would definitely want to watch content even in the off season, I'm guessing.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Like From. It's that kind of level of fan base, I'm guessing, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I feel like it. I mean, I feel it's a little fractured now than last season. I mean, I think there used to be a lot more content in between 2 and 3 than after 3, but I mean, maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe people are just taking breaks right now.
yeah.
I mean, I like to do a rewatch, but I like a little bit of a break of time, a little bit of summertime to myself.
Yeah.
And we can watch Twin Peaks. And there's a lot of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of that to do. So,
Yep.
yeah. And things are about to calm down quite a bit. So next week is the season finale of The Last of Us, which is Sunday night. So if you want to watch that, I'm streaming it live in the Discord at 9 p.m. Eastern, as always. Come watch the finale if you like The Last of Us, and then we'll discuss it. That'll be Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern. And Monday night, what I'm going to do I'm going to move my live stream from The Last of Us. I'm going to move it to a different night because I got to catch the series finale of The Handmaid's Tale when it drops. So I'm thinking we'll probably do The Last of Us live on Tuesday instead. Monday night, I'll do a watch party for The Handmaid's Tale series finale in the Discord. So if you're not a member of it, it'll be in the description of this video. You can join the Discord. If you have any issues with it, you can DM me or Dieter. But it will be fun to have some people
when are
watch
you
it
going to
with.
have that watch party? What time?
Well, the episode is dropping at midnight, so
Okay.
I think I may have to get a free trial of Hulu so I can
Oh,
stream
yeah.
it. Yeah,
You have to bite the bullet.
I'm gonna have to. Yeah,
Oh, boy.
for the finale, I'm gonna do it. It's the finale of the whole show, so
Yeah.
I think it would be fun to do it live. Hopefully, I can find a few people to watch. So, because otherwise, I could just wait an hour and then watch it the unofficial way. You're not supposed to, but yeah, right now I'd say the
By
plan is
unofficial,
midnight.
she means I watch it and then tell her what the pictures look like and explain each scene. I do it psychically.
Yeah, it's exactly what I meant.
It's not as good. It's not as good as what you think it is. I
Yeah,
got some stick figures.
yeah. Then I take it from there. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how I usually watch. But so yeah, Monday night at midnight, I want to do a watch party for the series finale of The Handmaid's Tale. So if you want to join the Discord and watch, the link to the Discord is in the description of this video. It's as simple as that. There's a channel that's specifically labeled The Handmaid's Tale Watch Party Voice Channel. And you just click on that, and if you have any issues, there are people in there, we can help you. So anyone who's not familiar with Discord, because I would really like to not watch it by myself. It would be nice to watch it with at least a couple people. So anyway, those two shows are ending next week. The Handmaid's Tale is going to be done for good, and The Last of Us wrapping up its season. And I'm going to find myself with some time and looking for my next series to cover. And after those two shows are over, we're gonna go back to the From Rewatch again, which I didn't intend to take such a long hiatus on that, but I got so overwhelmed with these two shows that I'm covering that it wound up happening. I just couldn't do it. I could not keep up. I take the rewatch very seriously. I take loads of notes, loads of screenshots. It's time consuming. So I'm looking forward to getting back to that. We have a lot of fun with the From Rewatch. So not next week, but the week after that, we'll get back to the rewatch, pick up where we left off, which was in season 2, close to the middle of the season. I don't remember the exact episode number, but we will get back to it the week after next.
I think it's 5.
And we'll go back
Isn't
to
it
it.
5?
I think it's 5. Yeah.
And plus, we
We'll
have to
get back
finish the
to that.
residence. We have to finish the residence eventually.
Yes, we do. That's another thing we have to finish the residence. So, and right now I'm kind of worried. I hate to do it, but I might have to wait another week because I'm just now realizing it's already Thursday. It's Thursday, and the new episode, the finale of The Handmaid's Tale is Monday at midnight. These scripts take me a long time to write. So if I have to cover 2 episodes of The Residence, I don't know if I may not be able to do it. I may have to put it off one more week. But I'll think about it more and make an announcement. But as of now, I'm thinking we do FROMACADEMY at 11:30 p.m. One more week of just that. And next week resume the final 2 episodes of The Residence, which I really am. I'm really am looking forward to finishing. I still haven't finished watching it, final 2 episodes, and we're gonna break it down. And after that, we'll do more From Academy. But yeah, as of now, I would say From Academy will be Friday at 11:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll start that, and with Doc joining around 12:30 a.m. and he's gonna lead the way again, and we're gonna discuss more on the topic of solving mysteries. So that'll be the next live we do on this channel anyway, Friday night, and then next week the Last of Us live will be moved to Tuesday at 10:30, or no, I'm gonna try for 10 p.m. I'll put out my schedule next week, but it will be Tuesday, most likely 10 p.m. for the Last of Us finale live. And Wednesday we'll just do another From laid back live like we did tonight. If Doug wants to join us, then Doug can join again, and we'll talk more From. Had a great time with Doug again tonight, and it's always fun to have those conversations. So we'll keep you posted on when he'll be on next, and that's pretty much it. So I think we might do another watch party in the Discord this weekend, like a movie watch party. So we'll make an announcement in there. I don't know for sure yet what we're doing, but I'll tag everyone in Discord and let you know. So anyway,
All right.
appreciate you guys. Where's that video? Okay, I'm gonna have my video ready to play. Thanks for coming back on, Scarlet.
Oh, no problem. I kind of fell asleep for a while. This seems like old From times when we used to do From lives. And a bunch of people would call in and I'd sleep. Because I'd be like, okay, here I am to entertain. Okay, now there's a bunch of people calling in and they're all talking. I'm going to take a little nap.
Yeah, it got chaotic sometimes.
Then I wake up and I'd be like, yeah, people still talking. Cool.
And I was brand new to this, so I was totally out of my depth having people join the panel and not knowing, and I still am not really good at managing a panel at all, but I was like, I don't know what to do. So it was just pandemonium. Yeah. There was one live where I retreated into the chat myself because I couldn't get a word in edgewise. So I was in the chat and I completely lost control of the live stream.
Oh, you can totally pull the ripcord on that. You can go blacken that. Lights out.
I know.
Take everybody off stage. I show now.
I'm too much of a people pleaser, you know. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, and so I just I have a hard time with that. I let people kind of take over. I don't want to make people feel bad, and then everything just turns into chaos. So things have not been that hectic for a while. I can only imagine when From season 4 comes.
Yeah.
I had to stop doing call-ins during season 3 because of it was too much chaos and I couldn't manage it. So I don't know. Maybe between now and then I'll develop better skills at that, but I might have to nix call-ins for season 4 if I can't keep it under control. And I'm thinking, what we could do for season 4, now that I think about it, I didn't even think about this till now, but one live, we could do 2 lives. I'm gonna want to put all my focus onto From. I don't care what other show is coming out. I'm not covering anything other than From when that comes out. And we could do a live breaking down the episode where it's not a call-in, you know, and then we could have another live where people could call in and share their thoughts if they want to.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
That would keep it organized, right?
Oh yeah, it definitely keep it organized.
And then we could get through the breakdown a lot easier.
Yeah, instead of people have some long thoughts, we're not like just sitting on the breakdown.
Exactly. We wouldn't have to break down the episode for 7 hours or something.
Yeah. But that might just happen anyway, so you know.
It could happen anyway. we've done episode breakdowns that took over 6 hours before.
The,
We
like
have.
the one Severance episode that was like 30 minutes long. It took us like 6 hours to get through it. Oh, we thought it was gonna be like 2 hours.
I know. I know. I always underestimate how long everything's gonna take. Yeah, things get out of hand.
Well, you know, it was this Patricia Arquette's overwhelming brushing her teeth scenes that were, you know, had to be analyzed.
Oh yeah, you gotta dive into teeth brushing.
How did you like her in Dream Warriors? You like her acting?
Oh, she was fantastic. I loved her in that movie. It was great. That was great. I loved it. Yeah. At first, I didn't recognize her. And I was like, wait a minute. I know who she is. Yeah. Yeah, she was terrific.
Her voice is unmistakable.
Yeah.
She always has a little kind of raspy wispiness to it.
Yeah. Well, I was disappointed that in the 4th movie they had the same character, but they recast her with a different actress.
Yeah, I think Patricia Arquette from Greener Pastures by that point.
Yeah, I was like, who the hell is she?
I think she was in True Romance pretty early on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. She probably had bigger gigs by then. I was like wondering who the hell this new lady was, this new young woman, and
yeah,
this is supposed to be the same character. So I was very confused.
Yeah, I guess if you watch them back to back, that could be a little problem.
Yes, it was back to back. So I was like, what the hell is happening? Oh, Dieter, I didn't see your poetry. Dieter says Nick got bold, took one last stand. Now he's face down in no man's land. Julie clapped, knew he'd drop. Girls' predictions never flop. Boom. Nick had nerves, more like air. June made moves. He just stood there. Julie B said he'd fold. Just wait. And boom, dead Nick. Classic fate. Thank you for that. Anyway, so thank you guys for hanging out, and Panda Kalima for caring. I appreciate it that you worry. I do need to take better care of myself and have more self-control, wrap these up sooner, like I'm about to do right now. So,
all right.
And I appreciate you caring, Dieter and Panda Kalima. Thank you. And oh, your clip. What clip? Where did I put it? I had it right. Where did I put it? Hold on. Was it a different clip than the one that I showed earlier for Doug? Because there were because earlier there were 3 little things that I showed earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if he's talking about that or something else. There were 3 clips in a Google photo thing. So I did show that, but he's been working, so he might have missed it. Oh, okay, there it is. Wait. Let's see what this is. Okay. Oh, okay, it's a different thing. Okay, I see. What the fuck? Okay. It's only 23 seconds, so I'll play it.
Good fucking morning, you fierce little buttered biscuit. Remember today that you're everything the world needs. Bold, brilliant, and utterly unstoppable. When the day feels heavy, remind yourself of this. You don't just exist. You fucking shine. Head up and don't let anyone dim your light today. You're a walking masterpiece. Now go act like good fucking morning.
Okay. That was funny. Oops. Sorry, I removed you instead of that. That was funny and uplifting. Thank you, Dieter. Good fucking morning, you sweet little buttered biscuit.
Good fucking morning. Go to bed.
Good fucking morning. Go to bed is right. Yes.
Go to bed, you vampire. Sun's coming up.
Yeah. It's bedtime. That means bedtime for me.
It's World Goth Day, by the way, official. May 22nd.
Oh, is it really today?
Hug a goth. Find one. Hug them.
Did you ever go through a goth phase yourself?
I'm still going through a goth phase, Julie.
I mean, like hardcore.
Lifestyle choice, not a phase.
But like,
Also, I know lifestyle steampunks that live steampunk lifestyle 24/7.
Wow. All right. I just remember when I was in high school, there were goths that were very hardcore. All black, really those long black coats and black lipstick and all of that stuff, really intense and scary. They scared me. I was like, I found them intimidating.
I was more kind of a frilly Victorian goth with poet shirts and stuff like that, and we didn't really wear a ton of makeup. Usually just red lipstick, because Robert Smith, kind of Emily and the Robert Smith kind of thing.
Oh.
And listen to music like that, like The Cure, not like the new metal goths of the 90s.
Okay. So there are different types of goths. I got
you.
Oh,
yeah, there's posters of them. There's usually posters of about 30 different types of goths.
Okay.
Including Victorian goths, perky goths, death rockers, new metal kids, emo kids, which we don't really consider goths, but they're there anyway. What else is there? There's so many. I mean, they even put steampunks on there now. They're kind of like kissing cousins. They're close enough. Ethereal goths. Listen to Doug Can Dance and listen to 4AD music. And there's so many different types.
I had no idea. I literally thought there was just one kind. So I learned something today. I didn't know steampunk was in that category too.
Well, I mean, it really wasn't, but there's so many people, like older goths or what they call elder goths, that moved over to steampunk. I mean, probably because they have kids and stuff and want more family-friendly events, that everybody just kind of transitioned over. Like, it was like steampunk was when black becomes sepia tone. So we just kind of went from black to like sepia tone clothes. And it was still the Victorian stuff, because a lot of people I knew wore Victorian clothes. So you could take your goth wardrobe and you could kind of convert it over to the steampunk if you wore jewel tones and black and add a little brown. It works.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, see, I literally didn't know. I just looked at them as a monolith. My only experience of them was just the scary, the type that looked scary to me when I was in high school. That's it. I only saw that one type.
I was definitely more of a what they would call romantic goth, wearing like lace and velvet, and I still kind of do that. When I moved to California, I realized how hot all black clothing is, so I started wearing jeans and a few other more conservative things, and like cotton dresses.
Oh, interesting.
It's hard to wear velvet in Southern California. I'm just going to say that. It's hot.
Oh, yeah. Even, Southern California. I know it's really hot. It's not that far from Mexico. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, San Diego is like, you turn south, you go into Mexico.
Yeah.
Goth Girls in Southern California. That's an actual song. Yeah, there's tons of different goth music. Everything from super quiet and beautiful with female vocals to like heavy, metal-y, like growly kind of stuff. Whole spectrum.
Well, happy World Goth
You can't really take the girl out of the goth. I mean, you could take the goth out of the girl, pause, but you can't take the girl out of the goth.
Actually, there was an episode of Frasier. We were talking about that earlier with Frasier when Doug was on, there was an episode of Frasier where his son came to visit him in Seattle, and he doesn't get to see him often because he lives on the other side of the country. And in the time since he had seen his sweet little son Freddie became a goth and scared the shit out of everybody when he showed up with like this long black trench coat and really black eyeshadow on and stuff. he looked like a vampire.
Mhm.
Yeah, it scared the shit out of everybody. It was really funny. And he did it to impress a girl. Because some kids just do that stuff to go through because they're going through a phase, you know, in high school. And then they eventually just lose interest. But yeah.
I never stopped losing interest.
Yeah.
And so I'm like a lot toned down now. But I used to dye my hair like Ariel, Little Mermaid red.
Wow. That's cool.
Like with the power red, but unfortunately you go to steampunk conventions and you're wearing a nice white Victorian blouse and you got that like Ariel little mermaid red hair, and then you sweat and you sweat pink around your shirt.
I bet. Oh jeez.
And when I was running around goth clubs, nobody really wore like white makeup on their face, and black lipstick was kind of like looked down upon. It was usually like dark reds or reds with, you know, like a little bit of powder, but not too much, you know, just to have a little bit of that pallor like you're dead and not so much that you're like a clown or the Crow.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's where like a new metal kind of thing, like metal's influence that kind of came in the 90s.
Some of them would wear these chains on them too.
Like trip pants and chains and stuff, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely your 90s goth, your mall goth.
Yep. And some of that bled into the early 2000s. I saw that in high school. Yeah. So they freaked me out. I was a very innocent kid. I was emotionally younger than my age. So I was like, I thought they were scary. I was not one of that crowd. But I never would have
if we met if we met as teenagers.
I would have been afraid of you.
I was buying stuff out of thrift stores by a theater company, so I had these like long bustly skirts and, you know, wear with a Cure t-shirt or something, or a Bauhaus t-shirt. So I don't know how, like, I don't think I look threatening.
Yeah, I doubt it. Like, well, did you have like that kind of look like back then, like the black hair, black makeup?
Oh yeah, I dyed my hair blue black with the like cheapest, most like horrible to your hair dye, like nice and easy that you could buy for like $3, and then you get all over your fingers too. But yeah, I was like, yeah, I look like I crawled out of a grave. That's good enough. A little bit of black dye on the tips of my nails.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of liked it in the summer because when the summer hit my hair, it made it more purple because it would start taking the darker dye out.
Yep.
Because I have like strawberry blonde hair that takes dye really well because it's light.
Yeah, you know, kind of like it's weird how that can work for a redhead, but like Adam Lambert is a natural redhead, like 100%. Like, yes, he is.
It's funny. See, he was a San Diego boy, so we like saw him all over the news and stuff. Like anything Adam Lambert did, you knew about in San Diego. Like him and Mario Lopez were like the spokespeople of San Diego.
Oh, I didn't know that. I freaking love Adam Lambert so much.
Yeah, they were both born in San Diego, so it kind of kept ties there. So it was kind of fun.
Oh my God, I love him so much. I wanted to riot when he didn't win American Idol.
Yeah.
But it turned out he didn't need it. He didn't need it. He wound up being the front man for Queen and touring the world.
Yeah.
Now he's doing his own music again too, and able to get by just fine. He may not have big hits, but it doesn't matter. He made his money. He makes his money probably with Queen touring. Now he just does his own thing on his own time, makes his own music. But yes, he's a natural redhead covered in freckles, and you would never know it. Blue-eyed with freckles and like Opie from the Andy Griffith Show or Howdy Doody, and this guy dyed his hair jet black, and I don't know how he must have hid his freckles under massive amounts of makeup, and still does. I don't know how, because he has a freckled face, and it worked for him. You know, he's very pale, but you wouldn't think, having red hair, you wouldn't think naturally like, oh yeah, this would work really well, dyeing your hair black like that. But it works. It can absolutely work. I could see how it would work with you. Dye it dark.
Yeah, it was a little glammy goth too, like some silver boots.
Yeah, actually, Adam's style for a while was very goth, like, you know, the jet black hair and you know, like he wore a lot of dark colors, and but now it's more kind of just flamboyant, like it's different now. I forget, I don't even remember what his current style is. He changes it so many times, but I just love him so much. He's so talented, and yeah, I don't know. But I was obsessed with him on American Idol, and I don't know how he does it, but he walks in these crazy platform shoes. Like, how do you do that without killing yourself, breaking your head open? He always performs in platform shoes, like the Kiss guys, the guys in the band.
Yeah, you have to walk differently in them than regular boots, because I have a couple pairs of them.
Yeah. I have no idea how the hell you do that.
Have a styrofoam, like a very light platform, and I bought some on a whim because they're on sale, really cheap. And then when I was having problems with my legs and my feet, I found they were more comfortable to wear than flatter shoes. So I was just walking around the house wearing platform boots.
Oh my God!
I like to be glam at home.
How do you do that without falling on your face? I mean, you have to practice a lot.
Instead of walking the way you walk in heels, you've got to walk really flat. You've got to like walk down like this with your feet. You can't see what I'm doing, but it's like it's a different style of walking. You can't walk like you walk in regular shoes and only fall over.
Yeah, I can imagine. I just don't see how it's even possible, especially performing in them. Forget it.
See, when I grew up as a little gothling, nobody wore those boots. That was like a kind of a 90s thing as well, like a little bit after my high school days.
Right.
When that became vogue, mid-90s.
And for some reason, Adam Lambert latched onto it, and he still does it to this day, and he's over 40 now.
Well, I think it's all the glam thing, being the lead singer of Queen, and then I think he did that Rocky. He was the only good thing about the Rocky Horror Glee thing, and then
yeah.
I'm trying to think what else he did, because he had all these phases where it was like it's connected to glam, like he's totally like glam kid, like glam goth.
Yeah, and his fans called themselves the Glamberts.
Yeah,
I didn't know that was
There's not far of a little dance between goth and glam too, because glam rock was really popular. Like all the stuff the goth kids like in the 80s were like David Bowie and stuff that was glam rock from the 70s, and then the alternative bands from the 80s,
right?
Like The Cure, like Depeche Mode, like kind of like new wave stuff, kind of blended with goth, Susie and the Banshees, stuff like that.
I had no idea that glam was even a type of goth. So Adam Lambert's style was definitely glam goth then.
Yeah, you got gothabilly, like the Cramps are gothabilly. You got that whole thing too, like a kind of a horror gothabilly thing going on. You got death rock, which I personally love. I love some death rock, but
oh yeah.
You got your punks too, it all kind of blended together. I mean, in the 90s, all the like kind of eternities hung out with each other because that's really all we got. So, I mean, I would have friends that were hippies. I had friends that were in the metal, I grew up in a small town. You just had to get together, But at that time, a lot of times when things were alternative, they just played everything. Like college rock was called. It was just like everything.
Mm. Okay. Well, yeah.
So you might hear new wave music. You might hear like something like The Cure. You might hear like, you know, Run DMC. You know, you might hear some hip hop in there
Oh.
as well. You know, because it was everything that was kind of like alternative, or the kids that listen to, you know, anything that their parents don't want them listening to. You know?
Yeah.
So they're all together. The punk, you know,
Of
people are
course.
into hip hop. People are in metal. People are hippies. Well, I mean, the hippies might have got along with their parents.
Anything to be rebellious. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can see that.
Nowadays, everything is like, you know, categorized, you know. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's like the hip hop crowd just stays with the hip hop crowd, and you know, everyone kind of divides into tribes more, you know, separate.
Yeah, I
So
mean, there's
it's
a lot
too
of
bad.
debates in goth clubs because there's a lot of real, like, kind of gothic, dark hip hop, and some DJs want to play it, and they're like, "Oh, that's not goth," and I'm like thinking, I'm listening to this. This is pretty much fits the, you know, profile of what you play in a goth club.
Right.
Well, there's a lot of things I would probably play if I DJ'd. I used to DJ when I was younger. If I DJ'd again, I know there's a lot of things that I would pull that people would be like, "Well, that's not gothic," but I mean, like indie rock, but you know. Wolf Alice, I would throw in there. I throw in that Sleepwalking Song for Yellow Jackets because that's gothy and ethereal sounding.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've always had an eclectic taste in music, so I'd never be able to just pick one genre.
No, me neither.
I like many genres. I just like quality music, whatever the style might be. I mean, there's certain styles that I just don't like the sound of, but yeah, I like a whole variety. I always have since I was a teenager. So, yeah, Adam these days, I looked up what he looks like because I can't even remember. He changes his look so many times. He dyed his hair this color that it's like it almost looks white, but it's shiny. It's like it's sort of silverish white, like a black streak in the front. It's pretty dope. It's dope, and he wears much heavier makeup than he used to. Kind of gives off a Boy George kind of look to it, like 80s Boy George. Gorgeous as always. God, he's gorgeous. Like his eyes were made for makeup. Like that's a man who should be wearing eye makeup. It would be a crime if he didn't wear it, because it's just sometimes I think he overdoes it though, to the point where it overshadows how gorgeous his eyes actually are. And I'm like, okay, pull it back a little bit.
Yeah, because sometimes it can make your eyes look smaller if you have too much eyeliner and stuff.
Yeah, like sometimes he goes in recent years so crazy with it that it's like you know, there's a time and a place. It's like drag queen eye makeup. That's not meant to highlight. That's meant for a specific purpose. Like that's not meant to highlight the person's eyes. It's like it's different. It's that's the kind of eye makeup he's been wearing the last few years more. And it's like I miss seeing his actual eyes. He has gorgeous eyes.
Yeah.
But anyway, the point is, he's gorgeous anyway, regardless. And he's got to be in his mid 40s now, and you'd never even know it, because like I mean, the way he stomps around on stage in those platform shoes, like it's like it's like he just stepped off American Idol, and that was back in 2009. It's nuts. Anyway, but I digress.
Yeah, I wish I could have taken you to a goth club, like, you know, even now, because you'd be surprised at like music they play, because they probably play music you would actually like that's more melodic. And then, you know, nothing too loud because you have to dance to it. You can't play anything too fast or too screamy. And then, like, one of my friends would DJ at 12 o'clock and play nothing but ethereal music, which would be like beautiful women's voices, like almost operatic women's voices over, you know, swirly music.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. So, like, I learned something there. It's not your goths are not a monolith who only listen to like shriek metal or you know.
Well, I mean, there's industrial stuff. There's a crossover industrial too, and that's more your stompy music where people want to stomp around their boots and stuff. And I mean, there's good songs, good industrial songs.
Like I can't I can't handle metal. Like metal where people are screaming and growling. Like I just can't. I can't. I can't do it.
That Cookie Monster voice. It's like, oh.
Yeah. Nope. It's not.
You like Cookie?
Yeah. It just like makes my ears bleed. I can't do it. But
I think it's supposed to make your ears bleed.
Oh no. Dieter played me something once and I was like, oh my god.
No.
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 Yeah.
No.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, no.
Yeah. Anyway. But I like
Happy
a
World
variety
Goth Day,
of things.
everyone. Happy World Goth Day. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes, happy World Goth Day.
Hug your goths.
Enjoy
everyone. If you got one, hug one. If you don't, find one on the street and hug them. That'll be weird.
Yes, and don't be afraid of them. They're not scary.
99% of the time you're safe.
Yes, don't be afraid like I was.
Don't be afraid.
Goth Day, Trace. Trace said happy what? Goth Day. It's a
World Goth Day.
It's World Goth Day today.
Okay, there was a day, okay, and when I moved to Southern California, I was a part of this, and I think it might have happened on May 22nd. It was a thing called Bats Day, where all the goth people went to Disneyland, and then Disneyland started to have a problem with the goths that showed up, even though we were all ticket-paying people, and we were respectful. And then pretty soon they accepted us, so after several Bats Days, I think this slowly turned into World Goth Day. I'm not 100% certain.
Oh, there's
And
probably
my city had a big event, all-day event. They played, a friend of mine had a film festival, played Donnie Darko, the Crow, and Little Sister, which I like a lot. It's kind of like I think it's a German film, and that was a pretty good film. And then they had Drag Bingo, and they had Goth Poetry Hour, and they had a goth DJ, and they had an after party with some burlesque dancers and some drag performers.
Nice.
It was an all-day party. It started at I think 12 and ended at midnight. Started at noon, ended at midnight.
Yeah. Nice. That sounds like fun.
I personally couldn't go because I had tickets to another event that was in a nature center called Creatures of the Night, which I thought was interesting. And it was just them talking about owls and stuff. I thought it was interesting. The Creatures of the Night thing was the thing.
Cool. Yeah.
And I couldn't go. I couldn't go to it during the day because my boyfriend got called in at 8 a.m. on Saturday, and he was on call, and he didn't get done till about 3 or 4 o'clock.
Mm.
So I was happy that we could use our tickets, because we bought tickets for the other thing. We couldn't even use them because we share a car. So if he's on call, he has to have the car.
Yeah.
So
yeah. That sucks, not even knowing. Yeah. Being on call late.
I'm happy my area has an all-day goth event, with all these different things going on. And they have vendors. It's like a big festival.
That's cool. I've never heard of one in my life, so I don't think we have them around here.
So. Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, I don't really feel this area has a lot going for it, but a lot of people, they used to have the film festival a couple cities down in an indie theater, but then they all moved it to the city, where the college is, and it became a big thing. Well, they kind of merged with this drag brunch group that puts on, because a lot of times they'll have gospel brunches where drag queens will sing gospel music and stuff like that, but they kind of have a dark bent to it, almost like a monster drag brunch.
Oh wow, no, that sounds amazing. I would love that.
It's stuff like that. Oh, I've seen some pretty good ones. I saw a drag queen dressed up as Carrie, and then she spilled fake blood all over herself, and then started swinging her hair around. So there was almost kind of like a splash zone that you'd have at SeaWorld or something, except it was fake blood.
Oh my god, that's amazing. No, that sounds like fun. I would enjoy that
Yeah,
actually.
it's good. Yeah, it's something you should see at least once in your lifetime.
I would enjoy any event with drag queens. I think they're
Yeah.
so much fun. Like I used to go to Pride Fest every June, just to enjoy it as an ally. You know, Providence has a really nice Pride parade every Pride month, and I'll never forget the first one I went to. I was amazed. Like I just couldn't believe like the impressive show that they put on these floats going down the street. You know, different like groups of people like all dressed up to the nines of different costumes and dancing. And it was really amazing. And they also had drag performers doing sets, performing on stage separately. But they had this illuminated nighttime parade with people performing on floats that would go by you. It was just a blast. I loved Pride Fest. I always wanted to go to like an actual drag show too for fun, but I never had anybody to go with. But who knows, maybe I will with Doc sometime when he has a friend who performs as a drag queen, but she had gotten injured. So maybe one day we'll get to go see her.
It seems like the goth scene here is gravitated towards the what I would call a gay scene. I would call quilt banging, but that's like that's a Canadian phrase.
Right.
Yeah. LGBT plus.
Yeah. I wish I could still go.
IADP.
That's a lot. Yeah, it's not very lengthy. I wish I could still go. The only reason I stopped going to Pride Fest is because of my pain situation being so bad. I can't stand around and watch a parade, but maybe I could go to a show sometime with Doc. I went to a concert and was able to enjoy it, so I could probably go to a drag show sometime.
We should go to the gospel brunch.
I wish. Oh, I would totally. If they did something like that here, I totally would, but
yeah. Well, kind of, you have the ability to stand up and sit down if you need to, you know, walk around.
Yeah. That's what I'd have to do, you know, find the right balance between those two things. There's certain things that are just a flat out no. I can't. Like when you're watching a parade, you stand still. I mean, you can walk up and down, but then you're not really able to take in what you're looking at as much. So I just can't do that. I'm
trying to figure out what he said. Is that like BDSM? What were we talking about? That was like that.
That was when you were talking about the drag queen with the blood spraying or something, I think.
Oh. No, that's performance art. But I mean, there's a little bit of the fetish crowd that always, like I was telling Doc, like it seems like steampunk and goth scene, and then you've got the gay community, and then you've got like, you know, you have some fetish people that used to always come to goth clubs. They were always like the leather guys that would wear leather kilts and stuff, and they'd be there. You get a little crossover with all those like subcultural groups. It kind of makes you feel like home. Oh, did you go offline?
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I was still muted. I was asking my mom what she wanted.
She wants you to go to bed.
I think she wanted me to feed the cats again. Well, I already fed them at 2 a.m. They're not getting fed again now. Give me a break.
This is some greedy cats.
Yeah. They're being ridiculous now. So... yeah, not doing that. Anyway, but yeah, that sounds cool.
See the whole thing with the BDSM too is like a lot of times we have to put like posters up at steampunk conventions that say, of course it doesn't mean consent, because a lot of times people from the outside that go into some of the people that are hanging around the hotel that are into it think that a girl in a corset means that she's easy, and we've got to tell them no, that's not, it.
Yeah.
Or she's in the stuff, or he's in the stuff, or they are in the stuff. Not always the case. Not always the case.
Yeah. So I didn't know that's involved with steampunk, that kind of stuff.
No, it's not usually, but I mean, there's always like, take any group of people, okay? Take a group of people, take 100 people. There's going to be people that want to do like bondage and stuff, but it's always going to be a small segment of the population. And that's across the board. That's if you're kind of normie types and your other types, you know, there's going to be the same number of people. But when people go into a convention, there's all these people wearing corsets. They're like, oh, these girls must be easy because they're wearing corsets.
Okay.
You know, and it's not real.
Yeah.
I mean, when I first started going into steampunk cons, they were like, cover up your cleavage because, you know, it's a family event, you know?
Yeah.
And then there's like other events I went to where girls are in like, you know, leather steampunk bikinis, like, you know? And they're like, okay, that's something.
Right, and it's like there's a difference between a sultry drag performance for adults and a drag story hour for kids where they're dressed appropriately. Two completely different things, and a lot of people don't understand that.
And they'll sometimes have adult events at steampunk cons too, like they have these two girls that read erotica or talk about erotica in the Victorian age, or we'll have events where there's drinks that are 21 and up, but those all happen after like all the family friendly events are over.
Oh yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
They're not like anime cons. Now anime cons go crazy. They're crazy. Anime cons are crazy.
Really?
They're crazy. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah. And I see the way people do crazy, like, what is it? When they dress up and what is it called? When they dress up and they go to conventions just as characters.
Cosplay?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, there's a lot of cosplay going on. But then after dark, this gets really like freaky, like people like daring each other to pull up to flash other people and stuff.
Jesus. Yeah.
It's like then I vacated because I'm like, okay, I'm good.
I would be like Kenny at Colony House, fish out of water. That would not fit in there.
Kind of like that. I'm like, okay, you guys do what you want to do, but I'm gonna go back to my hotel room by myself, by myself alone.
Yeah, that's too wild for me. That's way too wild for me. Comic Con, yeah, there's Comic Con too. Comic Con, I wish I could. That's something I would kill to go to see, like a From panel, like they had in New York last year.
Oh, but, yeah, they must come to the San Diego one. I live like 5 minutes away from the San Diego one, so often I would go there even when I didn't have a ticket. And I had a neighbor that was in roller derby, and they always got tickets, so I would like get a ticket for like Sunday or something for free. Just give me a ticket. It was super cool. Nowadays, you gotta get in a drawing just to get tickets. They put like names like in a drawing so you can just buy your tickets to go. It's kind of ridiculous.
Wow, that's nuts. Yeah, and I know it can't be cheap, so that's crazy to me. But yeah, they went to San Diego Comic Con last summer. The cast of From they did for the first time. Yep, first time ever. They did San Diego and they did New York, which is a very good thing for the show to give them more exposure, and it shows how well they're doing now. That they've hit their stride. It's a very good sign. So hopefully soon we'll have some real news on a filming update for them. Because I just don't know if I can trust that article. But I'm not going to believe it till I have official confirmation.
Well, I think it's funny you only found that one place.
What place? Huh?
You only found it one place. Like one website had it.
That's it. Just one website. That's what makes me suspicious. And on Reddit, they're suspicious of it too. On Reddit, they think that it could be a bot, like some kind of scam to try to get ad revenue to get people to come to that website. The more you go to the website, the more ad revenue they get. So it could be a scam. But
weird.
Yeah. So we'll know when June 23rd comes, because fans wind up sneaking over there even though they're not supposed to, and we'll know from fans sneaking near the set. Now, I'm not advocating for anyone to do that. Don't do this, but
Don't take
fans go
things off the set as your own personal souvenirs. Like, don't take David Alpay off the set as your own personal souvenir.
Yes, don't do that. But people are not supposed to get near the set of From in Nova Scotia, where they film near the actual Fromville area they built, but people do it anyway. And so whenever there's even any activity whatsoever, we'll know about it. Somebody will tell us, even if MGM doesn't tell us, and they probably won't. We'll know. The fans are rabid, and we will find out for sure.
Trace, I want to tell you, I lived in San Diego for like 20 years, and I kind of miss it. Yeah, I mean, it's close to LA, Las Vegas, Arizona, Tijuana, Hawaii. Been to all those places except Hawaii, and I kind of regret not getting tickets to go to Hawaii because they're pretty cheap to fly from San Diego to Hawaii. Regrets. Damn. I've had a few.
Wow. Yeah, I would take that opportunity, but yeah. So like, I think there was a tiny bit of activity near the set like a month ago, and some fan found out about it. It got online, so we'll find out as soon as there's any activity. We'll know.
Yeah,
I'm gonna believe anything, any article, unless I get it straight from MGM or we get pictures. I need picture evidence. I'm not advocating for anyone to do it, but I secretly kind of am. You know.
Don't go there. No, don't walk further in there.
Yeah, please don't sneak over there and get us pictures and post them online. Please don't do that.
Yeah.
I would never tell you to do that.
No.
Or suggest that. Such a brazen violation of the law. No. I mean, they have security there to chase people away, but people still show up anyway. They've caught people who actually made their way into the actual area, like on the street near the fake
it's Area 51 or something.
Can you imagine? Like, I mean, they could make some money if they're not using the set. Maybe like charge a fee for people to walk down the street and look at all the buildings, and take pictures. They're missing out. They're missing out on money-making schemes left and right. We're trying to help them if they would just like listen to us.
They could have done that off season. A little tour. Yeah.
They could do little tours. They could make a boatload of money. And as long as they had good security, nobody would destroy anything. Like, just make sure it's secure so nobody goes nuts and makes a mess of things. Yeah, if they just listen to us, we've got marketing ideas for them, merchandising ideas, get the Jade Chia pet going.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. And those Boyd keychains.
Boyd's boat keychain.
Yeah, I mean, that's easy.
Talisman's the most obvious thing in the world. Instead, they're letting Etsy get all the business. Like, hey, go Etsy,
You think that'd be the simplest thing. I mean, at least Yellow Jackets has a little necklace with a symbol on it. It'd be like the easiest thing they could do.
And if little guys like small-time people on Etsy can 3D print talismans, I mean, come on. Of course MGM should be able to manufacture them cheaply enough to make a profit. They're just missing an opportunity.
Or they can make ones out of better material.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why they don't.
Come on.
You got a rabid fan base, take advantage of it. Take our money. Seriously. It would work.
Give us a tarot deck with 3 printed cards and the rest are blank. Call us. We don't care.
Right? Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Muncher Luncher is hilarious here. Muncher Luncher said, wait, what the fuck? This is live? Bro, I went to sleep. Now I'm awake to provocative steampunk ladies.
If we stay on much longer, Luncher, it's not, yeah, Luncher, not Muncher. Sorry, it's early. If we talk much longer, we might show you our ankles.
Yeah.
Provocative. Rah.
Back in the day, in the Victorian era, that was provocative. Showing your ankle. Yeah.
That's like in the Amish Paradise Weird Al video where they have the centerfold and it's a girl like showing like her ankle.
Mm-hmm. That's hilarious. Yeah.
That's what you get
to. Yeah. He also said Scarlet is super active late at night. I'm usually asleep at this time.
Yeah, oh. I don't have to be in work till later today, so I thought I'd let it roll.
Yeah.
Let's roll goss today. Let it roll, everyone. Hug your goss.
Yeah.
Yeah, find one.
Indeed.
They might be out. There might be more activity today.
I mean, this is it.
Especially if it's dark and rainy and kind of cold, like it is here. Kind of damp.
Yes, this is not Scarlet's first rodeo. I mean, we've done all-nighters since the beginning, and right up until the moment you had to go to work, literally.
Run down the street.
So,
I just was reminded of that Addams Family Values joke where they're like, the one woman's like, "Where do you find these Addams men?" And Angelica Houston from Morticia says, "It has to be damp." It's damp today in Michigan. Go find your goths, everyone.
It's damp freaking everywhere right now.
That's damp.
It's damp everywhere. We're getting a nor'easter here today. In late May, a nor'easter with crazy rain. We don't normally get nor'easters this time of year.
I went to Trader Joe's, and apparently Trader Joe's has been without power for 3 or 4 days and had a closed sign. And I was really disappointed. Apparently everywhere around the college there was just downed trees everywhere. I didn't realize it because it didn't really hit us.
The weather's been wild everywhere.
Yeah.
Climate change is wreaking havoc. Doug said that today a polar vortex is causing 48-degree weather where he is in Toronto. So he was planning on wearing a Hawaiian shirt and shorts to that event with Chloe, and he can't do that because it's going to be 48 degrees. So that's chilly for late May. You freeze.
Well, it's better I have steampunk events, so it's better if it's a little cooler, if it's going to be indoors, outdoors. You don't want to wear a bunch of layers and then sweat. Wear a top hat and sweat.
Yeah, and
wool.
he told me that's highly unusual. Toronto is not that far north, so it's not really that much further north than me. So very bizarre weather all around these days. It's weird. What can I say? It's climate change. So that's why we shouldn't call it global warming, because it's not just about that. It's also random shit like tornadoes happening in places they never happened before, and nor'easters, all kinds of random shit.
Canada setting itself on fire is probably a pretty big eye opener. Canada,
the wildfires. That's another thing.
Yeah. Canada. I mean, San Diego, we're kind of used to the desert setting itself on fire. Not Canada. It's Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Heads up.
Shit. I mean, last year, I remember that because when the Canadian wildfires were happening, this freaking wall of smoke made its way all the way down to me.
Yeah.
And it completely filled the sky. The sky turned like orange, and And the sunset was gorgeous. Makes for a pretty sunset, but the reason for it is very bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's nuts. Who would have ever thought that would happen in Canada? It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
But on that cheerful note,
Happy World Goth Day, everybody.
Happy World Goth Day.
Be miserable, everyone, and your dark, dark souls and your dark, dark hearts.
Yes.
And dance, and dance, dance, dance.
Yes. Yeah.
Go watch Journey Darko or what you want.
Yeah. Well, I've never seen it for the first. Maybe I'll have to watch it for the first time. That's another one I've never seen. So
yeah, gonna watch party, a goth watch party.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, right, Trace. It's usually much hotter here now too. It's much cooler than it normally is, which I'm not complaining about.
But
to be honest.
last week here in Michigan, it was like 86 during the day, so it was super hot.
Yeah. Right, and we've had a much cooler than average May, and again, that's a result of climate change being unpredictable. It's not global warming is a misnomer. That's why we don't really call it that anymore. It's not, it's not just about that. Anyway, but anyway, enjoy World Goth Day, Scarlet, and
I shall. I will teach my children about the darkness.
Well, enjoy it and have a good life with Jamie tonight. And we will be back Friday night here for From Academy with Doc at 12:30 a.m. Eastern Time. And I believe we're going to be diving back into more mystery solving techniques, I think.
Yeah, that's what he said. That's what he told me, at least.
Okay, because he said he wanted to do the monsters, but then he changed his mind, and we're going to do the monsters next week.
Yeah,
so
that's what I've heard.
Okay, good.
Yep.
All right. So keep an eye out for my Handmaid's Tale video on episode 9. It's going to be a doozy. I can't wait to get started on it and get it out in the next few days. Gonna try to get some Last of Us videos out if I have time, but Handmaid's Tale has got to be priority for me. I've been watching this show for 8 years and it's coming to an epic conclusion. So this is number 1 in my book. And we'll have our Last of Us watch party as usual, 9 p.m. Eastern, for the finale of The Last of Us Sunday night. If you want to join the Discord and watch with us. So have a good day or good night, everybody. Thanks for coming back on, Scarlet. It was fun.
Yeah.
Fun learning about the Goths and their ways. Yes.
Send you straight on all these different genres, all these different looks. I'll have to send you a guide. It should be a guidebook. There's posters and they're funny. Because everything Gothic is kind of funny and Goths have a good sense of humor about themselves. But
well, that's cool.
We can talk about that some other time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you'll have to give me some more knowledge on that, because it's fascinating stuff. Interesting. Yes, Muncher, we will definitely do that next week when we dive into the monsters in From Academy. The monster who tricked Mustache Boy into opening the window, Jasmine, using the power of simp to get into Colony House. Yes. Hell yes. We will do that. I was actually talking about that with Doug. Doug has some ideas, some questions about that too. So we got him on the theory train. Keep rocking on. No, we're rocking off now.
Yep.
Trace.
Rocking right out the door.
We're rocking off, but I appreciate your support so much and your enthusiasm. She says, "Cheers, Scarlet."
Cheers.
Thank you for all your support, Trace. And if you would like to read Doug's book, he will send you a copy of it so we can hook you up, by the way. Oh, and speaking of Doug's stuff, I just wanted to. Oh wait, hold on. Who's this? Mix Picks. I woke up to Good Fucking Morning on 5:22 at butt crack of dawn in northern Minnesota. Thought it was a loop, but live. This Gen X in girls. What the heck? Well, hello.
Hey, Mix Pick.
You're hilarious, Mix Picks.
It
Hi.
seems to be about right. It's about right.
That's great. Oh my god. That's so funny at the butt crack of dawn. I love it. In Minnesota, I like to hear where people are from. It's always fun. we this is just how we roll, you know. We
Yeah.
start the live with one specific topic, and you never know where it's going to go, how long it's going to last, what kind of tangents we're going to go off on. It's a good time. So
That's
what can I
World
say?
Goth Day. I gotta talk about World Goth Day, of course.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, not.
And yeah, if I do say so myself, I think we have a lot of fun on here, going
Yeah.
off on any tangent we feel like talking about
Yeah.
after what we finish up with, what, you know, our main topic of discussion, and we just have fun, go off on side tangents and down rabbit holes.
Mm-hmm.
It's a
Pause.
good time. So pause. Yeah. So yeah, welcome. It's cool to see a different name in the chat, and
I hope you
That's
come
so-
again. Pause.
I hope you come again. Pause. Yes. Yeah, come back and join us again. I don't know if you're
Do you
someone
like
new
Yellow
or
Jackets to show up at Sci-Fi Vision at 11 p.m. EST?
yeah.
You like cannibalism? No, wait.
Yes.
Sorry.
I mean,
The World Goth Day doesn't extend to cannibalism. I don't think. In my knowledge.
yeah, probably
Maybe.
not. But yeah, I don't know if you're someone who usually just listens regularly, or if you're new, but either way, welcome. Thanks for
You like
popping in the chat and
From?
say
You like From? It's a bonus. You like a From or Severance or Handmaid's Tale or Last of Us or Yellow Jackets? Any of those?
oh yeah, we cover all of those. So you know, I don't know if you're new here or not, but yeah, the channel started on From. It was built on From. Cover that year round, and of course, though, we also cover Severance and The Last of Us, and I cover The Handmaid's Tale with videos, not with live streams usually, but there was such a masterpiece this week that I really felt the need to talk about it. The show is ending.
And there will also
And
be long discourses about rap music and World Goth Day, if you're so inclined in either of those directions.
yes.
Sometimes wrestling. We've had talks about wrestling.
Yeah. You never know what you're gonna get.
Yeah,
Last night during the live, Tony Teflon joined the panel. I did not expect him to join. He stayed for 4.5 hours. And after we were done breaking down the Last of Us episode, we just talked about all kinds of stuff. He told us stories about his time as a rapper when he was coming up doing battle rap, and it talked about some hip hop history, and told some really fun stories about when he was a rapper, and some of the big names he met. And he played us 2 of his songs right on the stream. I mean, you never know what you're going to get.
Yeah. You
And
know,
then-
we watch a lot of TV shows where it can go get into like some deep philosophical talk, like current issues.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The TV
Mythology.
shows, you know, I love that we can get into so many interesting, deep discussions, psychology, philosophy, mythology, you know, based on the shows that we're watching, because they provoke that kind of thought. So we get into all kinds of fun discussions based off of that. With shows like From and Severance, and the debates that they can inspire, friendly debates. And I love that kind of stuff.
Luncher, you're completely correct. Doug used to be a rapper and shared a couple of his songs on our live.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, Doug was a rapper.
Yeah.
Well, Doug, actually, I mean, I was shocked to find out something new. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised because Doug is full of surprises, and you never know what new thing you're going to learn about Doug when he joins us. But Doug wrote a rap song and performed a little of it for us earlier, which was pretty unexpected coming from Doug. So back when he was performing in theater, he and his buddies just for fun wrote a rap song and performed it, and he hadn't done it in like 30 years, and he did a few bars of it. So technically, yeah, he did do a little rap. Who would have thought? Was his rap name Lil Yellow? That would be good one. That would be a good one. Yes, Lil Yellow.
Yeah.
Dougie Fresh or something like that. That's what Tony calls Doug all the time. Dougie Fresh. That'd be a good rap name.
Be a little,
Tony
like,
would know.
Little Yellow.
Yeah. Tony would know a good rap name because he came from that world. You know, he lived for rap. That was his thing. That was his dream, you know. But life had other plans for him, and things worked out the way they needed to, I think, for him. That's what he realized. But it was so much fun talking to him about his rap career. It's Tony Muncher who I was talking about. Tony Teflon, when he joined the live last night, he was talking about his rap career. It was really fun hearing about it as someone who's really diving into that area now as a fan, diving into rap battles and following Kendrick Lamar. It was really fun to talk to Tony about his experiences. So, and I went into that live thinking I'm just going to be breaking down a not boring, but depressing. I rephrased it immediately. Depressing.
Switch your
episode. It was very depressing, that episode of The Last of Us. But you never know where it could go. We find a way to make it fun anyway. And, you know, whoever's on the panel makes it fun. The chat makes it fun. And you never know what tangents we're going to go on.
You never know what the chat's going to be talking about.
Indeed. Sometimes I look at the chat and I'm like, what the hell? Where is this coming from? They talk about the most random shit sometimes. I'm like, how did that start? But I'm glad, you know, people just have a good time, and if they want to go off on a tangent in the chat, that's cool, you know. Goldie Doug, Yellow Bars Doug. That would work. There's a rapper named Lil Pump. Yeah, I've heard of him. Yeah, that sounds like a really goofy name. That sounds like he's begging to get picked on in a rap battle, to be honest. Like, you know, someone would call him a one pump chump or something. Like, why would he call himself Little Pump? There's also this guy who calls himself AZ Cheek. AZ Chike. AZ Chike. And everyone calls him Ass Cheek.
Of course. Yeah. Gonna walk into that one.
Why would he name himself AZ Chike? What in the hell was he thinking? Did he not have any friends to say, dude, think about this for a second before you pick that name that's going to be stuck, you're going to be stuck with? Why would you do this? Dude. Like, right now he's participating in a rap battle, and I looked in all through the comments, people are calling him Ass Cheek. Why are you doing this? Oh, it's just, you got to really think hard about it. If you're coming up with a name that's going to follow you, and especially in the world of rap where you battle people and they diss each other, you better make sure you pick a damn good name that they're not going to be able to, you know, goof on you about that easily. I mean, he makes it easy, way too easy. I mean, at least with this rapper Daylight, who's also in the rap battle, Daylight is not a goofy name, but there are loads of jokes and double entendres you can make using Daylight. I heard somebody do it. Joey Badass did an amazing job making a million different disses based on the concept of Daylight. You know, amazing. But it's not easy. Don't make it easy for him. AZ Chike easy, Mr. Ass Cheek. Anyway, sorry. But yeah. It's fun going off on tangents and digressing and stuff. You never know what you're gonna get. So I hope people don't mind that we do it, but I don't think people do because I don't see the numbers going down when that happens. So that's awesome. It's fun. I enjoy this. So yeah.
Mhm.
And it's like with Doug, you never know what you're gonna get when our friend Doug Hughes joins. You might get a Shakespearean sonnet reading, you might get some blues harmonica or some dirty limericks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whenever he decides to pull out of his bag of tricks, we're always so grateful and just love having his company here. It's so much fun. So, and we had another fun discussion and chat with him. More like a chat. I wouldn't even call it a discussion. It's just fun, casual chat earlier tonight. So, hopefully next week we can do it again. We'll keep you posted on the next one. my rep my rep name gonna be Deep Divey. Deep Divey. Yeah, I think you'd get picked on pretty bad. You'd get picked apart. You wouldn't want to go to battle with that name. That would be a problem. Seriously. When I get off of here, I'm gonna go watch more rap battle reactions because this thing is lit. Every day they're dropping more. It's like Kendrick versus Drake, but on a smaller scale. Sadly, I missed the epic Kendrick versus Drake battle while I was living under a rock. But right now, it's popping off. Kendrick brought rap back to life. He saved rap. He saved hip hop. Now people want to battle again. People want to treat it like a competitive sport, like it should be. And every day they're going off at each other. Basically, Joey Badass against the whole West Coast. Almost no one else from New York is standing up with him. So I'm very much enjoying it. I'm going to go watch some more crazy rap reaction videos. It's highly entertaining. If you need a fun distraction and you like rap, go look this up because it's some really entertaining stuff. Look up Joey Badass and like rap Ray Vaughn, Daylight. They're killing each other out there. It's an absolute bloodbath out there, and I'm loving it. It's great. Anyway,
And
oh cool,
I'm gonna
Tracy.
be listening to some goth music, maybe some Susie and the Banshees, or some Dead Can Dance, or some Cocteau Twins, something mellow. As I drift to
Yeah.
sleep.
Yeah.
Happy World Cup.
Well, enjoy it. And Trace, yes, please send me that. Thanks. You know, I'm wondering, I've been wondering why, even when I'm awake for a lot of hours, I'm still struggling to fall asleep earlier and change my hours. Maybe I should stop watching really entertaining, crazy rap battle videos when I'm trying to.
You get too hyped. You get too hyped up. You gotta listen to some calm stuff before you go to sleep.
I think that might be the problem. The stuff I'm watching, but when I'm getting ready to go to
Yeah,
sleep.
you're getting all pumped.
Yeah.
With
think
DJ Pump or whatever his name was.
Yeah, getting myself too pumped with this stuff. Yeah, but it's hard because I'm a new fan of this stuff, so I have to watch really long, detailed breakdowns so that I can understand what the hell I'm listening to. There's this guy Knox Hill, and he basically is like the savior for any like non rap aficionado new person to the game, and like especially someone outside the culture, like being a white person outside the culture who doesn't listen to hip hop normally, he basically decodes it for me. It's like a cheat sheet so I can understand what the hell the disses even mean. And so it's time consuming. He'll do like a 40-minute breakdown of one song or and they're dropping multiple songs per day against each other. So I can't keep up. And so it's a lot. It's a lot, but it's very entertaining. I just can't let it cost me sleep that I should be getting. So anyway, Trace, yes, send me that. I would love to see that rap battle from the 2000s, Murder Mook versus Serious Jones versus Party Artie. Jeez. Okay. Yeah, please. I'd love to see it. I missed out on so much, because I wasn't into that kind of music back then. My taste has changed a lot. I liked a lot of different music back then, but that wasn't one of the types I listened to. Anyway, sorry. I really am gonna stop now. And so thank you guys for being here. And thank you again, Scarlet. Enjoy your World Goth Day. And we'll catch you on the next live Friday night for our next From Academy. And have a good day or a good night, everybody. Truly appreciate all of you guys so much.
You're gonna play your outro?
I will. Oh, it happened again. I was just about to cut it off, and then Mixed Picks popped in again. I gotta read it now. She said, "Yep, literally landed here. Enjoyed. We'll share. Laughing my ass off, but no rapper named Doug. That's just a crime." Doug and Donuts. Oh my God! Thank you. Had a great morning. Well, I'm glad.
That make your day a little special.
I'm glad you just randomly found us then.
Yeah.
That's cool. And you found us talking about random stuff too. It's like that's funny. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. And we go off on tangents all the time. Normally, this channel covers really interesting, thought-provoking TV shows, but we have loads of fun doing it. We're not like sitting here doing academic lectures. We have lots of fun with it, picking apart from mystery series like From. If you haven't watched From on MGM Plus, go check it out. It's amazing. It's a mystery box show. You won't regret it. From on MGM Plus, best show on TV as far as I'm concerned. We cover Severance, which is another amazing show, which I'm sure you've heard of that. And most recently, The Last of Us and The Handmaid's Tale. And the next Last of Us live will be next week on Tuesday night, and that will be covering the finale of The Last of Us. If you watch that, after that, I'm gonna have to find a new show to cover because both my current shows are ending. The Handmaid's Tale and The Last of Us. So I'm going to find a new show to cover. But in the meantime, we're going to continue the From Rewatch and fun picking apart of all of that, dissecting the rewatch of From, and we just have fun conversations. And so yeah. So check out the channel, and yeah, maybe we'll see you again. Hopefully we'll see you in another live stream. And that would be amazing if you would share. Thank you so much. If you know anybody who likes the shows that we cover here, we cover, this is why I have all these backgrounds. We've got The Handmaid's Tale. I make videos for it. Normally I don't do live streams for it, but Handmaid's Tale. We got, sorry, hold on. From on MGM. My From background. My Severance background. My other From background. We also cover The Residents on Netflix, and let's see. Then there's The Last of Us. HBO's The Last of Us. I'm going to be covering Welcome to Derry, and it's coming this summer. We got a teaser trailer that came out. I'm going to be covering Welcome to Derry from the It universe. It's going to be based on the character It in Derry, so I'm really excited. We don't know an exact release date yet, but we got confirmation. We got a teaser, and we now know that it will be out this summer. We just don't have a release date yet. So yeah, Welcome to Derry is definitely going to be on the agenda for this summer, and I'm psyched to be covering that show. I am psyched. I cannot wait to cover Welcome to Derry. I love it. And in this fall, we're going to be covering Stranger Things too. Stranger Things is on the agenda for sure. And we'll see what else is out there. Maybe Duster. Duster is another one. Duster just came out. I really enjoyed the first episode. It's a J.J. Abrams produced show, and it stars Josh Holloway from Lost. I absolutely love that guy. I love him so much, and his charisma just oozes off the screen. So yeah, we might cover Duster. We'll keep you posted on that. I'm gonna watch the first episode again while I can really focus because we watched it in a watch party. So I'm gonna rewatch it again and then we'll see how it goes. Right now it's too hectic, but we might just play catch up and the week after next maybe start doing some lives for Duster. Who knows? We'll keep you posted when we know for sure. Um, Duster looks great so far. I really enjoyed the first episode. It's lighter entertainment. It's lighter stuff than what we usually cover, and sometimes we need some lighter entertainment. So it's really enjoyable. SL Road's loaded lineup. Yeah, it's a lot of good stuff coming out this year. So yeah, for now I think we might just cover Duster, but I probably won't be able to really do a live for it until the week after next, which will be the third week that it's out. That's okay, better late than never. And sometime this summer we're gonna be getting Welcome to Derry. Super psyched about that. And we have Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow on From, as our frequent guest. So that's, well, will hopefully stay the same for a while. And he tells us hilarious, fun stories from his career as a theater actor and playwright, and just from his life in general. He's got a million fun stories. This live started as that. He was here with us for hours and had another great time. So that's an ongoing series. We're going to continue to do it as much as he can, and when he goes back to shoot From, we might have to take a break for a while, but he'll be back after he does his thing, and when he has time, he'll come back to us, and we'll keep hanging out with the awesome Doug Hughes. And if you want to learn more about Doug Hughes, I was about to say this a few minutes ago, and then I forgot what I was talking about. In the description of this video, you can find all of Doug's links. Doug was with us for the first few hours of the live, and amazingly, as always, until almost 1 in the morning. Gotta love Doug. So, if you want to find any of Doug's plays, order an e-copy or a print copy, you can find a link in the description of this video. I would recommend starting with Deadline, which is a play about two playwrights who get trapped in the murder mystery that they're writing, and they have to figure out a way out. So if that sounds interesting to you, you can check it out. You can read a 32-page sample on playscripts.com, and they have e-copies and physical copies you can order from there. The link's in the description of this video. There's also a link to the website where his first 5 plays are, and you can order any of those from there. It's Concord Theatricals, and he also has a website with more information on his career and photos. So all those links you can find down below in the description of the video for Doug. Also, Doug's cameo. So I'm going to be playing some cameos on the way out of here. And if you want to order a cameo, a personalized cameo from Doug or any of the actors on From, you can do that. And it's a great way to support them during the off season and when they're in between gigs. Doug's cameos are amazing. And I think I already put the link in the description of the video where you can find Doug's cameo account and order a personalized video from Doug. I know I love mine. So, yeah, Dieter dropped the link to Doug's play. Yeah, and that'll be in the description of the video. So if you're listening on the replay, just check the description. All the links are in there. Bootleg Victor, that's Bootleg Victor in Duster. Yes, indeed, Muncher Luncher. I don't know why people are saying that. That makes it sound, I don't know, it sounds like, I don't know, like a negative thing. I think he looks pretty damn good. Like Bootleg makes it sound like he doesn't look great in it. But I think Josh Holloway was looking fine. Fine. But anyway, Josh Holloway is just smoking, and he always has been. Little Yellow versus Jade and Kui Dad rap battle. Yeah, that I'd pay to see that. Hell yes. All right, so that's gonna do it. That's gonna do it for us now. Check out the links for all of Doug's stuff in the description of the video. Our lovely friend Doug, who spent hours with us again, gracing us with his presence, and we appreciate it so much. So, have a good day or a good night, everybody. I'll play you a few cameos on the way out, and the new intro made by the amazing Mr. Grant Gregory. So see you guys next time. Enjoy your day or night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Dream sweet.
Julie, it's me. It's David Alpay. And this cameo, by the way, and I got to get this out of the way first before I completely fuck this up. This cameo is from Ryan and Samuel and Tabitha and Doc Kaiju, Kelly, and Dieter. Lovely, lovely Dieter. We love Dieter. I love Dieter. Dieter's the best. But not as good as you, because you're fucking amazing. Julie B, thank you for your podcast. Thank you for spreading the word about From and having such insightful commentary about the show. I swear to God, I think you probably think about the show on a level that exceeds anybody else talking about the show. You're so insightful, and I love it. I'm not even joking right now. I think it's really, really great because we work so hard to make the show. The writers, the directors, the actors, me specifically, work so damn hard. I just want the show to be as amazing as possible and layered and intricate, and you know, I want it to trigger thoughts. I want the audience to meet us halfway and to engage with us interactively as much as possible in a television show, right? So you're doing it, and I love it, and I'm so, so grateful. So fucking awesome. Dieter told me to make fun of your legs. I'm not going to do that because I'm not rude like Sean Majumdar. I would never tell you to chop off your legs and go on skis because A, that's totally impractical. It's not like there's snow everywhere in the world. I don't know where you live. Probably not, you know, the Arctic Circle. If anything, I would say roller skates. It's much more efficient. You get places a lot faster, and you can, like, if you were on the asphalt, like over here, you'd be fucked on skis. But skates, boom, roller skates. You're everywhere. You're up there before I can even say, hey, there goes JulieBDeepDives. Right? Listen, so sorry about the pain in your legs. That's terrible. I know what that can be like. But don't chop off your legs. No matter what your friends tell you, don't do it. It's not a good idea. The risk of infection is far too high. And then, you know, how sure can you be that the saw is going to be clean? You can wash it, but by the time you dry it and all that stuff, it's not a good idea. Don't do it. Save your legs. Justice for Julie B's legs is what I'm talking about. That's about it. I could keep babbling on, but this video has gone into the realm of the absurd in a way that even I wasn't anticipating, and I anticipate everything. So from my heart to you, I wish I was there to cuddle your legs and to make them feel better, but I am not. So that's a job for Dieter. You're gonna have to get him to do it. He told me that he's buying the first plane ticket out to see you and your legs. So have a fabulous, fabulous birthday. I literally forgot the reason for this video, but I'm remembering it now. Julie, happy birthday. You're turning 37. Congratulations. I remember 37 as if it was 8 years ago, because it was. Time flies, honey, but 37 is an excellent year. Make it a good one. Reach for the things that you've been too shy to reach for. Do the things that you've been putting off. You will feel amazing. You will feel an incredible sense of accomplishment, and your year will be spectacular. 37, you're at such a young age. If the world's your oyster, anything's possible. Go and do it and have an amazing year. Have a great birthday. Surround yourself with the best people. Eat lots of dessert. Have some cake. Choice is yours. I would recommend Black Forest cake. That's a very good birthday cake. Also, Baskin Robbins Jamocha almond fudge, always a winner. Unless you're lactose intolerant like me, but then surely, I mean, that's a problem for other people, isn't it? Lactose intolerance. You know what I mean? All right, that's it for me. Sweetie, happy birthday. Congratulations. You are surrounded by people who love you. Well, look at that list of names. I'm going to read them again so that we can all enjoy them. Ryan, Samuel, Tabitha, Doc Kaiju. I hope I'm saying that right. Doc Kaiju, Kelly, and Deirdre. They adore you. And so do I. Julie, keep doing what you're doing because you're doing it great. And I, for one, absolutely love it. Happy birthday, kid. Bye.
Julie B, honey, baby, sweetheart, how you doing? Mini Man in Yellow here. I just wanted to drop you a line to wish you a very happy birthday and many happy returns of the day. I know it's been a hell of a year, but I hope this next year brings you everything you wish for. Because if there's anyone on the planet that deserves that, it's you. And listen, have a great time tonight at the Kendrick Lamar concert. I know we gotta keep it on the down low, because if your mom finds out, she's gonna freak. But don't you worry, these lips are sealed. What am I talking about? I don't even have lips. Anyway, I know the big guy would like to pay tribute to you as well, so I'm going to give the floor over to him. But in the meantime, I hope you have an awesome day. See you soon. Happy birthday, darling. Hope it's one for the books.
Hi, it's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi, JulieBDeepDives. It is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlet of Many Names.
Hey Julie.
Hi Julie B. Julie B, Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with JulieBDeepDives.
Julie B, my child, it is I, Father Khatri. But Julie B, I understand you are rocking it on the old YouTubes, and I appreciate you. We, as a Fromely, appreciate you like you wouldn't believe. And we are so thankful for everything you do and all the love and energy that you put out there into the universe.
Hey, Julie B. The man in yellow here, along with his alter ego, the mini MIY. We just wanted to let you know that you're in our thoughts.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. with big muscle car hugs. There's a bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's Deeper Dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4.
Father Khatri thanks you for watching. Sean Majumder, the actor, who couldn't be here right now. But he wanted to let you know he's very thankful. And I hope you feel better. I know you will. Keep your chin up. And I wish you all the best. Take care. Season 4 is going to be fucking bananas. Be well.
Listen, kiddo. Like the man said, we're here for you. 24/7. Anything you need, you just get on the blower. And hey, don't take any crap. Anybody gives you any grief, you just tell them. They're going to have to answer to this guy. Couldn't have said it better myself. Take care, sweetheart. We'll talk soon. See you later.
Don't stream and drive.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself. In a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind it slow it, zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got miles of receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't